I'm about to spend the next 5 hours answering fantasy football questions, grading fantasy football teams. I do this every single day on this live stream, and I'm committing to 5 hours right now because I need you to hold me accountable to it. So if I end this and then you see this video tomorrow and it says the live stream only lasted 4 hours, you know I'm a quitter and I'm a loser. So I'm going to try my best to make it all 5. We have a bunch of teams. We have a bunch of questions to look at. And let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and let's dive into it. Torto at the door with the trade here. This is J.K. Dobbins, Deebo Samuel versus Rome Odunze. This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Leftover running backs, we'd have Barkley, Tracy, Jerome Ford, the player that we could go ahead and pick up off the waiver wire. It's a 12-team format, so not expecting waivers to be phenomenal. Like the best option would be like Chris Rodriguez at running back. So to be honest with you, I don't love this deal. I think on a lot of teams, I would just take the best player with Rome Odunze. But here, I think we're just going to take J.K. Dobbins and Deebo. Now, let me go ahead and I should probably answer this right out the gate because I know there is some confusion. NutriBoo says, how is the team review going to be done? How do we submit? So all the questions we ever answer on these live streams are submitted through flockfantasy.com. You can see that a lot of these questions were submitted about 22 hours ago. And you're wondering, well, are they in the live stream to see their answers? So how it actually works is whenever I answer the question or review the team that we look at, I hit next question, and the devs on flockfantasy.com are freaking wizards. It sends a custom link through both email and on the website to the person's question I answered or the person's team that I graded with an embedded timestamp to the live stream. So they'll click that link and it takes them to the exact second that I answer their question. So you can submit a question. You can submit a team to be reviewed on flockfantasy.com whenever you want, whether we're live streaming currently, you're in the live stream, whether you're just watching it at a later date, you're going to be able to see your answer. The devs are freaking magicians, like I said. The expected turnaround time for any start sit, super messages, or trade questions, I can guarantee that they will be answered within 24 hours as I'm going to be doing these every single day. When it comes to the team reviews, I hope during the season I can do them within 24 hours, but I need to catch up for the time being because we had way too many people submit. So I am currently drowning in them. So we are about 2 to 3 days behind on all team reviews. So if you submitted one right now, I can promise you I'm not going to be able to get it today as much as I would like to, but hopefully that makes sense. And then of course, everything's on flockfantasy.com. Now, BKU18 coming through. We need a flex play. Here, we have Taj Brooks, Zay Flowers. So I was going to be a little bit hesitant to tell you to just jam in Ted McMillan week 1 until you had Jalen Coker going on the IR, in addition to what we had with the Adam Thielen trade. So I think it's kind of easy for you to just go ahead and for you to just play Ted McMillan in a great matchup against the Jags. Now, Cousin Noah with a start set question. Here for the flex, we're looking at like Chubb, JCM, Woody Marks, George Pickens, Rashee Rice. I'm going to play George Pickens, a full PPR format. Tough matchup against the Eagles, but if we're going to be looking at Chubb, I just have no idea what the workload is going to be, and we know he's not going to catch the ball. Now, Hillberry says, who to flex week 1? Should we swap somebody else that is benched? So we have right now Derrick Henry, Tyron Tracy in the starting lineup. If we were looking at getting in a flex play, it's really going to be between like Jake Ferguson, Christian Kirk, Darnell Mooney, Javonte Williams, RJ Harvey. Full PPR format, I may tell you to play Christian Kirk week 1 over RJ Harvey. Let me go ahead and pull up the Underdog Pick'ems and see what they have for the projections there. Like Christian Kirk, you have competition with Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, but we're not expecting the rookies to be much until later in the year. So really, you're just going up against Nico Collins. RJ Harvey, we're going to expect that he plays second fiddle to J.K. Dobbins early in the season, but the Broncos should be able to run the ball a ton. So this is actually a tough call. If you're in the live chat right now and you can help me figure out Christian Kirk versus RJ Harvey, who are you going with? Underdog, they have Kirk higher lower, 7.75 points in a half PPR format. And RJ Harvey, they have higher, lower, 7.85 points. But again, this is half PPR, so full PPR is going to benefit Kirk more than it would Harvey. And looking at the chat, we got Harvey. So it looks like the majority of people are on RJ Harvey. We got a couple Christian Kirks mixed in. Honestly, I think it's just going to be down between those two players. I would be fine if you wanted to go ahead, if you wanted to take RJ Harvey ahead of him. Now, Henry FF says, hey, Mason, big fan, like the upside of the deal. So we're looking at this, Brees versus Jameson, give me Brees. Debo versus Keon, give me Debo. So honestly, especially in an 8-team league where actually I can't guarantee that those are the league settings, but honestly, regardless, I just think that the Brees side's going to win here. I think that Jameson's a little more interesting in a best ball format than he would be in a regular redraft league. We expect to see a little bit of regression when it comes to the Detroit Lions offense. Now, Tom CR says, seems good, but I don't want to trade McMillan. So if you're looking at making this deal, you're also going to have to add another player, right? Because you effectively have to drop somebody. And in a 10-team league, the drop's going to be a little bit scary. So you're going to have to drop, say, Brian Robinson if you were to do this. For me, in a 10-team league where depth is going to be super easy to come by, give me the best player. Give me Ted McMillan, to be honest. But let's move this over. Hawk with the start sit question. We need a running back, wide receiver, and a flex. Running back, I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to jam in Kenneth Walker in a tough matchup. Xavier Worthy's, I'm going to play Ladd over Worthy. And then we're going to go Worthy, though, in the flex spot over Tet McMillan. I'd love to play Worthy. I'd love to play Tet. But at least with Worthy, we've had the track record. But honestly, great team. Now, Goon 610 coming through. We got a start sit. We have Chig versus Loveland. Week 1, I'm always a little bit hesitant to start a rookie, especially a rookie tight end, but we're still going to play Loveland here. And then for the flex spot, Ladd McConkey is an auto start. You don't think about it. Okay, so it looks like we had 100 likes on the live stream. So if y'all don't know, every time we hit 100 likes on the stream, we give away free start set questions, trade questions for people in the live chat, just as a thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. So if you haven't already, hit that like button. Also, subscribe, hit the bell. We're going to be streaming every single day till the Christmas. But drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll pick somebody random, and we'll get you set up with some of those free questions for the stream. Now, Cody coming through here. Best option on the bench could be Travis Hunter for us to get in the starting lineup. While Calvin Ridley has a horrible matchup going up against the Denver Broncos, I probably still keep your starting lineup as is week 1. Now, Tin Man says, CD owner seems to be in. Should we do this? This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. If we're going to look at what we could get with the waiver wire options, Byshell Tootin sitting there for free on the waiver wire. So yes, go through and make this trade. Get CD Lamb and pick up Byshell Tootin for free. But let's see. We got essentially C McCoy. Let me see if I can find you on the site. I can only find you on my users page on the site for the giveaways if you use code FLOCK when you signed up to flockfantasy.com, but let me see. C McCoy 88. I got you. Looks like you have a free account on the site as of now, but you've sent in a bunch of start set questions, trade questions. I'd be happy to get you set up with some additional free vouchers. Clearly, you know how to use the site, and appreciate you, my guy. Thanks for hanging out with us in the stream. And let me know when we get 200 likes on the stream, and we'll get our next one going. Now, Chris Peacock with our next question. This is Tank Bigsby, Braylon Allen versus Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and Darren Waller. So I have JCM and Braylon Allen in the Flock League. I like both running backs, but the reality of the situation is Tank Bigsby has a shot to be the starting running back in Jacksonville. Darren Waller is effectively a complete zero. Like going over to the waiver wire, looking at the tight ends, like I'd pick up Hunter Henry before I'd pick up Darren Waller. So if you trade for Waller here, you're cutting him. So it's like, would I rather have Tank Bigsby and Braylon Allen or JCM? Probably Bigsby and Braylon Allen. But not that far off. Okay, now King was taken with the question. Here, this is going to be a starting lineup question. We're going to go James Cook for sure here at running back. Should be a super high scoring game with the Baltimore Ravens. I would be a little bit concerned that you actually do have just a... Let me see if I can zoom out here so you can see more of this. But I would be concerned that you have this as a game in which you just have a ton of Josh Allen dropbacks, but James Cook's an auto start no matter what. Really, it's going to come down to, are we starting Isaiah Pacheco or Trevion Henderson? I have them ranked back-to-back in my rankings for this week. I think if this is a full PPR format, though, I'm more excited about the Henderson receiving involvement. So we'll go Henderson. And then in the flex spots, we're going to take Cortland Sutton. And then I'll take Pacheco over Egbuka. Egbuka is definitely a nice play week 1, though, just given all the concerns that you have with the wide receiver injuries in Tampa. But Dalitz says option 1 or Henry plus Tet for Jacobs and Ladd or stay put. Henry and Higgins for Swift and Lamb. Lamb's the best player in the deal. Henry, what's the bigger gap between these? Honestly, I would say both trades are going to be fair and up to you. I think most people watching this live stream would prefer Derrick Henry, but it's a full PPR format. So for that reason, I'm going to have a hard time picking a side. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Derrick Henry and T. Higgins or CeeDee Lamb and DeAndre Swift? It's a full PPR 12-team league with 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spot. Okay, we got Lamb, Higgins, Higgins, Lamb, Higgins, Lamb, Higgins, Lamb. So it does look like the majority of people are on the DeAndre Swift and CeeDee Lamb side, but I don't think it's like a must trade. Like you absolutely have to make this deal. I think it's honestly just kind of going to be up to you here. Now, Clutch McGee coming through with our next question. It's going to be a deep league that we got to start. Is this really a redraft 14-team super flex? Dear God, this is a fun league. Wide receiver. Our options are Roman Wilson, Alec Eomanor, Amari Cooper, Jalen Naylor, and Yoshi Vosh. Naylor's been dealing with a hand injury, but they're saying that he's going to be good to go week 1. Roman Wilson, I don't think has ever scored a fantasy football point in his entire life. I think we're going to go Amari, Naylor, and then obviously Isaiah Pacheco for the flex. But to be completely honest with you, these wide receivers, I'm throwing darts. I mean, who knows if Amari's even going to be active week 1. But it looks like we just hit 200 likes on the stream. So go down there and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. We'll pick some other winners. Now, Jin FN coming through with our next question. So here we have Pittman on the bench. So it really is going to come down between Bigsby and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt for me. I have JCM in the flock league, so I really hope that I am wrong here. But you have the Jags projected to score about as many points as the Commanders this week. They have a great matchup going up against the Carolina Panthers. So to be honest with you, I think I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tank Bigsby over JCM. I don't know if we can be confident with the roles of either running back. But right now, sportsbooks, I believe, are putting the prop numbers higher for Bigsby than they are ETN this week. But let's pick out somebody from the chat and get some free vouchers going. We got AADK Dean. All right. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. AADK Dean. Gotcha. Looks like you got the 2025 season pass, so you should have already had some free vouchers to send in questions. But now you should have some additional ones on top of that. So hopefully you're good for the majority of the year. And let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be Rusty. Here for the flex spots, we're going to go ahead and we are going to take a DJ Moore and Jamison Williams, full PPR format. You don't have to roll the dice on the Jags running backs. Egbuka is really exciting, but at the same time, I think we can just take the veterans and not really have a headache on trying to figure out projections for week 1. We've seen the track record for him. Now, Wolverine, we need to figure out the start sit here. Our best options at running back would be Trevion, RJ Harvey, Austin Eckler. Wide receiver, we'd have George Pickens, Marvin Harrison. So Harrison, Pickens are going to be the easy starts for the third flex. I think we are just going to end up taking Trevion Henderson. Austin Eckler isn't that far off. I think Eckler is a really strong start week 1. But we're going to take the player that we think has the big play upside and the receiving role, which Eckler doesn't have the big play upside at this point. We're going to go Henderson. And Henderson is a good matchup against the Raiders. Now, Wilkie with the start set here. Ted McMillan, auto start week 1. And then for the flex spot, Henderson versus Egbuka. Can I see what the underdog pick'ems are for these guys? Like, what are the projections here week 1? And also, I'm drinking kombucha for the first time ever. I got it for Nathan when everybody came into town for the Flock League. They didn't drink them all. So hopefully I don't explode. I don't know what this is supposed to do to your stomach, but it's supposed to do something, and I don't know how mine's going to react. They got Ibuka, higher, lower, 11.15 fantasy points week 1. They have Henderson. Keep in mind, this is half PPR as well, so full PPR would be, expectations are higher. They have Henderson, higher, lower, 10.25 fantasy points. So we're going to go Ibuka. Somebody says, how much alcohol percentage is in the kombucha? Hopefully 0. I mean, I've been sober for years now. If I lose my sober streak because I decided to try a freaking kombucha, I'm going to be pissed. Okay. Now let's move this over. CG. Here we need a flex between Tet, Rome, and Tracy. We're going to play Tet. No Coker, no Thielen. You get him in. Okay. Sporta says there's no alcohol in kombucha. Thank you, my friend. Scared me a bit. Now, Jaden Butts. We got a tight end decision here between Kincaid and Hunter Henry. I'm going to go Kincaid. The passing volume should look really good in that game with the Bills and Ravens, just considering how high the total is. CG coming through. This is Kyler and Nico versus Josh Allen and Kyron. So obviously, give me Nico over Allen. Give me Kyron over Kyler. It's a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. At least I think it is. We don't have the... We don't have the options when it comes to like seeing what we have at the bottom end of this team. Little scary. It's a little shaky. I think we just probably take the best player with Nico Collins, but I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go with the Allen Kyron side. But you are getting some reports coming out about Kyron seeing a little bit of usage go over to Blake Corum. Small Bodo says there's someone I should go out and try to trade for. Here for a flex spot, week 1, we're going to be starting Tracy. So honestly, no, I think your team's fine with the depth. Chris says, do I have to pay to get a team review if I have the $30 season pass? So you'll see it obviously on the checkout page whenever you get anything on flockfantasy.com, like exactly what it is. But just to make sure if anybody here is confused. So the season pass, you got free vouchers to ask start sit questions and trade questions on the stream. In terms of the full-blown team reviews that we'll get to later, that does not come with the $34 season pass. I would just frankly have no time ever. Instead of these being 5-hour streams, they would be 12-hour streams, and I would lose my voice like I did a couple years ago. But if you wanted a team review and you got the season pass, you can upgrade to the annual Mother Flocker tier. It's like an extra $50. It gets you access to the website for the entire year rather than just until January 1st. And you get the free team review on top of it as well. And you should do that. You can do that on the account page. And I believe you can do that on the homepage as well, possibly. Now, S'mores coming through here. Running back, we are going to go ahead and we're going to start JCM. I mean, I really don't want to, but Najee has one eyeball. Caleb Johnson's going to be the backup in Pittsburgh, almost guaranteed. And then for the flex spot, we're going to play Buka. I mean, we want to typically be a little bit hesitant when it comes to starting the rookies, but I can't tell you jam in Stephon Diggs coming off the 20 ACL. DTS trading Marvin Mims for Shaheed. Technically, I have Shaheed ranked higher, but the fact of the matter is it's probably not going to matter. These guys are more so best ball options, and it's going to be difficult to consistently trust them in your regular redraft league. Okay, now Chile, this is RJ Harvey, CeeDee Lamb versus Nico Collins and George Kittle. So I do view CeeDee Lamb and Nico Collins in 2 separate tiers, but obviously there are reasons to be very excited about Nico. And if you are getting George Kittle here as a massive tier upgrade over RJ Harvey, I'm going to be completely okay if you wanted to go with the Nico and Kittle side. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's refresh this. Alimo, if you have any issues with bugs on the website, please send them in the site issues section of the Discord, and a developer would be super happy to help you out with that. Now, SafeDoor coming through with our next question. We got Igbuka as the easy start over Golden Debo. And then for the flex, I'm going to take Trevion over Golden week 1. But obviously, Golden does have an incredibly high ceiling. Inflow with the trade. This is this is Hampton to Bucky. Give me Bucky relatively easily, different tier. Devonta Smith to Addison. Give me Smith. And then Ferg to Evan Ingram. I don't care as much about. If you can wait for Jordan Addison to come back from the suspension, I would go ahead and I would take Bucky. Okay. Michael says, upgraded to Mother Flocker. Didn't receive a review. Well, please, if you're having any issues, send them in the site issues section on the Discord, and one of the developers would be really happy to help you out with it. Now, I can't do customer support in the live stream. I'm sorry. There are too many people for me to turn this into a customer support section. There's the Discord with a side issue section for that if you're confused on anything. Okay. Now, unspoken music coming through with our next question. This is James Conner, Terry McLaurin, Trey McBride versus Amari Hampton, Drake London, and Tucker Kraft. So London, completely different tier than what you have with, say, like Terry, Connor. I do think McBride's going to be the closest name to him. But like, I'd rather have London over Trey. I'd rather have Hampton over Terry. I don't think James Conner is going to be bridging the gap between that. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Drake London, Amari Hampton, and Tucker Kraft. Okay. Now, Rook's 11 with our next start set. Here, I think we are going to go ahead and in the flex spot, look for alternatives other than Tank Bigsby. But I mean, the best alternative we would have with no Mix and no Spears early would be like Braylon Allen, who in my opinion doesn't really have a shot to start over Breece. But if we're going to be looking at Bigsby's ability to play over ETN, I hope it doesn't happen. I have ETN in the Flock League and I have Braylon as well. But Bigsby, great matchup. And I think he could be the starter in Jacksonville. You got to take Bigsby. Now, Henny says, should I wait on the breakout for my wide receivers? So Jefferson to Nico down tier, Sutton to London up tier, and Trevion to Montgomery down tier. I think you go with the Jefferson, Sutton, Henderson side of this. Maybe if you were going like Jefferson and Sutton versus Nico and London, you would give me London and Nico, but I don't see why we also have to down tier from Trevion to Dave Montgomery. Now, CJ says, need better receivers. This team is 3 Bengals from Otto. So Daniels versus T. Higgins. This is a 14-team format, so it's going to be a pretty deep league. I think Daniels versus Higgins, you can see that I have them incredibly close in my rankings. I would rather have Ridley over Kyler. To be honest with you, I think that the points per game gap between Daniels and Kyler may be larger than Ridley and Higgins. So I think we're probably going to take the Jaden Daniels and Calvin Ridley side of this. Easy dub, trading Trey McBride for Chuba Hubbard and Tucker Kraft. This would be horrible. I don't care if you need a running back. You would need a much better price than this. Keep Trey McBride. Waddles 10, trading Tet and Travis Hunter for Drake London. This is a 10-team start 8 formats. The option we'd pick up off the waiver wire would most likely be either Byshell Tuden or Rashad Bateman. This is tough. I love Tet McMillan, but in a 10-team league, I think you probably go ahead and you take the Drake London side of this. 12-team format, I think it would be tougher, but it opens the roster spot for us to turn the waiver wire early. Now, Posey Betts coming in with our next question. Here for the flex, we are going to be playing Igbuka over Diggs. Jaden Reed has like a broken foot. Judkins has won the team. Chubb, we don't know what the role is going to be. And Igbuka should be close to an every down player right out the gate. Connor, for the running back spot, you cannot start Caleb Johnson week 1 for the love of God. Play Aaron Jones instead. Going over to tight end, I'd play Tyler Warren over Kincaid even if we want to be a little bit hesitant with the rookie tight ends. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Travis Hunter in that second flex spot, even if we want to be hesitant with the rookie receivers. Now, less homework with our next question. Here, dear God, We're choosing between Benson Sharp, Caleb Johnson, Jordan Mason, Braylon Allen. I'm going to go Jordan Mason over Caleb Johnson week 1. Also, you look at that Jets-Steelers game. It's supposed to be like the lowest scoring game of the week. Obviously, we have no idea what the role is going to be like from Jordan Mason. But I feel like I'd be more surprised if Caleb Johnson out-touched Jalen Warren week 1 than if Jordan Mason out-touched Aaron Jones. And then obviously we're playing the wide receiver. You play Devonta Smith in your flex. Now, it's not coming through with our next trade. This is Ollie Gordon, Matthew Golden versus Ted McMillan. Ollie Gordon may be a player that you cut next week. So, yeah, you're easily using that as a trade piece to move from Golden to Ted McMillan. Easily. Mr. Sling and Wood, this is Tyler Warren versus Igbuka. This looks like it's going to be a deeper format where we can start up to 10 guys. So if that's the case, tight end's not going to matter as much. Give me Igbuka. But it looks like we had 300 likes, so go down there, drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll hook up some people here with some free questions for the stream. Now, Chicken Tindy says, can play Hunter in the IDP spot. Running back and wide receivers are upgrade, but losing out on the value of Hunter at the IDP. So this is very, very different than a regular fantasy football league. Travis Hunter is significantly more valuable if you can play him in your IDP spot, while at the same time, you're getting those wide receiver points in. So here, if I look at this, like, obviously, in a regular fantasy football draft, Bo Nix to Joe Burrow, clear upgrade. Bucky Irving, Travis Hunter versus Saquon Barkley by a mile. And then you get Jordan Addison for free. You upgrade 2 spots and get Addison for free. However, the value of a replacement for Travis Hunter in an IDP league makes him closer to like a 3rd round pick than like where he probably went in the 5th round of your draft. But even then, if we view it as like Bucky's a 2nd rounder, Travis Hunter's a 3rd rounder, Barkley's a 1st, and we're up tiering from Bo Nix to Joe Burrow, and we're getting Jordan Addison for free, I think you probably got to go with the Barkley side, but it's definitely a hell of a lot closer in an IDP league than it would be in a regular format, just because the value of a replacement from your IDP players going to be really significant with Travis Hunter. But let's go ahead and let's pick somebody from the chat and set them up with some free vouchers. We got ABCD. Let me see if I can find you on my users page. Again, I can only find you on my users page if you use code FLOCK on the site, but I just got you. Perfect. And if you haven't already, go down there, hit that like button. Once we hit 400 likes on the stream, we're going to be giving away some additional free questions as well. And we just sent that over to ABCD. Okay. Now, today, coming through with the start sit, says, my biggest question is who to start at the flex. I got 5 in. Okay, so I think we were going to go Chris Olave over Rome, and then full PPR format, I'm going to go Rome in the flex over Montgomery. Like, Montgomery in the line, if y'all remember, like, obviously I make the rankings every single week, right? And I've done it for years. And whenever I was making the week 1 rankings, we're about to get those out on the site for y'all very, very soon. I went through, pulled up all the implied team totals, pulled up what sports books were projecting out, and gave me flashbacks to last year when the Detroit Lions were consistently at the very top of sportsbook projections for total points. Like every single week, they were projected to be the highest scoring offense or the 2nd highest scoring offense. This week, they're projected to score 22.5 points. They're projected to be like the 10th best offense in the league. So I think David Montgomery is probably less exciting this year, especially to start week 1, a tough matchup against the Packers. Now, Yulo with a start set. Pollard, auto start. Hampton, auto start. Tyler Warren over Kraft. T. Higgins, auto start. And then it's going to come down to Igbuka, Trevion, or Ricky Pearsall. Full PPR format. I'm going to go back and forth with this a ton, but we probably go Igbuka. But it is very tough. Now, Tony Cheeklap. This is Quinshon Judkins versus Chuba Hubbard in a Dynasty league. I still have Judkins ranked over Hubbard in Dynasty, but if you're a contender, you 100% go for the Hubbard side if you're ready to contend. Now, Cam Presley. This is Chase Brown, Garrett Wilson versus Brian Thomas. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Leftover running back room would be Hampton, Tracy, JCM, and Mixon. So I like the overall structure of the deal. The issue is you can't leave yourself with no running backs. Like Mixon could be 0 this year. We don't know if we're going to get him at any point. So with that in mind, you can't afford to trade away Chase Brown. Now, Nomis says, debating between Purdy and Goff for quarterback. Also, what are your thoughts overall on the team? I would be going with Purdy over Goff this week, more likely than not, given what we have with the matchup against Seattle. And overall, I like the team for sure. And I think we're just going to have to continue to turn the waiver wire at running back. Now, Grand Dawn, this is RG Brian Thomas versus Jahmyr Gibbs. This is going to be Gibbs for me. Based off this being a 12-team start 8 format, I'm a little bit hesitant because the depth's going to matter a little bit more. But I think you're just accessing a player that's in a completely different tier. Like, again, those like quote-unquote untouchable pieces. And like, this is like a good example of how I think most trade calculators would get this wrong. Most trade calculators that you would possibly use if you just like Googled fantasy football trade calculator. Trust me. I mean, I've been using Dynasty fantasy football trade calculator specifically since 2014. I've been in the market forever trying to look for one that works. And they never work because every time you see a trade like this, it's like, hey, a player that's worth 80 cents. I'm adding a player that's worth 15 cents. Can I get to $1? It's like, no, not at all. The values aren't linear in fantasy football. They're logarithmic. So the player that's the number 1 option in fantasy, the player that's the number 2 option in fantasy, the player that's the number 3 option in fantasy can sometimes be worth double of what like the 15th best player is. Like the gap in value between the player that's 1 overall in the rankings versus 12 overall in the rankings, even though it's 11 spots, that gap is larger than the gap between the player that's 30 overall in the rankings to 100, even though it's 70 spots. So like you go through and you put this into our trade calculator, you'll see that it does have the Jahmyr Gibbs side slightly winning. So you go ahead and you get Jahmyr Gibbs here. Okay, let's move this over to our next question. Now this is Inbo. Here we're going to take Dallas Goedert over Loveland week 1. I think long-term you're going to go Loveland though. And then for the flex, you play Rome Odunze. RJ Harvey, Caleb Johnson. In my opinion, you do anything but start them. Okay, let me get the dog in here. Miley, come on. All right, the dog's in here. Y'all shouldn't have to hear the barking anymore. Okay. Now, Davis, this is Kyler, Henry, Gibbs, Lamb, Igbuka, Warren, Trevion. Yes or no? So here, it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Actually, it's not linked, so I can't know that for sure. Leftover, we would have Gibbs, Henry, Lamb. So what that tells me is this league is so damn shallow. This is another great example. I'm like, all these 3 pieces are probably worth 40 cents individually. But give me the piece that's worth $1 instead. You can go to the waiver wire in a league like this and you can backfill with depth. It's going to be super easy. You get the best player, you get Gibbs. Now, Darcy says, hey, Mason, just wanted to confirm my starting lineup. Week 1 is going to be really tough. Let me see where I have these guys ranked. I have Travis Etienne at 31 and I have RJ Harvey at 30 in my rankings. Cam Scadaboo is unstartable until we see otherwise. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you start Travis Etienne against the Carolina Panthers, or would you start RJ Harvey against the Tennessee Titans? For me, I don't know. That's why I need your help. I have them back to back. We got Etienne, Harvey, Etienne, Harvey, Etienne. Harvey, Etienne, Harvey. Etienne, Harvey, Etienne, Harvey. It's split 50-50. Do anything but Scadaboo. For me, right now, I have Harvey 1 spot in my rankings, but again, I could change this in 5 minutes. Now, Josh, this is Brian Thomas, Mark Andrews versus Sutton and George Kittle. I'm going to go Brian Thomas here very easily. Brian Thomas, completely different tier than any other player in this deal. Now, Mad Dog coming through with the start set. Here, wide receiver, I think you're going to have to go ahead. I think you're going to have to play Terry McLaurin and Igbuka. The only scenario in which you'd flip Igbuka for Ricky Pearsall is if Jawan Jennings does not play. Okay, and I know if y'all sent me a question, I promise you I'm not going to miss it. We go in order that they were received. So just give it a little bit of time. We're going through all the questions that people sent in already, and then we'll get to what you have. Now, Vincent, this is Bo Nix, James Cook versus Jaden Daniels, DeAndre Swift. James Cook versus Jaden Daniels, lateral move, up to you. Bo Nix versus DeAndre Swift. Give me DeAndre Swift. So I'm going to go with the Jaden Daniels, DeAndre Swift side of this. I think the gap's points per game is probably going to be larger at quarterback there than it would be running back. Shadowboxing says the first I'm getting are from the team with neighbors. So Garrett Wilson versus 2 first in a Superflex league, unless the neighbors team is freaking loaded. They have Barkley, Taylor. Okay, yeah, so this team's loaded. For that reason, I don't think you're like gaining a ton of value here getting the 2 first versus Garrett Wilson, but it's a super flex format. So with it being a super flex league, obviously it's going to be pushing down some of the skill positions later on. So I think I probably do take the flexibility of the first round picks if you're a rebuilder. Ray, this is trading Justin Herbert, RGRV, Nico Collins, Sam Laporta for Allen, Bucky, Harrison, and Ferg. So downgrade at tight end. Let's just go spot by spot here. We're trading our first round pick for 2 seconds and a third. Herbert's effectively not worth anything. And we're also giving up like a 5th and a 6th. Would I rather have a 1st, 5th, and 6th or 2 seconds and a third? Probably, let me throw this in the calculator. What the hell would the calculator say here? Here, this is going to be an interesting thought experiment. Everybody look at this deal closely. And let me know in the chat right now. Do you want the left or the right side? Left or the right side? And then I'm going to put this in the trade calculator and see if the trade calculator agrees with y'all in the chat. Okay. So first we will see what the chat says, and then we'll see what the calculator says. We got right. Looks like everybody's on the right side, and the calculator is also on the right side. So if that's the case, you go ahead and you take Josh Allen. We only had a few people say left, but the vast majority of people are on the right, and the calculator agrees with it as well. Now, Concealed OG says, we're rebuilding. Should we send it? I don't know how else to salvage the team. Yeah, I mean, if you're rebuilding, sure. But the fact of the matter is, like, Jaden Reed and Terrence Ferguson could be zeros. But Marvin Harrison could be a round 1 startup pick next offseason. Gal's coming through. Here for the flex, we're going to play Devonta Smith. Egbuka looks like he's set up to crush, but I think with the track record we have with Smith, we can just play him and then see what Egbuka does week 1. M. Lawson, we have Jacoby Myers in the flex. I'd love to get him out, but I don't know how we could. Like, you'd be playing Jordan Mason or Tank Bigsby instead. So full BBR format, I think you'll leave this as is, but I'd be worried about Myers. Big deal. We got Goddard at tight end, and then here for the flex, I'm for sure going to be playing Sutton over Pickens and Keon Coleman. Don't love the matchup for Pickens going up against Philly. Keely says, think my team gets more balanced. Worried about Higgins' longevity. Should we adjust the trade? So Higgins to London. Give me London. Oh, actually, crap. This is an 8-team league. You're going to hate to hear me say this, but in an 8-team league, George Pickens does not matter. Like pieces of relevance, we're trading an RB1 for an RB2. We're trading a wide receiver 2 for a high-end wide receiver 2 in an 8-team league, and then a tight end 1. Because it's an 8-team format where we can exploit our league, where it's easy to come by running back and wide receiver production, and I want to build around the elite tight end, I'm completely okay with you going and getting Bowers here. But with it being an 8-team league, Bijan's the best player, and I don't really want to be selling the best player. So I have no idea. I think Higgins, Pickens are probably both guys on your bench in an 8-team format. It's going to be up to you. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I like Bowers in that setup, but again, Bijan's the best player. So, Wet Nightmare coming through. Here for the flex, we're going to play Egbuka over Trevion, and this will be something that I probably flip-flop on 5 times from now. Rick No Morty coming through. Here we got DJ Moore as a play for me. Oh. We're going to go Hampton in the flex, so actually we do need to think about this. So I'm not expecting Loveland or Burden to have massive roles week 1, which obviously is good for DJ Moore. Looking at Devonta Smith and Flowers. Flowers is going to be in a high-scoring game environment against the Bills. Underdog is Flowers at higher lower 10.65 fantasy points. DJ Moore, higher lower 10.95 fantasy points. Devonta Smith, higher lower 10.45. So Underdog agrees with what we have right now in the lineup with DJ Moore higher. But it's so close. It's you. It's up to you. Now, Elis says, how's it going, champ? Who should we start? Okay, so running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to start Kenneth Walker in a tough matchup. Pollard also is going to have a similar workload, but he's in a worse offense in a tough matchup. For a wide receiver 2 spot, we're going to go with Pearsall. And then for the flexes, we're going to play J.K. Dobbins. He should be able to run the ball a bunch. And we're going to go Tony Pollard with no Tajay Spears. But it looks like we just hit 400 likes on this stream. So go down there and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we will get some of y'all set up with free questions. Now, Christian coming over with our next one. We are going to go with Tet McMillan here relatively easily with no Coker and with no Adam Thielen week 1. Macho says, can't sync my ESPN through the extension. Please help. So here's what I would recommend. Again, if anybody's watching this, if you haven't already, you can sync your teams with flockfantasy.com for the My Teams page. You can see how it grades out. You can see the best waiver wire options, et cetera, et cetera. You hit this button here, you hit manage, and then you can go Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo. Sleeper is super simple. You copy and paste your league ID, you hit submit, and it syncs everything. Yahoo is super simple. You hit submit, it takes you to Yahoo, you log in. Yahoo sends us every single one of your leagues. It all automatically links. Super simple. Both of those take 10 seconds. ESPN takes actually probably a minute and a half, which I know is a little more annoying, but make sure you're signed into ESPN on one browser, like on one window. Make sure you're signed into flockfantasy.com on the other window. Hit get extension, open the extension, hit the big sync button, and then it'll pull your ESPN league into flockfantasy.com. I would recommend doing this on desktop, and I would recommend doing this on Google Chrome. If you have any additional questions, I cannot answer them on the stream, but you can send them to the side issue section of the Discord, and one of the devs can help you out. But let's pick somebody to win some free vouchers. We got S. Russ Bus, and let me see if I can find you, my friend. Flock users, S. Russ Bus. Okay, I just got you. I just sent you over a couple free vouchers. Appreciate you always hanging out with us in the stream, my friend. And it looks like you got the season pass as well. So you should have had some additional vouchers in your account too. Now, Ralph, with our next question. Here we're going to start Egbuka over the running backs and Ricky Pearsall. Juwan Jennings practiced today. I don't know if Jennings is going to play. That will be something to monitor. A lefter coming through. And this kombucha, this is my first time ever having it. But God, it was actually a little gross when I first started drinking it. But not bad as I kept going. Just wanted something a little sweet after my lunch. But lefter rival coming through here. I would like to get Tet McMillan in for sure. I'd for sure play Tet McMillan week 1 over Travis Hunter. Perfect matchup. Great game environment. I know Hunter's in the same game, but I can almost guarantee that Tet's going to be running like 80+% of the routes. I can't say that with Hunter. Now, Colby coming through. This is Matthew Golden versus Pacheco and a first. One quarterback format, so it's definitely going to be a little bit closer here, but I think you can go ahead. I think you can take the Pacheco side. You probably got Golden at the very end of round 1 of your rookie draft this year, and you're getting Pacheco on top of it for free. I know people are scared about those rookie picks right now with what happened in college football this past weekend. So this trade here, Marv versus Trevion Henderson, up to you. Probably Marvin Harrison for me, but it's not that far off. Cortland Sutton versus Caleb Johnson. Give me Cortland Sutton relatively easily, so we're going to go with the Sutton and Trevion side. Now, Ace coming through with our next question. We have Austin Eckler in the flex spot right now. I would play Henderson over Austin Eckler. I think that if we're looking at what we have with Trevion Henderson, week 1, it's a good matchup against the Raiders. I'm not guaranteed that he's going to have a massive role, but I don't know if Austin Eckler is going to have a massive role either. Now let's move over to our next one. Michael, always happy to see my guy, says, what wide receiver would you pair with these two quarterbacks? We have to go get an elite QB. 12-team, 1 quarterback format, right? Fields and Caleb are effectively worthless in terms of like the streaming options at QB. Obviously, we're trading them to get to a quarterback for free. So like the Travis Hunter deal, obviously here we would rather have Josh Allen. But I would sell Cortland Sutton to get Allen there. I would sell Devonta Smith to get Allen there. I would sell, I mean, those are really the only 3 wide receivers that are relevant. So I'm not going to sell Amon-Ra St. Brown. So those would be the 3 deals that I'd be looking at. And again, I think that the main thing would be don't just attack the Josh Allen owner, but also go for Lamar, also go for the Jaden Daniels owner, and also go for the Jalen Hurts owner. And yeah, just those 4 QBs. Now, Trey 101 says, waiver wire looks okay. Is there anyone that you would take? Here in terms of the starting lineup, I can't really see the waiver on a start set question. If we were to get anybody out, it'd be Egbuka, but there's no way in hell I'm playing any of these guys over him. So I think you just leave the starting lineup as is. Now, Risk coming through with the start set. Here, quarterback, you play Allen, obviously. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play, I guess, Nick Chubb, but we don't want to. Wide receiver, Chase, JSN, or auto starts. And then down in the flex, we're going to go with Devonta Smith. But yeah, we really need a running back to break out from the rookies soon. Now, Giants Mez here with the start set. Tracy over Montgomery for me week 1. We're going to go Kincaid over Jonnu. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Terry McLaurin, even though he wasn't at camp. Now, Logan coming through. Double flex. We're going to go with Damn, actually, I can't. Tet's like almost an auto start for me, but if we have the running backs with Kenneth Walker, James Cook, where we just know that they're going to get a baseline level of touches, I think we have to do it. Uncle Fresh, I can't answer any customer support questions in the live stream. Please, if you have any issues, send them in the site issue section of the Discord. Bonnet says, it was Nico and Nix for the Lamar and T. Now, how's this? So we also upgrade from Jordan Mason to DeAndre Swift. 10-team league. I'm okay with it. I'm not going to sit here and act like this is the best deal I've ever seen. But it's definitely a lot better if we give that Jordan Mason to DeAndre Swift upgrade. Now, High Relevance says he has Charbonnet if that's useful context. Kenneth Walker is the best player in the deal. Obviously, upgrading from Jaden Reed to Egbuka is nice. I would ask for a little bit more, to be honest. I think I would go with the Kenneth Walker, Jaden Reed side, especially with your league settings. Logan coming through with our next question. Here, let me pull this around. Okay. Start sit. We need a flex. We're going to go ahead. We will take Egbuka over Hunter, JCM. I just don't know what the roles are going to be for any of these guys. So if we don't know what the role is going to be for any of them, give me the guy that's going to be in the best offense with a really strong talent profile. Pepe. We are looking at Jordan Mason versus JCM at running back. My week 1 rankings, I have Jordan Mason 2 spots ahead of JCM, but they are in the same tier. Cade Otton did get back at practice today. If Cade Otton plays and you have no Godwin and you have no Jalen McMillan, I'd probably put him at tight ends. And then for the flex, we're for sure going to play Matthew Golden. It's a 14-team league. I was going to say, don't love your team, but 14-team league, it makes sense. Okay, so here, checking this out for Vinny. Always happy to see Vinny. Best option on the flex on the bench right now would be Aaron Jones. If we wanted to pivot from Aaron Jones to J.K. Dobbins, I'm not going to fault you for it. I have them ranked 24 and 25 in my rankings right now, with Dobbins being 1 spot higher, so we leave it as is. John Johnson, 6-point passing touchdown format. We got Kyler, Caleb, and May on the waiver wire as well. So you're telling me effectively, because I'd rather have Kyler over Dak. We're trading Lamar, Brees for like Achane and Kyler. It's up to you. Lamar Jackson threw 41 passing touchdowns last year. 6-point passing touchdown format. Honestly, F it. I'm going to take Lamar. Because I think you can say Lamar and Achane are comparable. And Brees and Dak, I'd rather have Brees. T. Shiesty here. This is Taylor Swift Harrison versus Bijan Rice Sutton. Yeah, it's going to be pretty easily the the Bijan Robinson side. The only thing is, like, obviously you're taking on a little bit of risk having no Rice there for the first 6 weeks. Now, Salame coming through here, wide receiver. We have Ricky Pearsall, Rome Odunze, Cedric Tillman. Give me Ricky Pearsall. And then for the flex spot, we're going to play Rome Odunze anyway. I can't trust Harvey week 1. And then we also got to trade CMC versus London. I'm going to go with CMC very easily, especially with the offensive line degrading in Atlanta. Now, Flock and Maddie says start Hunter or Jameson or someone else. I would go Jameson over Travis Hunter for sure. God, the AJ Dillon picture is crazy. They did my boy dirty. I don't see Jameson Williams as an option for us, though. So maybe if Jay Williams is somebody else that I'm mistaking for Jameson. Like, Stephon Diggs would be the best option on your bench, but I'd go Jameson over Hunter. Salame coming through. This is also CMC versus Kyron. James Conner, give me CMC. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Give me the best player. Legion of Boom, we're deciding between Hampton and Pollard. They're saying that Najee could potentially play week 1, but the dude hasn't really practiced with the team at any point. He just got cleared for contact. So I'm going to go with Hampton. Pollard should be a bell cow back as well week 1, but his offense is going to be much worse in a tough matchup against Denver. Okay. So Logan says, do you have to pay for Mason to answer these questions? I can't find the free ones. So the reason why we have like so many free questions on the site that you see me answer on the stream is people who got the season pass get some free vouchers to send in questions if they use code FLOCK on flockfantasy.com. So a bunch of the people have free vouchers from that for free questions. And then also we do the free giveaways. For every 100 likes we hit on the stream, we give away the free questions that way as well. So you'll see the majority of these questions I answer are free, but it's either because people have the season pass or they got it through the giveaway on the stream. Now, Legion of Boom, well, we already answered that. We're going to go with Hampton. Manny coming through. This is Jones, Tyreek, Andrews versus Amari Hampton, Rome Odunze, and Tyler Warren. So give me Hampton over Tyreek. Give me Rome over Aaron Jones. Give me Tyler Warren over Mark Andrews. I think you're upgrading 3 spots with the Hampton side. So give me Amari and Hampton. Now, Zach with the trade. This is Roman at 3rd versus Bryce Young. I have in a second. I have Bryce Young and Rome ranked back-to-back in Dynasty Superflex leagues. I don't know what your exact league settings are here. I'm assuming this is Dynasty Superflex, which in that case, I think you just probably take Bryce in the second. It says failed to update question status. So let me log out and log back in real quick. See if we got anything to talk about here. I could do a little underdog ad spiel for y'all, but to be honest with you, I don't have the energy for it. I'm just going to try my absolute hardest to power through at minimum a 5-hour stream for you here. That's the goal. I'm going to do my best for it. because we got a lot of team reviews waiting for us, and I cannot afford to keep falling behind. So, to be honest, I probably got to start speeding this thing up a bit because we've never had this many questions on the site. I've given away way too many free questions. Okay, now XX Jizzles coming in. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but we're going to go James Cook here over Pollard. Wide receiver, we go Metcalf and Pickens. And then for the flex, we're going to take the 3-down workload with Tony Pollard, even in a tough matchup and a bad offense. Now, Jay Ledge, this is Chase versus Ted McMillan and CeeDee Lamb. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, but it's a 12-team league. With the Micah Parsons trade, I think you just have a ridiculous amount of passing volume in Dallas. So we're going to go with Lamb and Ted. Now, our twins, this is Allen, Tracy, Golden versus Lamar, Jacobs, and London. Allen, Lamar, tomato, Jacobs versus Tracy, Jacobs by a mile, London or Golden, London by a mile. So it's going to be the Lamar side so easily. Keeley with the start set. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. Auto start Worthy with no Rice. We're going to go Kincaid over Theo Johnson. Cut Theo Johnson. You can find someone better on waivers. And then for the 2 flex spots, I think we're going to take the combo of Igbuka and Tracy, even though I don't love the matchup for Tracy. But it looks like we had 500 likes on the stream. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. We'll give away some more free questions. We're going to go Caleb over May here. We can kind of go back and forth with that. I don't love the Caleb matchup. And then down in the flex, I'm going to take Calvin Ridley over Matthew Golden. I hate the Calvin Ridley matchup against Denver, but I don't know if we can just jam in the rookie. D Mansauer, this is Jalen Warren, Shaheed versus Ramondre and Olave. Definitely going to be the Olave and Ramondre side. I don't know if Shaheed's somebody that you can actually ever predict when he's going to be viable in fantasy. I think he's more of a best ball play. Now, Falsey, I'm assuming we're starting one between RJ Harvey, Rome, and DJ Moore. And in that case, we're going to go with DJ Moore. I think Rome is the highest ceiling, but DJ Moore has given us the long track record. Evie Freeman, this is Henderson, Bucky, Drake London versus Chase Brown, CeeDee Lamb. Oh, this is the CeeDee Lamb and Chase Brown side. Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Tomato. Would I rather have Drake London, Trevion, or CeeDee Lamb in a 10-team league? CeeDee Lamb. But let's pick somebody to win. We got the one and only here as the winner for the giveaway. Let me see if I can find you on the site. Yes, sir. I got you. Looks like you got the season pass. So you should have already had some free starts at trade question vouchers waiting for you in your account. But I'd be super happy to set you up some more. Thanks for hanging out with us in the stream, my friend. Okay, let's move this over to our next one. Hunter C3. This is Hampton, Nico versus Barkley and Higgins. Higgins, Hampton, tomato. Barkley versus Nico. Give me Barkley, not close. So I'm going to go Saquon Barkley. Warlike Sermon. This is Devonta Smith, Zach Charbonnet versus RJ Harvey, Josh Downs. It really is going to come down to what you think with Harvey. I think the Smith and Charbonnet side has the higher ceiling, to be honest. So we're going to go with Smith and Sharps. Now, Peast coming through. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I guess our options down here for the flex spot are like Marv at wide receiver, running back. That's about it. Yeah, so you go Marv over like Igbuka and Matthew Golden for the flex for sure. Now, Bear Down says, Brian Thomas Jr., London, the 112, 201, all elite running backs were gone. Uncle proposed this. My running backs are Walker and Henderson. London to Bucky, tomato, up to you. Nick Chubb to Leggett, tomato, up to you. I'd probably rather have Chubb. So if you really think you need to upgrade running back, I'm not going to fault you for making this deal. I think it's definitely a fair trade. But the fact of the matter is, like, Drake London could just absolutely smash. I think you have some concerns surrounding the offensive line getting degraded with the injuries in Atlanta. But I do think that this is a very fair trade, and it's going to be up to you. John says, don't have any vouchers in my account, even though I purchased with the season pass. So the reason is you most likely did not use promo code FLOCK. So if you go through and watch any video I ever said promoting the season pass, so I'd use code FLOCK when you sign up, and I'll answer your start set questions and trade questions for free. So you most likely did not use code FLOCK. Let's move this over with... again, I think this is a fair deal. It's up to you. I don't think you need running back, though. If you have Kenneth Walker and you have Trevion, you shouldn't stress. Now, Wolf Piss Missile coming through here for the tight end spots. We're going to go with Britton Strange over Mason Taylor. And then here for the flex, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Michael Pittman Jr. over Keon. Now, shorty with the trade. This is Trevion versus Tracy and Chris Olave. I'm going to go with Trevion here relatively easily. I think that Scatterboo could make Tracy kind of irrelevant halfway through the year if it turns into a committee. Now, Miller Lite coming through here. I would actually play, it's going to be Dobbins or Judy. Judy has a perfect matchup. Dobbins is a good matchup as well. It's a full PPR format. Honestly, I'd probably go with Jerry Judy. You're going up against the Bengals. You have Joe Flacco good to go week 1. Brett, this is Dak versus Lawrence. I'm going to go Lawrence week 1. I like the matchup a lot more against Carolina than against Philly. And then for the flex spot, this is a full PPR format, so we're going to take the safe reception volume with Chris Olave, even if we don't love him. Now, not Braden coming through. Here at running back, we are going to play Ford over Caleb Johnson and Dylan Sampson week 1. And then obviously we keep the wide receivers there in the flex spots. Intelligent Bookcase is going Leggett, Judy versus Cortland Sutton. You're going to get me Sutton easily. Like Leggett, somebody who just picked up off the waiver wire. If you can parlay that, that's easy. Scafey, this is Jonathan Taylor versus Jaden Daniels and DeAndre Swift. Quarterback currently is Kyler. So if quarterback currently is Kyler, I think I'm going to take the Jonathan Taylor side of this. I think the points per game gap's larger between Taylor and Swift than it is between Kyler and Daniels. Now, Rat Legs, we're choosing between Kyler and Goff. I'm going to go Kyler. You only have a 22.5 point implied team total for the Lions week 1. And then going over to the flex, we're going to play DeAndre Swift here. I think DeAndre Swift is just simply going to be an auto lock. Okay. And let me move this over. Now, 19 Nick 48s. We need 2 flex spots. It's going to be Marv and Devonta Smith. I don't think, like, Ricky Pearsall is an exciting potential breakout candidate. But with Smith, we've had such, and I mean such, a large runway of production. Squirtle says, just got offered, was wondering if it's worth reaching on Brian Thomas Jr. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Yeah, this is easily Brian Thomas. I mean, Benson's almost a 0 in this deal. Would I rather have Waddle and Kittle or Brian Thomas in the rookies? Give me Brian Thomas in the rookies. I'm pretty damn confident one of Loveland or Tyler Warren will turn into an every week starter. Stellarus, this is CMC and Devontae Adams versus Bijan Robinson. 10-team league, you would drop Ollie Gordon, but what's the typical waiver wire option that you have here? You have like Evan Ingram on the waiver wire. So I think I'd probably go with Bijan. But CMC like will be higher than Bijan Robinson in my week 1 rankings. Now, Adley, this is Worthy versus Marvin Harrison. I'm going to go with Harrison. If it was week 1 when you had no Rice, I would take Worthy there, but eventually you're going to get Rice back in the offense. Okay, now let's refresh this. And we got some more questions to go through. D-Spay, this is Byshell Tuden versus DJ Giddens and Isaac Tesla. Isaac Tesla's not even worth a Ross spot if it's a redraft format. I'd rather just take the best player with Byshell Tuden. If this is a dynasty league and you wanted 2 bites at the apple with the prospects with Giddens and Tesla, I'm not going to fault you for it. But if it's a redraft format, give me Byshell Tuden. Now, in Rossi here, this is George Kittle, Caleb Johnson versus Isaiah Pacheco and Sam Laporta. Give me Pacheco over Caleb Johnson, Kittle over Laporta. I think that is a larger gap between the two. Week 1, Caleb Johnson's a 0, but as the season goes on, I think Caleb can expand his role. So we're going to go Kittle and Caleb. Now, Serene, this is JCM and Kenneth Walker versus Bucky Irving. We're going to take Bucky Irving here, especially in your league settings. I mean, I have JCM. I'd love to get a price point like that for him. XFL says, Knicks, Jacob, Swift, London, Neighbors, Higgins. On the bench, we have Rice. Trade for CMC now that we have depth. Yeah, I mean, hell yeah. If you have the depth, you trade London for CMC kind of regardless of what your roster setup is. So let's go with CMC here easily. Now, Kai says running back flex combo, Hampton, Henderson, Brees, Egbuka. I would go Brees over Egbuka week 1. Obviously, we are expecting Brees to be in a committee. He is going to be the lead back in said committee, though. It is going to be a very low-scoring offense, which is kind of my main concern here against Pittsburgh. Now, Chris, we're trading Allen, Daniels, A.J. Brown. Would I rather have Jalen Warren and A.J. Brown or Malik Neighbors? Malik Neighbors. Josh Allen or Jaden Daniels? Give me Josh Allen, but I think that they're in a comparable tier. So for me with this, I'm going to go with Daniels and Malik. Now, Brian Pullis coming through. Here for the flex, we are choosing between Tet and Sutton. I really wanted to just say, you go with the veteran. You take the guy you had the track record from. There's no reason to take the risk on Tet McMillan if the question's going to be this close with the players in the same tier. Now, with that being said, though, I mean, Tet is just in such a good spot with the matchup and everything. I'd probably still go Sutton. No, I'm going to go Tet. It's close. They're going to be in the same tier in my rankings. It's going to be something I have to think a lot about. Money shot, this is Xavier Worthy and Loveland versus Kittle in a league where you only start 2 receivers, 1 flex. It's going to be Kittle. And you know I love me some Xavier Worthy and Loveland. Ratty Daddy with the start set. Here, quarterback, Kyler. Down in the flex, we're choosing between Brees, Ricky Pearsall, Matthew Golden. I'm going to go Brees week 1, and we could possibly pivot over to the receivers once we see the breakout. R. Simmons says, no longer playing fantasy. How do I cancel subscription? If you go to the account page, there's a button that says manage payments. And on the manage payments section, you can cancel your subscription, change your subscription, whatever you want to do. It's Archie. This is Goff, Tracy, Kenneth Walker versus Lamar and Tony Pollard. It's going to be very easily Lamar for me. Because we look at Pollard versus Tracy. Give me Pollard. Would I rather have Kenneth Walker and Jared Goff or Lamar Jackson? It's going to be Lamar Jackson and not remotely close there. So, yeah, I don't think I have to think about this too much. I think you just go Lamar and Pollard and move on. Heavy D, this is Devonta Smith, Terry McLaurin versus JSN. Give me JSN. 8-team league. Like the waiver wire option. You can pick up Josh Downs for free. So, yeah, you just get the best player. Chris with the start set. Here for the flex. We'll go ahead and we'll play Chris. Actually, no, we're going to go Ricky Pearsall with the banged up Juwan Jennings. Slasho says, couldn't get a trade for a running back, so we need help with the flex. I'll go Ricky Pearsall week 1. But I think you are going to have to kind of be going back and forth between Golden, Rome, and Pearsall through the beginning of the season until we finally figure out who the starter is. The Ham Slapper did not actually put players in here for us to consider. I'm going to give you a free start set question voucher again, my friend, and try submitting that one more time with the options in there. I'm Ibaka. This is James Cook versus Chuba Hubbard and Jalen Warren. 12-team, start 8 formats. The depth's going to matter a little bit more. We have Ginty, though, so, I mean, we have okay running back depth for the time being. I think I'd rather have James Cook here in the long term. The only way I go with the Jalen Warren side is if I'm desperate for a start early. Okay, so Ep is coming through. Here for the flex, I'm going to go with Devonta Smith week 1. I don't think it's going to take very long at all for Trevion Henderson to take over as your guy, though. Big route, we go Kenneth Walker week 1. Tony Pollard would be the call if it didn't have a bad matchup. And we're going to honestly end up going Dobbins and Pollard anyway. And I think we bench Ridley here because you have to go up against the Broncos. J Money, this is Lamb versus Taylor and Pickens. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take CeeDee Lamb in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I think he's in a different tier than these other names. MTRX Hitman. Here, our best option on the bench currently is Travis Hunter. We have Austin Eckler as well. I have Eckler 1 spot ahead of RJ Harvey. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat right now, who would you start week 1? Are you going to go Eckler against the Giants? Are you going to go Harvey against the Titans? Or are you going to go with Travis Hunter against the Panthers? Please let me know in the chat. Harvey, Eckler, Hunter, Harvey, Hunter, Hunter, Harvey, Hunter, Eckler, Hunter, Hunter, Eckler, Harvey, Harvey, Eckler, Harvey, 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 Hunter, Hunter, Eckler, Hunter, Hunter, Hunter. Looks like the majority of people are on Hunter, but the fact of the matter is, I have no freaking idea. I think it's your personal preference. Like, I'm not going to tell you, like, I frankly don't know. Now, Robin coming through with the start set. Here, wide receiver, Worthy is an auto start with no Rice. I'm going to play Devonta Smith over Egbuka and Hunter week 1. And then down in the flex, the running backs aren't appealing, so we're going to go with Egbuka here. Now, CG says lots of options at wide receiver and not running back. So it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Nico to Chase Brown, clear downgrade. Brees to Evans, clear upgrade. This is a 2-for-2 swap. That's just up to you. Like, realistically, I think in the short term, it's going to look like the Chase Brown, Mike Evans side wins this. Once you eventually get Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan back in Tampa, and the target share gets this diminished just a little bit. I think there you could possibly see this flipping to the Nico side. So for that reason, I think I'm going to go with the best player. But it's honestly a 2-for-2 swap that I think is just up to you. Now, Tanner says thoughts. Don't know if I like Marv over JSN, JT over HN. I'm giving me JSN over Marv personally. Give me HN over Taylor personally. If it's an 8-team league, Bo Nix literally doesn't matter. So give me HN and JSN in an 8-team league. Now, Drunk, this is Puka, Aaron Jones, Ollie Gordon versus Trevion, Brees, Tet McMillan. 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Ollie Gordon literally is meaningless in this deal. Puka, locked and loaded wide receiver 1. We're trading for a high upside running back 2, high upside wide receiver 2, and high upside RB2s. The depth that we currently have with this team, if we don't make this deal, is we are sitting with Ginty, Aaron Jones, Spears, and Judkins at running back. I think it's a fair trade, and I think based off how your team is situated, I'm completely okay here if you wanted to send the best player and you get 3 viable assets because you are dealing with so many players that won't be playing at the beginning of the year. Hungin says, worried about rookie running backs. Should we make a trade? No, you're good. Trevion as your RB3 puts you in a great spot. Go with Garrett Wilson at receiver, and then down here in the flex, I think you're going to go ahead and you're going to play Trevion. If you want to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade from like Rome and Trevion for a better flex, then you can go for it. But I think you're completely fine. You have the rookie running backs like Ginty, Hampton that are going to hit the ground running. Okay. And let's refresh this, see if we can get some more questions loaded in. May have to close this out. I probably should not have gone with the Topo Chico and kombucha combo, as it looks like I am now going to be having beautiful, beautiful burps for y'all the rest of this live stream, which I'm sure everybody here is very excited about, including myself. Okay, now my questions aren't loading. We may have to try to do this on Google Chrome. Come on, Sai. Maybe we can answer some of the questions in the chat. Raphael says, when are the week 1 rankings dropping? The developers are working on getting the week 1 rankings out on flogfantasy.com right now. Will hopefully be sooner rather than later. Zabronsky, if you're having any issues with your vouchers, please send in a ticket in the side issue section on the Discord. Cameron says, how much for a team review? I would not recommend buying a team review itself. If you were really interested and you have a season pass, team review is $55 if you use code FLOCK. But I would just upgrade to an annual Mother Flocker, and you get access to the site and everything for 12 months. You get free additional start set trade question vouchers, and you get a free team review as well if you upgraded from season pass to an annual Mother Flocker. Or if you have nothing on the site, I would just get an annual Mother Flocker if you really wanted a team review, since it comes with it. Okay, Braden says, submitted a start set, but did it wrong. Ibuka or Henderson in the flex in a full PPR. I think we've gone back and forth with this 10 times now in this stream, but probably Henderson, or honestly, I think we go Ibuka if it's full PPR. But we're going to keep on going back and forth with that. Okay, we're going to have to now try to get this to load on this site. And please let me know if y'all have any more questions in the chat. Okay, Dev's just pushed out a fix for the rankings page. Okay. CXB, if you're having an issue linking your ESPN teams, I would recommend using Google Chrome. So here's what we're going to do right now. Let's see if I can pull this up on the advice. Okay, sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay. See, drop a question if you have one in the chat. Easton says Bucks record this year, Mason. So division, just go team by team. Atlanta, I'm honestly not super bullish on Atlanta. The Saints are literally nothing. What do they have the Bucks for with sportsbooks right now? Let me look up NFL totals. And let's see. They have the Bucks over under 9.5 wins. Which there aren't that many teams with win totals that high. That's the same as the Chargers, Broncos, Bengals, Commanders, Rams. The only teams with a higher win total are the Bills, Ravens, Eagles, Chiefs, Niners, Packers, Lions. Trey says, Henderson's over-under is 40.5 yards. Is that free money or is Ramondre getting a bigger role than we initially believed? Let me see what it is on Underdog. What is it on Underdog? And of course, I will say that if y'all aren't already, I know I'm annoying the hell out of y'all with this, but it is the right time for me to be doing so because this is the biggest week that we have had in a year with Underdog promos. And it's always like the number one time to do it is the initial kickoff of the NFL season if you're going to take advantage of these. So if you're not already on Underdog, and if you were considering it, now's kind of the time. Henderson is much higher on Underdog than whatever you're saying. Henderson's projections on Underdog are higher lower 42.5 rushing yards, higher lower 22.5 receiving yards, and higher lower 65.5 total yards. So, yeah, I don't know where you're getting 40 total yards from. If it's higher lower 40 total yards, you definitely take the higher. But Underdog has them at higher lower 65.5. But again, for week one, with the promos that they have a free Saquon Barkley gimme pick for the Thursday night game, 50% profit boost token for the Thursday night game as well, 50% profit boost token for the Friday game, 100% profit boost token for the Saturday game, and additional promos for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Plus, if you use code FLOCK when you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting the best new user offer that they've ever had. And that is after you play your first $5, you get $50 added to your account. So highly recommend taking advantage of it. Again, I'm going to be super annoying with all this week one, because if there is a time to be hopping on and checking out the Underdog promos, it's now. With all those promos, with the $50 added into your account after you play 5. And if you got the season pass on flockfantasy.com, go over and look at the guides section. And here, fill out this Google form. That will get you a free $10 Underdog credit. All you got to do is put in your flockfantasy.com email address and your Underdog username, hit submit, and you will get your $10 added into your Underdog account in a couple of weeks when I send all the usernames over to Underdog. And that isn't just for new people. That's for if you've been on Underdog for years with us, or if yeah, it doesn't matter how long you've been on. You can get it. Get that. And let me pull this around. And it looks like we just hit 600 likes on the stream. So if you haven't already, go down, drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we will go ahead and we will get you set up with some free vouchers. And let me pull that up on the site real quick. Okay. Flock users. Okay, got this. See, we got Keeley as the winner. And let me see if I can find you, my friend. Keeley, just found you. And just sent you over some free vouchers. I think maybe I've already given you free vouchers. I don't know. But it looks like you already sent in a free start set. Unless I'm looking at this wrong. Okay. And let's see if we can get to some questions in the chat real quick. And yeah, we'll get to the questions on the site in just 1 second. But again, let me answer some questions in the chat. Then we'll get to the questions on the site. Our man says, need help ASAP. Jonathan Taylor, Chris Olave for Mike Evans, RJ Harvey, and Khalil Shakir. So if I'm looking at Jonathan Taylor versus Mike Evans, Shakir, give me JT here relatively easily. Olave versus RJ Harvey, give me Harvey. But honestly, I do think that you just have the clear best player in the deal being Jonathan Taylor. So I think we are going to go with the Taylor side of that. Nicholas, we just did the 600 giveaway. Like Shaban says, when is the week one running back and ranking wide receiver and When are the week 1 rankings coming out? The devs are working on getting those rankings out on the site right now. And hopefully I can have those posted for y'all on the site tonight. I don't know when the YouTube stuff's going to come out. Again, YouTube's just a little bit slower as I have to set them. And then I have to record the video. I have to get them over to the editor. He has to edit it. And then we have to get them on the site. I mean, on YouTube. Whereas for the site, like I can just post them immediately. So hopefully they're posted on the site now. Jess says, a best flex between Igbuka, McLaurin, or Ridley in a 10-team PPR format. So week 1, Ridley is going to have a brutal matchup against the Denver Broncos to the point where I really don't have any interest in starting Calvin Ridley, to be honest with you. It's really just going to be between Terry McLaurin and Igbuka for me. And then if we're looking at Igbuka, while he does look set up to crush with no Godwin, with no McMillan, again, I just default on the rookies. Do we really need to stress about starting them right now? Can we not just wait a little bit of time to see it first? So honestly, I'd go ahead and I'd take Terry McLaurin. Ricky says Austin Eckler or Rome Odunze. I like this question. This is a tough one. I think you have a much higher ceiling with Rome for sure. Let me pull up what the projections have for these guys. On Underdog right now, they have Rome higher or lower, 9.35 fantasy points. Full PPR format, though, you'd give the edge slightly to the receiver. Going over to Eckler, they have Eckler at 7.55. So maybe I'm too bullish on Eckler. Maybe I need to move Eckler down a bit. I think we go Rome there. And honestly, I'm going to text the editor for those rankings, because now this is the second time that I've disagreed with those rankings when it comes to Eckler. I think I was maybe a little bit too high with Eckler with our initial rankings. Yeah, I know Eckler's in the 3-split backfield, but... And while I'm hoping that Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt is the guy for sure, I was thinking that at least initially out the gate, where Eckler's been the running back in that backfield, he has the receiving skill set, obviously the veteran in the locker room. I was kind of expecting it to be Eckler early in the season and then kind of transition over to the rookie later on in the year. Okay. Sam says Stroud or Caleb week 1. 4-point passing touchdown format. I'm going to go with Caleb. You just have similar overall offensive projections, but Caleb gives you more rushing upside. Claire says, who do you recommend on X for reports? Okay, let me pull this up. Obviously, I'm sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. But the truth is, I would say this regardless if I was sponsored by them or not. In my opinion, the best Twitter account to follow for updated reports is the Underdog NFL Twitter. Not the official like Underdog Twitter that's like just at Underdog, but specifically the Underdog, at Underdog NFL. Like if I need to get like a little glimpse on what's happened in the day, if something important has happened, it will be posted here. On top of using this, a lot of times I'll go through and I'll just search players on Twitter. Like I edited the video today, so like whenever I was looking for relevant news, I would just go out there, search someone's name, something that could hopefully be relevant. But if you're just looking for one account to accumulate a bunch of news, this would be it. But let me see if we got anything else. Yeah, if you want insider updates of what's happening in the actual locker rooms, follow Mason Dodd, of course. Funny says, a little birdie told me Nathan is planning to take Judkins round 5. Warn him before it's too late. I'll try my best. But I think Omar says, just curious how far behind we are on the team reviews. I want to see it live. We are pretty far behind on the team reviews. And right now, it looks like the devs just had to go ahead and update the database because the site had more traffic than it's ever had. But we are back and good to go. So let's go ahead and let's pull this back up on the site. And let's get back over to this. And I'm going to be a little bit sketched out of the site timestamps, but hopefully we're fine. And Isaiah FC with a trade question. This is Dak and Tyreek versus Josh Allen. Did you all see today that this is going to be the first year that Tyreek has not been a team captain for Miami since like 2022? So everything coming out of Miami is just not good vibes for Tyreek Hill. I'm just going to go ahead and take Josh Allen. Now, Brady Biff with the trade. This is Calvin Ridley, Ray Davis versus David Montgomery and Ricky Pearsall. Ridley, Pearsall, give me Ridley, but it's close. Montgomery, Ray Davis, give me Montgomery, and it's not close. So I'm going to go with the Montgomery side. Whole pluggers, I'm assuming we're just needing one play between these three, and in that case, we're going to be going with Egbuka. Anakin, Women and the Children to Skywalker says, got most of my lineup set. We just need a little help with the flex spot. Thank you, my friend. I think here you're going to go ahead. You're going to play Cortland Sutton. Again, Jamison Williams is very exciting, but you do have the Denver Broncos projecting out to score significantly more points than the Lions this week. And at the same time, if we're going to be looking at Sutton in comparison to Jamison, you're going to have a higher target share in his offense. Now, the Scoots Cood, this is Bo Nix versus Jared Goff. You give me Bo Nix here, better offense, more rushing upside. And then here, wide receiver Mike Evans is an auto start. And then Tet versus Sutton. I honestly think I'm going to go Tet week 1. But it is so close. Okay. Now, Aaron Hernandez cuffs coming through. Here for the flex, it's Tyreek versus Tet. I'm going to go with Tyreek. Again, I am nervous. I don't want to call Tyreek Hill like a wide receiver 1 lock like he has been historically. But, I mean, it would take some stones to play Tet over him week 1. Stones that I do not have. Now, Jadovo Key coming through. Here, I think we're going to go ahead and week 1. Oh, my gosh. I'm going to take Keon Coleman. I actually will play Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt over Caleb Johnson, too. I think you have to bench Caleb Johnson week 1. A bad game environment, and at the same time, obviously, we're expecting Jalen Warren to be the starter early. Now, Doug P. coming through. Wide receiver, you have to play J-Mo over Deebo Samuel now that McLaurin's going to go week 1. I don't even know who else you could start. Okay. Now, I am Abi coming through with our next start set question. Here for the flex, Cortland Sutton would be appealing to get in, but realistically, honestly, I would play Sutton over Egbuka. Again, with Sutton, he was averaging like 16 points per game over the back half of the year once you had the Bo Nix true breakout. Now, Svelte Kettle Drum here for the flex between DJ Moore and Cortland Sutton. I'm going to probably go ahead and play Sutton. The Denver Broncos project out to be a top 10 offense this week. We're going to go Purdy over Stroud here pretty easily for Showtime. And then the flex spots, we're going to take the combo of Tet McMillan, and I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall over Calvin Ridley, considering the matchup against Denver. Nick Sava says, New Year, Mason. I'm back again. Hope you're well. Hope you're well, my friend. Here for the 2 flex spots, a full PBR format. So I think we're going to go Chris Olave and George Pickens. For the Lions, actually, I would play Jalen Warren over David Montgomery. So we don't even need to talk about Montgomery. Chetley here for the flex. Between Flowers, Egbuka, Rice, it is close. I'm completely fine if you wanted to keep Flowers in, though, because you have a really good game environment against the Buffalo Bills where it should have the highest over-under of any game on the week. So there's a chance that you actually do have to see a decent amount of Lamar Jackson dropbacks. Now, Kai9 coming through with the next question. This is Jordan Mason, Ricky Pearsall, Devontae Adams versus DeAndre Swift and JSN. Give me Swift over Ricky Pearsall. Give me JSN over Devontae Adams. Jordan Mason's not bridging the gap. Give me the best player, which is JSN here. Now, Dilly here for the flex. Travis Hunter or Ricky Pearsall. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Ricky Pearsall with the banged up Juwan Jennings. But also, both players have very wide ranges of outcomes. Travis Hunter is a great matchup against Carolina. Now, Alec Gunky says, I have 3 running backs, Gibbs, Chuba left, but Worthy, JMO at wide receiver 2. This is easily Jamar Chase. It frankly doesn't matter. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, and you have like Gibbs, Chuba left, you just take Jamar Chase here easily. Shoney here has Stephon Diggs on the bench. I'm not going to play Diggs over Hunter, Hampton, Metcalf, or Chase. So you're going to leave this as is. Now, Peast, this is Caleb and Marv versus Kyron and Debo. Give me Kyron over Marv. Debo versus Caleb. Give me Caleb, but I think I'd rather just take the Kyron side. Again, you are having to just get the breakout from Marv, and if it doesn't happen, you are just getting like trashed there. Now, Running Lamp, this is Barkley, AJ Brown versus CMC and Brian Thomas. I think Barkley's in a different tier than CMC. I think Brian Thomas is in a different tier than AJ Brown. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather have here? Would you have Barkley and AJ Brown or Christian McCaffrey and Brian Thomas? Please let me know. We got CMC, Barkley, CMC, Barkley, Barkley, CMC, Barkley, CMC. So it looks like the majority of the people are on the McCaffrey side, which I was kind of hoping y'all were going to say Barkley and hype me up for the Flock League. I am honestly scared because I'm playing Sal week 1 in the Flock League, and obviously he made the bold call of taking McCaffrey ahead of Barkley. So we'll see what happens. Now, Justin wins here for the flex. I think you go Keenan out the gate. I mean, with Keenan Allen, you have the big Q and Ladd McConkey both banged up. Now, Serene Celsius here at quarterback. We're going to take Bo Nix. Tight end, Tyler Warren over Pitts easily. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Sutton in a full PPR format over Pacheco. John for the flex. I'm going to go with, oh dear gosh. Full PPR format, maybe give me George Pickens. I don't like the matchup against Philly. But with no Micah Parsons, you assume that they do have to throw the ball a bunch. Now, Authentic Fox, running back, we'll take Travis Etienne in a high-scoring game environment. Tight end, we're going to go Tucker Kraft. And then down in the flex, full PPR league, I may start Bateman over Caleb Johnson in a game against the Bills where they're going to have to throw the ball a bunch. Now, Cole P trading Amon-Ra for JSN and Kittle. I'd take Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think Amon-Ra is in a different tier. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, though I understand wanting to get the elite tight end. X-Man says, can you help me link my ESPN? It's not working. Yeah, I'll explain this real quick, but again, I do want to reiterate that if you have any issues with flockfantasy.com and you need some help with something, it's going to be much, much easier for you to open a support ticket in the Discord than it would be to try to get me to answer you on the live stream. Just go to the Discord and submit a ticket in the side issue section. But obviously, go to the My Teams page on flockfantasy.com. You go ahead, hit manage. If you're on Sleeper, just copy and paste your Sleeper League ID here. Super simple. Yahoo, you just hit submit. It will take you to Yahoo. You log in, and Yahoo will send us all of your leagues. ESPN, a little bit of pain in the butt. Those other two take 10 seconds. This one will take about 90 seconds. You have to sign into flockfantasy.com on one window, sign into ESPN on another window, hit get extension, then open the extension and hit the sync button, and then it will sync your ESPN leagues with flockfantasy.com. I would recommend doing this on desktop, and I'd recommend doing this on Google Chrome. You only have to do it once, and then you're linked forever, and you can access it on your phone. You can access it on any browser. But yeah, just hopefully that helps. Taylor says, can you tell FSC to do their reviews? They slack like crazy. Hey, you got to get in there. You're not me. If you have a team review waiting on FSC, I promise you shoot Danny a message on Twitter. He will see it and he will respond within 10 seconds. So if you got a team review or anything from somebody on the site and you want them to answer it quicker, shoot them a message. Do not ask me. Now, Mella Braden, this is Trevion versus Egbuka here for the flex spot. I've gone back and forth with this 10 times. I think I just have to finally stamp it. I think we go Egbuka in a full PPR format. He's going to be an every down player pretty much out the gate. But I'll probably change my mind in 30 seconds. Now, Nick Jordan coming through. Here we're going to take Tracy over Jordan Mason, Tank, Benson, and Braylon. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with, I'm actually going to go Devonta Smith over DK Metcalf. I don't like the matchup for Metcalf going up against the Jets where it has the lowest over-under of any game on the week. Kavig says, Mike Evans, wide receiver 2, Shakir's the flex, or hope JCM works. You have to take Gibbs on this trade. If you could keep T. Higgins and they keep Cortland Sutton, where you trade Gibbs and JCM for Alvin Kamara and Chase Brown, go for it. But you can't downgrade at wide receiver as well. You'd just be losing too much value. Bo knows with the start set. We're going to go Dallas Goedert over Tucker Kraft for me. Maybe I'm a little... Actually, no, we're going to go Kraft, especially with the Jaden Reed injury. Ignore me. We're going to go Marv and Devonta Smith at wide receiver in a full PPR format. I think, oh my gosh, you could pivot to Tony Pollard as well over Smith. Let me see what the underdog projection is with Pollard. Like, you just have such a nice workload with no Spears, but at the same time, you're just in what projects to be the lowest scoring offense in the entire league. Tony Pollard's currently higher, lower, 80.5 total yards. Yeah, you have to play Pollard over Smith in that case. You are just straight up looking at a 3-down workload. Now, the Horn Slapper here for the flex. We have Brian Robinson in there right now. If Josh Downs plays, you play Josh Downs over Brian Robinson easily. And if Josh Downs misses, I may even still play Ollie Gordon over Brian Robinson. Now, the Sacred Hot Dog, Egbuka versus Tony Pollard. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Actually, I can't even tell you. It's not linked. I'd probably go with Tony Pollard. I just think positional scarcity-wise, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get the running back, especially with Spears on the IR. Now, Paul coming through. Tyreek's going to still be somebody that you have to start week 1. I don't know if we can say that he has like the elite wide receiver 1 ceiling that he once did, but I'm still playing him the first week of the season for sure. Now, Poppy Polito, this is Montgomery, Jacoby Myers versus Egbuka and JCM. Give me JCM over Myers. Give me Egbuka over Montgomery. So we're going to go with Egbuka and JCM here. Now, Jay Austin says, in general, what would you want to upgrade Montgomery to a next tier running back would be? Okay, so if we're looking at like trying to upgrade Montgomery with a wide receiver, like if you could go Montgomery and Garrett Wilson and get to Kyron Williams, Montgomery and Garrett Wilson get it to Mari and Hampton, Montgomery and Jamison Williams to get to James Cook, I think those would be some ideas in general that you'd be looking at. Now, R. White coming through here, tight end. We're going to go Tyler Warren over Loveland week 1, where you don't have to worry about Komet in Indy. The franchise, this is trading Travis Etienne, George Pickens for Achane and Jaden Reed. Yeah, this is going to be the Achane side, not even really close. I'd rather have Achane straight up over Pickens and Etienne. Etienne at this point could just straight up be the backup running back for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I really hope he's not. I really hope he has a really large role. I mean, I obviously traded for him in the Flock League, but at this point, I think you just have to kind of treat him as a backup running back that if anything comes from him, like, it's a win if you just get anything. Let's refresh this. And I already know we are going to be so far behind on team reviews. Like team reviews, we are going to have to rifle through them. Now, Phoenix Lance says 0.2 points per carry, big play bonuses to consider as well. Okay. Tight ends, I'm going to be going with Tyler Warren over Kincaid, especially if you have big play bonuses. 0.2 points per carry. I'm playing the running back over the wide receiver for sure. Here, you easily go with Trevion Henderson over Egbuka in a point per carry format. Dog, we're going to go with Kenneth Walker as the auto start and James Cook as the other play in the flex. You just have to take the guaranteed volume. Chris with the trade question, needs some help. This is a Martin Hampton, Tyreek Hill versus Devon Achane. I don't know the exact league settings here. Chris, are you in the live chat right now? Can you let me know what are the settings that you're playing with? Because if this is like a 14-team format, I'm definitely going to go with the Hampton and Tyreek side. But if this is like a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, then there it is maybe a little tougher. Okay. And I need to see something real quick. Give me 1 second. Thank God. The devs have cooked. Shout out the dev team. I was worried that with the site going down for like a couple minutes, because we had never had so many of y'all on it at once, we had to upgrade the database, that like the auto messages were going to be off with the reviews. So like, here's like an example of this and how it works. And so I wanted to test this on another monitor, make sure that this was good. So like, this was the dog question we just answered, right? From Dog Fan, right here. I mean, you could see this Dog Fan 22, right? We just answered that. So I went to the My Reviews section on the advice thing. This is where you'll see your answer. Sends an automated message, says, hey man, thanks for being a member of Flock. Answered your question on my live stream. You can watch it following the link. Click the link, and I was like, okay, maybe the timestamp's going to be off because the site was down for a bit. And it takes it right to the second that we answered his question. God, that's so good. I was a little bit worried about that. Okay. But let me see if I can find Chris's league settings. Okay, I don't see his league settings here, so in the chat. So in that case, in a vacuum, I think it's probably the Hampton Tyreek side, unless it's an extremely shallow league. Yeah, if Chris isn't in the chat, we're not going to be able to get that clarity, but hopefully it helps. And God, I'm so happy that it's incredible how that freaking setup works with the thing. I thought it was going to be off, like with the timestamp, because of the us having to upgrade the database. But King Bob Goat coming through. We're going to go Purdy over Drake May for week 1. And then for the flex, I'm going to take Egbuka here. If Jennings is out, you can pivot over to Ricky Pearsall. Now, Jack, we're going to go Lamar at quarterback. Running back, we're going to take Bijan Chase Brown as auto starts. Wide receiver, we have Evans and Harrison as auto starts. Tight end, Andrews. And then here for the flex, it's going to be between Devonta Smith, Matthew Golden, and RJ Harvey. And I think you just take the veteran that we've had the long track record from. Now, near steeple, here running back, we go Tony Pollard over Jerome Ford, and you just get the 3-down workload. And then wide receiver, you got Kupp in a full PPR format. Jaden Reed, we're not playing, coming off the broken foot. I think I go Jerome Ford. I mean, what's shaky with Ford is obviously he's in the worst offense in the league, or one of them. But you actually do have the Browns projected out score 20 points this week. The over-under of that game is pretty high. And it's because you're going up against arguably the worst defense in the league with Cincinnati. Now, R. White, we need 2 starts. I'm going to take Tony Pollard and Terry McLaurin over and Tet McMillan over Devonta Smith, as much as I love Smith. Now, I just Lloyd says, what should I trade for Brown? He needs a running back badly. Running back, if you could go like Trevion and Devonta Smith, I would love to do that. I would trade any combination of any running back and wide receiver on our team, not named Achane or Malik Neighbors. If you could combine any 2 running backs and receivers on your team, not named Achane and Neighbors, for Amon-Ra St. Brown, I would. Now, C. Peterson coming through. Quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Kyler over Caleb. Running back, Chuba, get the guaranteed 3-down workload. High-scoring game environment. Over-under on the game is crazy. And then going over to the flex, we're just going to take Jalen Waddle here in a full PPR format. And I think we can actually get over to some of the team questions. So we've only been live here for a solid 2 hours, and we are just now getting to these team reviews. So, we're just getting ramped up. This is a Dynasty trade. We're going to save this for the Dynasty stream. That's the Dynasty one, saving it for Dynasty. But we can start with this one. This is coming from Attract. Thank you, my friend, for being a member of the flock. Excited to take a look at your team here for you. It's going to be a deeper league as well. We are currently the 4th team in the league analyzer, but this is a 12-team start 9 format. So wide receiver depth actually matters a lot in this league. So I like the fact we're not rostering a backup quarterback. I like the fact we're not rostering a backup tight end. Instead, we have Kyler and McBride here. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, this is going to be the weakest position on our team. We have Pacheco, Aaron Jones, Judkins, Ramadre. So we just have 2 running backs that are okay enough for us to get by with, but obviously we are not excited about. And then going over to receiver, we have Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers, Shaheed, Hollywood, and Demario Douglas. Looking at the waiver wire options, for me, I think you can hold on to Demario Douglas here if you really wanted to, but I would possibly be interested in one of the Chargers receivers. Overall, waiver wire wise, I don't think you do anything with this team. And I would say if this was a league in which you started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, man, it would be garbage. It'd be like, why the hell do we have this much value at wide receiver? Why are we number 1 in the league analyzer here, wide receiver, and number 12 at running back? But because you can start 5 receivers here weekly, and this is a full PPR format, this is the perfect setup for your league settings. This is exactly what I would want, because obviously we're going to have to be a little bit weak somewhere. You can't just be the number 1 team at every single position across your entire league. So in this kind of setup where we have to pick and choose where we are going to be weak, I would probably prefer to be weak at running back, quarterback, and tight end if it means that we can be incredibly strong at wide receiver. There are no waiver wire options that are clear to make for this team. The only thing that I would potentially bring up is, while right now it looks like we're going to be able to get by at running back, and that's all you need in this league, where you have so many wide receivers that you can get into your lineup, you just need to be able to get by at RB. If that were to change, where maybe Aaron Jones falls off of map, maybe Isaiah Pacheco doesn't bounce back, like, you don't have a lot of flexibility here with the running back depth on this team. Judkins could potentially be a 0, and Ramondre Stevenson could potentially just be a handcuff running back, and that's it. You would potentially need to be ready to flip this and trade Trey McBride for a running back, even though we have the Kyler stack. And I think tight end in your league where you start 9 players weekly will be more of a luxury to have an elite name rather than a necessity, as if you were playing in a league where you only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But with you having additional flex spots, if one of the running backs falls off a cliff and we don't get a Judkins breakout, you will be forced to sell Trey McBride during the season for a running back. But for now, I love the way we constructed this team around wide receiver, when in my opinion, that's probably going to be the most important position considering our current setup of our settings. So let me send you over some free questions just in case you have anything else that you want to follow up with. Despite the fact that we're only 4th in the league analyzer here, I actually think you have a good team because of your settings, where if I was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would have been terrified. But let's move this over to Response. Says, just drafted my team. Want to see your thoughts and any trades you think we should make or players to target. Really appreciate you, my friend. We are the 2nd team in the league analyzer here. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, so the wide receiver depth isn't going to matter nearly as much for us. When we're sitting with Daniels at quarterback, obviously we do not need to go out there. We do not need to pick up another name. There are other quarterbacks that we could potentially stream during the Jaden Daniels bye week, or we could potentially make a move, of course, if we were to get a Jaden Daniels injury. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have Hampton, we have Trevion Henderson, we have Jordan Mason, we have Braylon Allen, we have Trey Benson. So we have our 2 locked and loaded starters with upside with Hampton and Henderson. And then Mason, Braylon, Benson are all running backs that could probably have roles weekly, but ultimately at the end of the day, you are just kind of chasing the elite handcuff appeal if the starter were to go down in front of them. Tajee Spears, you can kind of say falls in that same bucket as well. But the thing with Tajee Spears specifically is going to be that obviously you have him in the IR spot, so we don't necessarily need to even worry about him from a roster construction perspective. Then going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Brian Thomas, Rashee Rice, Matthew Golden, Luther Burden, Marvin Mims. Don't love rostering Marvin Mims in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Here again, I don't think the wide receiver depth's going to matter that much. So I potentially would have liked to cut Marvin Mims if you had an interesting running back on waivers, but the best running backs you have are Chris Rodriguez, Woody Marks, Miles Sanders. So I don't necessarily think you need to cut Marvin Mims for any of them. And then tight end, we have Tyler Ward and David Njoku. So, I mean, if there was any world that we could potentially sell David Njoku and get a 2-for-1 upgrade in the flex spot, then yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump at it. But the fact of the matter is you're probably not going to be able to sell David Njoku for anything. I don't think you have any flexibility to make a sell where we trade either a running back or a wide receiver to go get an upgrade in the flex spot, considering the fact that we have no Rashee Rice for the first 6 games. So I don't know what trade you could potentially make. I think structurally in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, this is a great team. I'm going to be concerned with the flex for sure. But I think you just have to survive the flex until we get halfway through the year and we have a couple of the rookies really taking a step forward to the next level and we get Rashee Rice coming back in week 7. So if you were to get either a bust or an injury, say Amari Hampton goes down or Trevion Henderson turns out to be a dud. We're sitting here and we're drinking the Trevion Henderson Kool-Aid, but what if we're wrong? What if he's just a turd? Not expecting that to be the case, but it is in the range of outcomes. Then in that case, what you'll probably need to do is you'll need to quickly be willing to down tier from Brian Thomas to the tier wide receivers like A.J. Brown or Ladd McConkey and pick up an additional running back starter. But we're not wanting to do that right now. We are going to be waiting to do that just in case something goes wrong. But for now, I think that you are in a really good spot where honestly, you don't have much to stress about. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you. And let me make sure that we get you sent over some free questions. I wish I had more trades, but this is back-to-back teams where I think that they were built well for the format that they were playing in. Now, Torto at the door. Happy to see. I think we just answered a question from you at the beginning of the stream. It says, this is a keeper league where I got to keep Chase Brown and Brock Bowers as 6th-round picks. So I try to mainly focus on wide receiver and high upside backs in the late rounds. Any moves we would look to make to get better? Thank you. And thanks for the great draft sheets. Well, my guy, I would love to say oh, our draft sheets are the reason that you just absolutely crushed this. Look at how good our team is. But the fact of the matter is it's probably the keepers. But we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer, and it's not even remotely close. So as we go through and look at this, what's going to be relevant for this league in particular is you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. This is a league in which you are going to be starting 8 total names. So for me, when I go ahead and I look at an option on the waiver wire, such as Josh Downs, I would say Downs is actually somebody that we for sure want to be picking up in this format. I would say in this kind of league, Josh Downs 100% could make a difference with your team. And you don't necessarily need to just be chasing the highest ceiling you could possibly get. So I would right now, today, cut Byshell Tootin and pick up Josh Downs. But obviously, quarterback, tight end, there's nothing to discuss. There's nothing to do. We have the number 1 quarterback in fantasy and the number 1 tight end in fantasy. You absolutely love to see it. Then when we go over and we look at running back, we have Chase Brown. I think completely suitable as an RB1. We have Kenneth Walker, completely suitable as an RB2. Caleb, Jordan Mason, Byshell Tootin, high upside running backs down on the bench. Again, I'd be even fine cutting Byshell Tootin to pick up Josh Downs for potentially one of the flex spots. And then going over to receiver, we have a top 3 wide receiver in fantasy with CeeDee Lamb. We have Xavier Worthy, who can be an auto start. We have Devonta Smith. We have Ibuka. And we're going to pick up Josh Downs for free, and then we have the best tight end in the league. So what the hell could I possibly say? We're the number one team in the league analyzer, not even remotely close. We have apparently the second best quarterback room, the fifth best running back room, the second best wide receiver room, and the best tight end room. There's no weak spot on the roster. The only thing I'm doing with this team is I'm cutting by Shelton and I'm picking up Josh Downs, because you could actually eventually get Josh Downs into your starting lineup here. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, I wish I had more for you, but you have by far and away the best team in this league. And I think a lot of it honestly wasn't due to our cheat sheets. I think a lot of it was due to the fact that you had just those beautiful keeper costs that put you ahead of the rest of the field. Now let's check this out for J-Dog. Says running back 2 needs some help. Should I deal some wide receivers to try to get a running back upgrade? Well, really appreciate you, my friend. Let me hook you up with some free questions here, just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with from this. But we are the number one team in the league analyzer. It's not like we are by far and away better than everybody else in the league. There's one other person that looks like they can compete with us right now. This is a 12-team league where we can start up to 8 players. So at the end of the day, I mean, depth is going to matter a bit here in this format. We have Jaden Daniels at quarterback. So we have the elite QB that we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. We have Gibbs, Tracy, ETN, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson, Dylan Sampson at running back. So we have the elite RB anchor. We have a running back that we can start early with Tracy. And then we have a bunch of bites at the apple that could potentially turn into something. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Travis Hunter, Jalen Warren, Deebo Samuel. For me, I would for sure cut Pat Bryant here. I understand that like there's not a easy locked and loaded wide receiver 2 in Denver that for sure is going to be taking the second most targets behind Courtland Sutton. I know that could easily be Pat Bryant. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if we are looking at this, you can get Christian Kirk for free. Kirk looks like he is pretty damn safe to be the wide receiver 2 behind Nico Collins, considering the fact that Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel didn't get that usage in the preseason. So I would cut Pat Bryant. I would pick up Christian Kirk. And I completely understand you wanting to go through and you wanting to trade for a running back, right? I get it. I just think you don't need to. Like, while Tyrone Tracy isn't like the most exciting start in the world at running back 2, and I can't say that Tyrone Tracy is going to be a locked and loaded stud for the rest of the season, the fact of the matter is you have like 5 other guys that could potentially turn into that. And while I think maybe like it's unlikely that Trey Benson turns into like an every week RB2 that we're excited about. It's unlikely that Jordan Mason turns into an every week RB2 that we're excited about. It's unlikely that Travis Etienne turns into an every week RB2 that we're excited about. It's unlikely that it happens with Dylan Sampson. It's unlikely with every one of these players individually, but because you have enough of them, it's probably likely that one of them does it. I can't tell you which one, but you have a ton of bites at the apple. So I'm going to leave this as is. I'm going to cut Pat Bryant. I'm going to pick up Christian Kirk. And I don't think there's anything else to talk about. I think you're in a really, really good spot here. You're the number one team in the league analyzer. And I think, honestly, dropping Pat Bryant, picking up Christian Kirk is going to put you ahead of the rest. And I don't even want to say like, hey, let's trade Jalen Waddle for a better running back. Because since it's a start 8 format, you go ahead and you make that kind of move. Then all of a sudden you may be just in a difficult spot when it comes to the flex. Like you may get better at one spot just to get worse at the other, if that makes sense. So I think you're fine as is. Now, Harris Brett asking what to improve. Appreciate you, my friend. Excited to check this out. So we are not the number one team in the league analyzer here. We are actually down at 5. It looks like there are about exactly, this is the team that's cut off. Let's see. Okay, so there are exactly like 5 teams that are exciting in this league. There's one that's really exciting. There's a team that has Chase, A.J. Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker. Like, that team's amazing. But, I mean, at least we're in the top 5 here before we have that, like, tier drop off with the value. But it is a 2 wide receiver single flex format. So this is a league where the wide receiver depth isn't going to matter much. And this is a league where we would like to sell wide receiver depth to get improvements inside the starting lineup if possible. So looking at quarterback, we have Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, when we're sitting with Mahomes, he's not at the tier of Daniels. He's not at the tier of Hurts. He's not of Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or at least he hasn't been over the past 2 seasons. And I wouldn't say the most likely outcome is he gets back to this, but we did see a 5-year stretch of Patrick Mahomes where he averaged to be the QB1 overall in fantasy. So it is still a possibility for Patrick Mahomes to get there. And I'm not giving up on that outcome for Mahomes when we had seen it happen so many times before. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have CMC, Brees. So 2 comfortable running backs that we can start at the beginning of the year. We have Caleb, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen. 3 running backs that obviously we don't want to be starting week 1, but have a lot of long-term upside. We go over to wide receiver. We have Nico Collins, JSN, Devonta Smith, Ricky Pearsall, Michael Pittman Jr., and Xavier Legette. So we have the anchor wide receiver. We have JSN to put wide receiver 2. We have Devonta Smith in the flex. We have Ricky Pearsall, Pittman, Legette as upside pieces. I would say since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, like realistically, if we had that additional running back depth piece of like Ricky Pearsall, I would go through and I would not cut Pearsall. I would try to trade Ricky Pearsall in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade elsewhere. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you're going to be able to do that with Ricky Pearsall right now. I think you're probably just going to have to wait a little bit of time, and you're actually going to have to wait for Ricky Pearsall to show you something before you were able to get him in. Then going through and looking at what we have with the tight end, we have Tyler Warren. So, I mean, obviously, I'm going to be a little bit shaky about starting the tight end day 1 out the gate. But if we were ever going to start a rookie tight end day 1 out the gate, it would be the guy that played every single snap with the starters in the preseason. So overall, this is a great team. The only thing that I think I do with this team is if we get a big spike from Ricky Pearsall, we want to go ahead and we want to try to sell Pearsall and Breece Hall in a 2-for-1 deal to get the best running back we possibly can in return. If that does not happen, which honestly it's irrelevant if that happening or not, what we want to do today, even though I talked about Xavier Legette being an interesting pickup in our waiver wire video, frankly, it doesn't matter. If Javonte Williams is out there on the waiver wire, you have to pick up Javonte. He is currently a starting running back for an above average NFL offense. And while we maybe don't have a ton of security with him, let's drop Xavier Legette, pick up Javonte, and we can reevaluate. If Miles Sanders turns out to be the guy, if Jaden Blue turns out to be the guy, we can drop Javonte all of a sudden. But for now, I think you just have to roster Javonte over Legette. But I really appreciate you. Great team. And again, I think actually once you drop Legette and you pick up Javonte, you will jump a spot or 2 in the league analyzer as well. Now let's move this over for D's Nuts. Happy to see us. Says, hey Mason, thanks for all the help with the draft sheets and the videos. I'm looking at how I can better help my team since I'm 3rd in your rankings, but 1st in the expert. A little bit worried about running back depth and wide receiver too. What do you think? So this is the format in which wide receiver depth would not matter. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format. So especially in a half PPR league, here maybe we'd be a little bit more inclined to get the running back in the flex spot anyway. So overall, I think that you're in a very comfortable position to like just kind of slam running back pieces throughout the entire roster if you have a couple hammers at wide receiver at the top. Now, quarterback, we are sitting with Kyler Murray, Jared Goff. So we're going to be playing the matchups between these quarterbacks weekly. It's not like we are really excited about it, but at the same time, it's not a massive concern for us. If you add a bunch of additional depth here where we could say that, oh, okay, well, maybe it just simply doesn't matter much for us to have the third wide receiver of value. Can we sell wide receiver 3 and Kyler Murray to go get up to a true elite level quarterback? If we could, we would, but looking at the depth that we have, I would be surprised. Because we go over to running back, we have Chase Brown, James Cook, Alvin Kamara. Very excited about this running back core. Like, obviously, there's not much that we need to stress about. I think here we're in a really good spot. We have Braylon Allen as like the handcuff piece with additional upside. That, like, if Breece were to go down, Braylon Allen turns into a league winner, but also Braylon Allen, we're probably going to at least get to see him have some type of role at the beginning of the year, even with the healthy Breece Hall. Going over to wide receiver, we have the elite receiver with Jefferson. We have Travis Hunter, Rome Odunze, Khalil Shakir, Jaden Higgins. So we do not know if we have a good wide receiver room yet. We have a lot of upside. Like, this wide receiver room could be incredible. If we end up getting Travis Hunter with a rookie season like Jefferson, a rookie season like Chase, a rookie season like Odell, then yeah, obviously we have no concerns whatsoever. Our wide receiver room is going to probably vault up to being the number 1 wide receiver room in the league analyzer. But Travis Hunter could be a 0. We just simply don't know. Rome Odunze could be a 0. We don't know. Jaden Higgins could be a 0. So you are not in a position where we can afford to sell any of these receivers yet. Now, if we get a spike from both Rome and Travis Hunter, then at that point we can maybe possibly consider like making that play for the elite level quarterback. But for now, it'd just be a little bit too early. Going over and looking at what we have at tight end, we have Kittle and Kincaid. Obviously, when we have Kittle as our elite tight end, we don't particularly need a backup tight end. But with that being said, we go over to the waiver wire and it's like, okay, well, if we're going to drop Dalton Kincaid, who are we going to pick up? Because I go through and I look at this and it's like, okay, well, if we drop Kincaid, we're picking up Cedric Tillman at wide receiver or Chris Rodriguez at running back. Am I that excited about either of those options over Dalton Kincaid? No, I'm not. So I think realistically, you got a good team, and we got to wait to see what happens with the receivers. If Travis Hunter and Rome Odunze both blow up, then cool. Maybe we have a wide receiver depth piece that we can trade for a quarterback. But if one of those guys doesn't work out and we traded away the other early because we thought we could afford an elite quarterback or we thought we could afford an upgrade at running back, you would be screwed. Even though this is a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. It looks like your league mates just know what they're doing out there when it comes to the bench and the waiver wire, so they're not giving you any free values. And overall, I wouldn't be concerned about where you stack up with the league analyzer and that maybe you're only like 3rd in my rankings, but 1st in the expert average. Because if you look at the actual value difference between these teams in the top 4, there are 4 good teams in your league. There are 4 teams that look like they really know what they are doing. And then you have that drop off to everybody else. Like you have this team at the bottom here that like has Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift as their top 2 running backs and Britton Strange and Hunter Henry at tight end. So like I wouldn't worry much at all. And let me hook you up with some free vouchers, my friend. I wish I had more for you, but again, I think this is like the 3rd straight team that we've looked at and said like, you know what, you did a good job. There's not much to determine. But yeah, please, I appreciate you sticking with me for so long, my friend. But let me know if there's anything else that you want me to take a look at. Okay, let's check this out for Blazing Buffalo. So keep 7 every year, traded this year and next year's 1st and 3rds and Devontae Adams for Jefferson. And I'm picking up Woody Marks and dropping Taj Brooks. Any improvements that you would make? Okay. So I'm assuming this is a Dynasty league, correct? Can also somebody let me know what league, what platform is this? Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a screenshot look like this. Okay. And these are the waiver wire options. Cool. Someone says NFL question mark. NFL does not look like this. But anyway, this is a one quarterback format. Oh, somebody says this is CBS. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I've never played on CBS before. But here, quarterback, we have Lamar. Obviously, if we have Lamar, we're not having to do anything else at QB, right? We have Bryce Young down on the bench. Looking at the options on the waiver wire, I mean, the best quarterback options are like Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson, Joe Flacco, Spencer Rattler. So, completely understandable for us to roster the backup quarterback, even though we have Lamar Jackson. Because if something happens to Lamar, the last thing I would ever want to do is have to go out there and friggin' pick up Sam Darnold to put in our lineup. So completely fine with that. And actually, I'm an idiot. This is a super flex league. We have Justin Herbert as well. There's a chance you may want to pick up Sam Darnold here. So I'm assuming this is going to be a dynasty league, considering the fact that we have Jalen Milroe down on the bench and we are traded away our future first and third. It's a shallow dynasty league, to be honest. But for me, realistically, while Jalen Milroe obviously is a lot more upside in dynasty superflex leagues than what you'd get with Sam Darnold, considering the Jalen Milroe rushing appeal, I would roster, if you're going to roster 4 quarterbacks here regardless and they're free off the waiver wire, I would roster Darnold over Jalen Milroe, because if we were to get an injury to a quarterback anywhere across the board in the NFL, I think ultimately at the end of the day, you would actually be able to sell Sam Darnold for a considerable amount of value, because I do view him in kind of a different tier than these other starting quarterbacks. So at least for the time being going into the season, if we were going to roster 4 quarterbacks, I would opt to go with Darnold over Milroe, even in Dynasty. Going over to what we have at running back, clearly this is a team that's trying to contend this year. If we weren't trying to contend this year, we would not be going out there and trading our future picks. And also, if we weren't trying to contend this year, we probably wouldn't want to be building around these specific RBs. We have James Conner, Alvin Kamara, Chuba Hubbard in the starting lineup. Going down to the bench, we have Jalen Warren as well. So with those relevant running backs, I could pretty confidently say that they will all be worth less in Dynasty 12 months from now than they are today. So with that in mind, I am fine holding on to them if we are going to need their production and their production is going to help us win this year. But I do at least need to address the elephant in the room that their value is going to be on the decline. We go over to receiver. We have Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase as cornerstone assets that we are able to build around. So effectively, we have 3 first-round startup picks here in this Dynasty League with Lamar, Chase, and Jefferson. We have Waddle, Ridley as quality depth pieces that are still in the lineup. We have Kupp, Debo, Godwin down on the bench, which love having this wide receiver depth specifically on the bench, considering how your starting lineup is pretty deep while the bench isn't that deep. The starting lineup is, in terms of the requirements that you have and the roster spots that you have as well. So love wide receiver on a contending team. And then going over to tight end, we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. Let me see if there are any other waiver wire pivots that we would make that'd be very easy. I think Darnell Mooney would be a super appealing wide receiver pickup. If we were looking at the options that we have down here on the bench, you can start 4 wide receivers in your lineup weekly. I guess you have to start 3 RBs though. If you do truly have to start 3 running backs, and it looks like your bench, actually, maybe you're forced to roster these spots. I can't tell, because the weird thing with the bench here is, can y'all let me know if y'all play on CBS? But like, the bench has like quarterback Young, quarterback Milrow, but it also has like flex spots down here. So it's like, I guess here in like the quote unquote flex spots on the bench, you can roster any position. So if we were to want to pick up Darnell Mooney, I guess we would have to drop one of Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel, Chris Godwin, Colson Loveland, which realistically the guy I would cut would be Kupp, but we probably don't want to do that. Going over and looking at what we have with the other options on waivers. I think Leggett is interesting in Dynasty here, especially with all the injuries that we've had in Carolina. Okay. If this is a Dynasty league, getting Leggett in here is probably too good to pass up on. I think Dynasty, I may prefer Leggett. It's because you're a contender, it's going to be tougher. But if you were a rebuilding roster, I'd prefer Leggett over Kupp. If we're looking at actually submitting a starting lineup this year, I don't know if Kupp even hits it. So I don't think that's a swap that you need to make right now, but I would definitely add Leggett to the watch list. And depending on what happens a week into the year, 2 weeks into the year, you may be quick to swap Kupp for Leggett from waivers. And you can kind of say the same thing with Darnell Mooney. I love the trade that we made to push in to win this year. I think it's a very reasonable price point considering how strong our roster is and how we are going to be a heavy favorite. One thing that we could potentially look at doing as well is if you could take like Loveland as an example, when we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride and we can find somebody that's playing for the long term, I wouldn't mind trying to take Loveland and one of the other running backs that we have in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an RB upgrade. Because if we were able to do that, then all of a sudden we would be able to go to the waiver wire and we would be able to effectively just pick up Leggett for free, right? Or we're not having to drop one of the names that we really want to hold on to. And I'd imagine that we could find somebody that would actually find a little more value out of Loveland than we will if we are looking to try to contend this year. And at the same time, like I said, we are rolling with Trey McBride and Dallas Goedert's on the waiver wire as well. So if we got desperate enough at tight end, we could very easily just go pick up Dallas Goedert. So I really like the team. I really like your setup to win this year. But again, my main thing is I think you're probably very much incentivized to go ahead and probably try to make the deal where we pivot from Loveland in a running back to go get an RB upgrade. And with our open roster spot, we go and pick up somebody like Leggett for free. But let me hook you up with some free vouchers real quick. That way I can make sure that you have what you need to ask me questions throughout the year. Okay. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I had to sign out, sign back in so we could give you those free vouchers. Let me send these over, and then we are going to bounce to the quick questions real quick. These are the start sit, the trade, and the super messages. And we're going to be live for another 2.5 hours because we really got to make sure we get through as many teams as we can. Now, X-Man has on the bench currently JCM, Jaden Higgins, Keon Coleman. I'm not playing any of those guys over what you have in the starting lineup. I think your starting lineup's pretty much locked in. And yeah, we're not playing McCarthy over Bo Nix this week. Great team, though. J-Hacks here, running back. I mean, you got to play James Cook. You got to play Travion Henderson here easily over Aaron Jones. And in the flex, JSN's going to be an auto star. But incredible. Actually, no, never mind. We have Ladd McConkey. Dear God, go trade JSN and Baker Mayfield and go get the best quarterback you can. The wide receiver room's insane. Jake 2 Fake. This is Trevion, T. Higgins, Drake London, Egbuka for Barkley, Wilson, and Myers. Who London and Henderson versus Barkley. Give me Barkley. But then Higgins versus Wilson. Give me Higgins. Egbuka versus Myers. Give me. I think that there is just going to be too much value on the Drake London side of this in a deeper format like yours. But God, that's a massive deal. Now, the notorious one with the trades is thinking about trading Montgomery. What do you think? We'd have Mixon, Henry, Sharp. No, I don't think you can trade away Montgomery. I think you actually probably need Montgomery on your team until Mixon comes back, if Mixon comes back. Now, ground unit coming in with a flex. Here, I'm going to play Tet McMillan. It looks like Tet is just going to be an absolute auto start with the context that you have both no Thielen and no Coker early. Now, Harb 92 coming in with the flex. I think I'm going to go Tet over Terry even. Okay, let me see real quick as well. What are the underdog projections with this? Can y'all spam the chat? Am I crazy to go Tet McMillan over Terry McLaurin? Can you please let me know in the chat? Would you go Tet or would you go with Terry? Underdog is Tet, higher or lower 65.5 receiving yards week 1. They have Terry, higher or lower 61.5 receiving yards. So underdog is Tet over Terry as well. We got Tet, Terry, Tet. Tet, Terry, Tet, Terry, Tet, Terry. I'm honestly going to go Tet. The matchup is just beautiful for Tet. And at the same time, just there's nobody left standing in Carolina but him and Leggett. Now, Gatto Kid says Lamar, Bucky, Harvey, London, Garrett, Bowers, Tyreek. So we're trading London and Harvey for Achane and Adams. Give me Achane over London. Give me Adams over Harvey. I think it's an easy 2-for-2 swap. Yeah, and this is another thing I'm thinking. Terry wasn't at camp. So I don't know if there's going to be a chance that Terry starts a little slow here. Now, Clay coming through with the flex. I'm going to go with Devonta over the rookies with Henderson and Egbuka. Again, I think the 3 rookies that are kind of auto locks for you week 1 that you don't have to be slow to start, you don't have to be hesitant with, are going to be Ginty, Tet, and Hampton. Now, intelligent bookcase. We have Travis Hunter in the starting lineup right now. I am shaky with Hunter. Like, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to pivot from Travis Hunter to Michael Pittman Jr. If Downs doesn't play, I'd go Pittman. If Downs does play, I think you probably keep it as Hunter. But let me go ahead and let's pull back up the team reviews, and we can get to some more team reviews here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I think this is going to be the next one. This is going to come out from Psychos. His first ever draft, got the 101. Crammed 2 to 3 hours before the draft. Super interesting. Well, what's hilarious is your league mates clearly did not cram before the draft. Your league mates clearly did not know what they were doing. We look at this in the league analyzer, and we are currently sitting with the top spot. We are number 1. It's a 10-team league. Not only are we number 1, but there's a pretty big gap between us and the rest of the league when it comes to value. But how you can probably abuse your league mates, who I'm assuming, it's rude for me to say, but I'm assuming your league mates don't really know what they're doing. Like, for you to be in your first fantasy football league ever and for you to draft by far and away the best team in the league, I don't think that this is going to be the toughest competition we got to go up against. I know it's rude for me to say, but we're going to say it. Okay. Anyway, looking at this, The wide receiver depth is not going to matter in your league. It's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 depth. And 1 flex. So we're going to do whatever we can to make improvements, hopefully get an elite quarterback, hopefully get an elite tight end, hopefully bring in top level running backs. If we look at what we have here when it comes to QB, we are currently sitting with Joe Burrow and Kyler Murray. So is this the best quarterback room in the league? No, definitely not. Is it the worst? No, definitely not. We're going to be okay here. But because it's a 10-team format, like the best you can be is kind of average, because the Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen teams, they're probably going to be ahead of you, assuming that this is a 4-point passing touchdown league. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the running back position, we have Derrick Henry, Amari, and Hampton, Tony Pollard. So completely fine at running back. I'm not going to sit here and act like we have the best running back room in this league. But 10-team format, we can definitely get away with this. No problem. Going over to receiver, we have Jamar Chase. We have Travis Hunter. We have Rashee Rice. We have Zay Flowers. We have Ricky Pearsall, Khalil Shakir, and Keenan Allen. So the wide receiver depth pieces that we could realistically move on from would be like Zay Flowers, Ricky Pearsall. These guys are not going to have any impact on your team. Your team is too good in this league. If there's any world you can take Zay Flowers and Joe Burrow and trade him for Josh Allen, trade him for Lamar Jackson, trade him for Jaden Daniels, trade him for Jalen Hurts, you do it. And there's a chance you can. I would offer that same deal with Ricky Pearsall and see if we can get somebody to bite on either one. Because week 1, you can start Derrick Henry, Amari, and Hampton at running back, Jamar Chase, Travis Hunter at wide receiver, Tony Pollard in the flex, Brock Bowers at tight end, and then if you have Josh Allen at quarterback, nobody's competing with you. Nobody can come close to it. The other thing that I would do is just acknowledge, like, Keenan Allen's never hitting your starting lineup here. Your team's too good. So I would go ahead. I would also cut Keenan Allen. And what I would probably look to do is just pick up Quinshon Judkins. Judkins definitely gives you a much lower floor. But with that in mind, like, the only thing that matters with a team as good as yours is going to be the ceiling. So I would cut Keenan. I would pick up Judkins. Hell, I actually, unless you have if you have an IR slot, make sure you pick up Brandon Ayuk and throw Brandon Ayuk in the IR. Another thing that you can consider here is dropping Dallas Goedert and picking up a running back that's maybe an injury away from actually turning into a league winner for you. Because there's no world in which you ever start Dallas Goedert if you are sitting with Brock Bowers. If you have Bowers, you're too good at tight end here for Goddard to have any relevance for you. So I would go ahead. I would drop Dallas Goedert. I would probably pick up Benson. So drop Keenan, drop Goddard, pick up Trey Benson and Quinshon Judkins. Then try to go through and trade Zay Flowers, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, and go get an elite quarterback. One of the top 4 guys. And then try the same thing with Ricky Pearsall. If they would rather have Pearsall, it doesn't matter. We'll sell either one. They're the same to us. But I'm going to hook you up with some additional free questions. My friend, I think you have an incredible team. Congrats on your first draft being this good. And if you have anything else that you want us to take a look at, don't hesitate to send it over to me. I'd be happy to look at it for you. Now, our next question is going to be coming out from Plain Trez. Here, this is also a number 1 team in their league. This is also a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So the wide receiver position, the depth won't matter much. And everything that we do is centered around trying to make 2-for-1 deals by selling wide receiver depth pieces to get upgrades inside the starting lineup. Preferably get that elite quarterback and that elite tight end. So if we look at what we have here with quarterback now, we have Jalen Hurts. So if we have Hurts, somebody we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup, no problem. Don't need to think about it. Love to see it. Going over to running back, we have Amari Hampton, Trevion Henderson, Jordan Mason, Quinshon Judkins, Braylon Allen. No bueno. Not in a 10-team league. Here, we're 9th in the league analyzer at running back. And here, this is a team that you have to be making trades with. Like, you can't stay with this team. I'm sorry. I like Hampton. I like Trevion. But I don't like them as my RB1, RB2 combo in a 10-team format. And the fact of the matter is, you just have too much value and too much wide receiver depth to not take advantage of it and to not get upgrades elsewhere. Because we go through and we look at this, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where we have CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas, Ted McMillan, Xavier Worthy, Devonta Smith, and Igbuka. So you're currently in a situation in which Worthy, Smith, and Igbuka are all on your bench and have no path to get into your starting lineup. There's no world in which you ever start any of these guys over like Brian Thomas. So you have to start trying to sell some wide receivers. I think the way that you go about this is I tried to sell Xavier Worthy. Honestly, you may even have to go up higher than that. Can we sell Brian Thomas and Trevion Henderson and get to Christian McCaffrey? Can I sell CeeDee Lamb straight up for Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, or Saquon Barkley? If you can make that pivot where you can sell Lamb straight up for one of the elite running backs and you slide Amari Hampton down to our RB2, we slide Trevion down to running back 3, this team's going to become so much better. Another move that I would love to make, is there a world in which we can sell Ted McMillan and Tyler Warren and go get Trey McBride and go get Brock Bowers? Xavier Worthy and Tyler Warren and go get Trey McBride, go get Brock Bowers. Because if we were able to do that, if you were able to like swap Lamb for an elite running back, sell like Xavier Worthy, Tyler Warren for an elite tight end, left over at receiver, you still have Brian Thomas, Ted McMillan, Devonta Smith, Igbuka, and Jordan Addison. You're completely fine at wide receiver. Still, you're jamming in a phenomenal lineup every week there. However, you have an elite running back room and an elite tight end room. So simply, your team is too good not to go out there and make plays for the elite tight end and the elite running back. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, please don't hesitate to shoot me over any messages you got, my friend. Now, Sputnik coming through. Says, team is Judkins' 5th year in college fund. That is hilarious. First year with this league, adding the second flex spot. Thought running backs would go deeper and they did not. Let me know a good strategy to start the year off with the rookies I drafted. Thanks, man. Well, first thing is, you're the #1 team in the league analyzer. You'll love to see it. Let me hook you up with some free vouchers here, just in case you have anything else you want to follow up with. And what I do want to point out here as well is we do punt quarterback, but honestly, that's probably going to be the move considering the fact that you have 2 flex spots here. So since you have 2 flex spots, quarterback's going to make up a slightly smaller percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So we are just going to be streaming, or we're just going to be playing the matchups between these 2 guys completely fine. Running back, no bueno. We have James Cook, Caleb Johnson, Travis Etienne, Quinshon Judkins, Tyler Algier. Don't love it. If we were looking at doing something, the waiver wire is probably not going to be our savior. The best option on waivers is Brian Robinson as a handcuff. And realistically, we don't have anybody on our bench that's very easy to cut. We have a really good bench. So realistically speaking, waiver wire, it's out the door. And since this is a league in which you do have 2 flex spots, I don't know if we can really sell a receiver. Because we go over to our wide receivers we could sell. Who are wide receivers people would be interested in buying? Jamar Chase, Ted McMillan, Xavier Worthy, Matthew Golden. That's about it. Nobody's trading for Keon. Nobody's trading for Jaden Higgins. And realistically speaking, it's a league with 2 flexes. It's a full PPR format, so we're going to need to start for these wide receivers every single week. So we have Chase, Tet, Worthy, and Golden all in our lineup. Running back, James Cook, RB1, Travis Etienne, RB2, with a hope and a prayer that either Quinshon Judkins or Caleb Johnson breaks out in the second half of the season for us. So running back is a massive concern in this league, for sure. Like, lucky for us, we're the number one team in terms of total value on this roster. So I think that there is a potential move that we can make. And honestly, it's going to hinge with the elite tight end. I'm sure you've seen me say a lot in these streams, like, oh, let's do what we can to go trade for the elite tight end. Let's do what we can to go trade for the elite tight end. It's kind of a luxury to trade for the elite tight end. And I don't think you have the ability to pay for that luxury in your league that's a 12-team format with multiple flex spots. So what I think you're probably going to need to do is I think you actually may need to look to sell Trey McBride of all players. And if I'm looking to do that, we're guess just going to have to go to the site and see what running backs that we have in comparison to the tight ends in that range. Because, like, I don't even know if a 2-for-1 deal here makes sense. Because looking at the running backs, nobody's buying ETN, really. Nobody's buying Caleb. Nobody's buying James. I mean, we need James Cook as the depth piece. Let me go through and pull this up. If we look at Trey McBride in comparison to some of the running backs that he's ranked alongside, according to the expert average ranks, you have, like, Amari Hampton, Kyron Williams. If you could sell like McBride for the Jacobs, Taylor, Chase Brown, Bucky Irving tier, it would be an absolute no-brainer, but much easier said than done. But that's the first thing I do is I go out there and I offer Trey McBride, and I don't even want to offer the rookie running back. We offer Trey McBride straight up for Bucky, Chase Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, and see if we get anybody to bite on one of those prices. If they reject, then we maybe see if we can just go ahead and add like Quinshon Judkins to it to see if that would get it done. If somebody's excited about the news today that Judkins is possibly going to be back with the team this week, if we can sell McBride and Judkins and go get Josh Jacobs, because you bring Josh Jacobs in with his team and James Cook falls down to RB2. And again, it's a double flex format, so the skill positional depth is going to be a little bit more important here. And then we're just going to go to the waiver wire and just pick up somebody like Jonnu Smith, pick up somebody like Britton Strange. We're going to stream tight end. I think it's probably going to be easier to stream the tight end position here than it would be to stream the running back position. Now, if you didn't want to do that, if you love Trey McBride, I don't fault you. I love McBride as well. You could always wait a bit. And if we're going to wait a bit to do it, like week one, maybe Travis Etienne does end up being the starting running back for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he is a fine RB2. So we'll see. But I wouldn't mind. Or you could wait until, I mean, it's freaking this week. What are we going to wait till Sunday? We got 5 more days. You could wait a couple days, see if we get any Judkins developments because you had the reports today, making it seem like Judkins could be back soon. Wouldn't fault you for that. But it all hinges on you potentially selling McBride for that running back, and it comes down to the timeline. I would offer McBride straight up for the running backs that we just discussed. If we get rejected, instead of going out there and feel like we need to make a deal, then maybe we roll into the season and we see what happens with ETN. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I sent you over some of those free questions, so please don't hesitate to send over anything my way. I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. Now we got Tatus coming through with our next team. Let me go ahead and hook you up with some free questions as well, my guy. Says, hey Mason, love the videos and live streams. This is a 10-team start 7 full PPR format. Was wondering what moves you think we should make, as I'm a little bit worried about my onesies. I feel like I drafted too deep in the skill positions. Yeah, so this is the format where the skill positional depth doesn't matter nearly as much, right? Like where we are a little more inclined to build around the elite quarterback and the elite tight end. And pulling this up, to be completely honest with you, my friend, I don't love the team. Like, we are currently 9th in the league analyzer. I do think that there are a couple moves that you can make to just very easily move yourself up this. I think a couple easy waiver wire pivots we can make. I would cut Najee Harris, who I understand could potentially play on Friday. We'll see. But I would still cut Najee Harris in favor of Braylon Allen. I would also look to cut Luther Burden in favor of Darnell Mooney. And I would honestly probably cut Dylan Sampson in favor of Trey Benson. Because for me, in this kind of league, we are really just chasing the highest ceiling possible. And I would assume that we actually get a little bit of a higher ceiling with Trey Benson than we do with Dylan Sampson, where Sampson's going to give us higher floor and more likely to be the starting running back. But one, Judkins may come back this week. We got a report saying. And two, realistically speaking, what's the true upside of being the starting running back on the Cleveland Browns from a day 3 draft pick? So I would for sure cut Najee. I would for sure cut Luther Burden. I would pick up Braylon Allen, Darnell Mooney, and I would consider cutting Dylan Sampson for Trey Benson. But if you wanted to wait to see if we get official Judkins news, I'm not going to fault you at all for that. Now, going over and looking at what we have a quarterback with Dak Prescott, it's not a good situation. If you're in a 10-team league and Dak Prescott's our quarterback and there aren't great streaming options on the waiver wire, like, I would really love to upgrade at quarterback if we could, since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Looking at what we have at wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Tet, Worthy, Rice, Olave, Addison. So the difficult part with us going through and selling a wide receiver here is we drafted both Rashee Rice with the suspension and Jordan Addison with the suspension. So while we have a ton of wide receivers on our team with value, realistically speaking, if we started going through and selling all our depth pieces, we could put ourselves in a bad situation knowing that we're going to have no Rice, have no Addison that we could start early on. So I'm going to want to sell a wide receiver for an upgrade either at quarterback or an upgrade at tight ends, but you can't do so right now. You're going to have to wait a little bit of time. You're going to have to wait to see Jordan Addison get past his 3-game suspension. Rashee Rice even if you just get Addison back, right? Well, we'll be a couple weeks closer to getting Rashee Rice back. You don't need to wait all the way until Rice. But if we just wait the 3 weeks, you get Addison back, we have Darnell Mooney as a depth piece as well, then at that point, you could potentially go through and try to sell Xavier Worthy and Dak Prescott to pivot over to an elite quarterback. Xavier Worthy and Evan Ingram to pivot over to a tight end like George Kittle. But again, you're waiting right now. You have Amari Hampton, who's going to start a little slow in comparison to what you should expect rest of the season. I'm still starting him, don't get me wrong. But we have Hampton as a rookie, Caleb Johnson as a rookie, Cam Scadaboo as a rookie, Dylan Sampson as a rookie. We have Tet McMillan as a rookie. We have Luther Burden as a rookie. So we have 6 rookies and we have 2 suspended players. So you don't, while we drafted a bunch of skill positional guys, we don't have the depth early in the season where it's like, hey, we can go make a quarterback trade. We can go make a tight end trade right now. So I'm going to be honest with you, my guy. I don't like your team that much. I'm really sorry to say this. I think you do need to make a trade. I don't know if that trade can be made right now. I think you need to wait till we get Addison back. Then at that point, we go ahead and we try to sell a wide receiver like Xavier Worthy or Tet McMillan with a quarterback or with our tight end and go get an elite onesie. But it's just going to be a little too early to do so now. But we hooked you up with those free questions. So again, if you have any follow-ups that you want with me here, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. But thank you so much again for being a member of the flock. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's going to come out from Chubbies. It says, draft felt rough. Confidence is low. Hope CMC doesn't screw me like last year. Should I try to trade him before the season? Any free agents to consider? Happy football is finally back. You got any bets for the Ohio State game? This got submitted right before the game. Thank God I did not get to this then, my friend. I would have led you down a very bad path. Hook 'em horns. But good luck this season. Have a good Labor Day weekend. Have a good Labor Day weekend, my friend. Really do appreciate you. Let me hook you up with some of these free trade and start sit vouchers. If you have anything that you want to send my direction, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you during the season. So we are currently 7th in the league analyzer, kind of right there in the middle. It looks to be a very competitive format. This is a 14-team league. So the expectations, 14-team league. Obviously, we are going to have a much worse waiver wire, and it's going to be much tougher to make 2-for-1 deals where we upgrade at the onesies because wide receiver and running back depth is going to be difficult to come by. And we are in a very delicate situation here, in my opinion, considering the fact that we are currently sitting with Joe Mixon, Tajee Spears, both on the IR, and Najee Harris is a potential zero as well. So if we're looking at what we have at running back, we have extremely questionable plays early in the season. That's going to be my main concern. Hell, we have Jaden Reed banged up as well. So like week 1, our starting lineup is CMC, Javonte Williams, Puka Nacua, Roma Dunze, and then like Xavier Legette in the flex spot. This isn't great. Obviously, we have the elite quarterback. Obviously, we have Laporta as well. But I think we need to go through, and I think at the very minimum, we need to look to make some waiver wire moves today. The first waiver wire move that I'm going to make is, while Emmanuel Wilson's like a sneaky pickup, and for deep leagues like this that you don't have too many options, I wouldn't roster Emmanuel Wilson over Ray Davis. I would go ahead. I would pick up Ray Davis instead. We've seen Davis, in the absence of James Cook, be a very compelling play at running back. James Cook missed some time in training camp. I'm not going to say like, oh, he's going to get injured for sure, but maybe he's at a little bit of a risk to tweak something. So let's drop Emmanuel Wilson. Let's pick up Ray Davis. Wide receiver, I am not the biggest Joshua Palmer guy. I would add the Chargers receivers to our watch list to potentially consider picking up one of the Chargers receivers over Joshua Palmer, depending on how they perform week 1. And then what I think we realistically are going to have to do with this team, which I absolutely hate, and obviously it's the opposite of what we say in a lot of these reviews, but this is a 14-team format, right? I think that you're going to need to possibly go through, and I think you're going to need to possibly sell Josh Allen. I don't think you can get away with like Javonte being your running back 2 and Legette being your flex for week 1. It would be maybe a little bit different if we were to possibly have, say, like Joe Mixon guaranteed to come back in week 5, and it's like, hey, man, we can just kind of eat it. We can try to survive until we get the reinforcements on the way. But we don't know if those reinforcements are coming. Joe Mixon could simply just be a zero. So if we could pivot from Josh Allen to Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown, Devon Achane, bring in one of those running backs and then hopefully ask them as well, hey, can you toss whatever quarterback you have on your team my way again? That would be great. But even the worst case scenario, we can pick up Lawrence off waivers. Like the points per game drop from like Lawrence to Josh Allen. I don't know if that points per game gap is going to be larger than the points per game gap that you'll have from Javonte to like Josh Jacobs. But again, I mean, if they're sitting with somebody like Purdy, right, and we're sending them Josh Allen, ideally we would ask that we could get the additional quarterback on the way back. So typically in 14 team formats, the skill positions are going to be a little bit less valuable for me. If nobody's interested in paying up for the elite quarterback, you could lower expectations and try to sell like Sam Laporta for Tony Pollard. And then we just go ahead and stream tight end. But I don't think your positional depth here is good enough for us to not make a move by selling one of the onesies. But I really appreciate you. And I know it's like tough to make these moves, but being in a 14 team format, it's just tough to fill out those skill positions, to be honest. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And I think we hooked you up with some of those free questions as well. Now let's move this over to Bust a Moon. It says 12 team half PPR double flex start. Really appreciate you, my guy. Massive dono here. Let me hook you up with a ridiculous amount of vouchers for the season. That way you'll have a bunch of free questions that you can send my way. So let's send you over 6 vouchers real quick. So you should have a bunch of questions that you can send me. This is going to be a double flex 12 team league. So again, the wide receiver depth here is actually going to matter a little bit more than it otherwise would. That is going to be something that's very important to point out. Quarterback, we have the elite option with Lamar Jackson. Don't need to roster another. Don't need to talk about anything else. We obviously know Lamar is an elite QB. Going over and looking at what we have at running back. Devon Achane, he practiced today. Looks like he's going to go for week 1. So really, we don't have too many hesitations with him here. I think that we're probably in a good spot and ready to go. We have Trevion Henderson as our running back 2. If we're sitting with Henderson as our RB2, it's maybe a little shaky to open up the year, but I think you're going to be able to get by at the beginning of the season. And I think more importantly, in the long term, obviously you still have the elite level upside. Now going over to wide receiver, we currently are sitting with Neighbors, T, Jamison, Egbuka, and Ricky Pearsall. So we have 5 startable receivers. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would go, man, what the hell are we doing? We need to do everything we can to try to sell T. Higgins and Dallas Goedert and go get either Trey McBride, George Kittle, or Brock Bowers, whichever one of the elite tight end teams will make a deal with us. But here, because you can start 4 receivers weekly, I like having 5 startable names. Because obviously, while we can sit here and we can say like, oh, I think Egbuka is going to be good. I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be good. I think Jamison's going to be good. There's a chance one of these guys just isn't usable. And also there's a chance somebody gets injured. So I actually like having the wide receiver depth in a format like yours where we can start 4 receivers weekly. And at the same time, it's a full PPR format. So we kind of want to get them in the flexes. And then going over to tight end, we don't have the best tight end, but we have somebody that's serviceable with Dallas Goedert. So for your league settings, chef's kiss. This is great. The only thing that I will say in terms of easy waiver wire pivots that will honestly move us up the league analyzer as well is I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to drop Marvin Mims and we're going to pick up Trey Benson. Because for Marvin Mims, obviously very interesting best ball play. I think that he can have some random usable weeks for you. But just predicting when those are going to come will be extremely difficult to do. Whereas if we're looking at Benson, it'll be very easy to know if he's startable or not. It's like, is James Conner playing? And if James Conner's out, Trey Benson could potentially be a league winner. And at the same time, according to the league analyzer, we have the second best wide receiver room in this league. So it's not like we are really struggling for depth. It's not like Marvin Mims would really ever hit your starting lineup here, even though we have Jordan Addison with the suspension. So the move that I make today is we cut Mims, we pick up Trey Benson. The move that I make a month from now may be a little bit different. And I wish I could tell you to make a trade today, but honestly, I love your team. I think structurally, it's great. There's nothing to do. However, a month from now, if we get Jordan Addison back from the suspension, and then at that point, we've realized, hell, Egbuka, he's good to go. He's crushing. Hell, Ricky Pearsall has broken out. Jamison Williams is an every week start for me. If you start to stack those depth pieces where we have a bunch of interesting receivers, then at that point, I think it would be interesting to then see if we can go and sell T. Higgins and Dallas Goedert for the upgrade at tight end. See if we can go and sell T. Higgins and Dallas Goedert and go get George Kittle. See if we can go get Trey McBride. And obviously, things will change through the course of the season. I can try to project things out right now, but who knows? Maybe there's a different elite tight end. Maybe Tyler Warren all of a sudden's elite by the time we get to week 4. We don't know. So I did hook you up with those 6 free questions. So again, I'd be happy to try to help you out in any way that I can as the season goes on. But for now, definitely drop Mims, pick up Benson, go into the season as is. You have a great team. And then hopefully we get a couple of those depth wide receivers breaking out. And when that happens, then we're going to look to sell one of the receivers once Jordan Addison comes back in a 2-for-1 deal with the tight end to go get a better tight end. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And really hope we get to see you out in another live stream soon. Now let's move over. And we are going to get to some of the quick questions here. So let's look at the trade, start, sit, super messages, and then we'll get back to the team reviews. We had a bunch of these come in. So Bengals Super Bowl 2026, calling their shot here. You love to see it. And also real quick, we just hit 3 hours on this live stream. Go down there, hit that like button. Hit the bell next to the subscribe button if you want to come out to these streams. We're going to be live streaming for at least 5 hours on this live stream today. And then we are also going to be doing another live stream tonight where we are drafting teams. So it's going to be a long one. But Bengals Super Bowl 2026 has Marvin Harrison, Chris Olave, Kenneth Walker, and Matthew Golden. Olave to Matthew Golden, tomato, they're almost back-to-back in my rankings. Marvin Harrison to Kenneth Walker, I'd rather have Marvin Harrison. But let's go ahead and let's check out this team. Hopefully it's linked. It is linked. So as of now, we have Bucky Irving, Trevion Henderson at running back. With RJ Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, we have a ton of RBs. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Rome, Brian Thomas, Marv, and Olave. Ooh. God, you have a good-ass team here. Where are we at the league analyzer? We're the number 1 team. I probably stick with Marv. I don't think you need running backs that bad, to be honest. Now, Jay Longo, Purdy at quarterback, and then here down in the flex, we're going to take JSN. Really like Tet, but I mean, with JSN, obviously, you just have the guaranteed target volume. It is a tough matchup, though. Okay. Frank the Tank says, I got Hampton and Najee. Should I drop Najee and take Coker to the IR slot and then Braylon to keep the upper hand at running back? So it looks like Najee's probably going to play week 1, but at this point, he's really just a handcuff to Amari and Hampton. Yes, I would drop Najee if Braylon's out there on the waiver wire, but before we pick up Braylon, we pick up Coker instead, put Coker on the IR, and then we pivot over, and then obviously we can pick up Braylon with the open roster spot that we have. Now, Waxy with the start sit question. Here at running back, we're going to go with Bucky and Bijan. Wide receiver, we go AJ Brown, and I'm going to take Adams here. And then tight end, we're going to go Hunter Henry. Kate Otten is banged up. If Otten practices every day this week and ends up being good to go, I mean, he is an interesting play because you have no McMillan and you have no Godwin. And then Amari Hampton is just going to be the auto start in the flex. And honestly, you don't really need to think about it either. Okay. Now, the franchise coming through with our next question. This is a trade says, traded Pickens and need wide receiver help. Who can we move for Hawk and then pick up Loveland off the waiver wire? I mean, we can go ahead and we can pull up the rankings on the site real quick and give you an example of some of the wide receivers TJ Hawkinson's ranked around according to the expert average. According to the expert average, you have Judy, Ricky Pearsall, Jordan Addison, Josh Downs right ahead of him, and right below him, Debo, Godwin, Reed, Shakir. So if I was looking at making one of these deals, I'd be trying to go for Diggs, Downs, Addison, Ricky Pearsall, Jerry Jeudy, if we were selling Hawkinson for one of the receivers there. And then if you can pick up Loveland off the waiver wire for free, I mean, would be such a good spot at tight ends with that free ad that I'm completely fine with you making that move, to be honest. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. Now, Anakin, Woman in the Children 2 Skywalker says, didn't include all the possible options. So it's really just Jameson, Aaron Jones, Josh Downs that we're looking at here, and Ricky Pearsall, I guess. I'm still going to go ahead. I'm still going to take Jameson Williams. Again, Ricky Pearsall could potentially be the play if you have no Jawan Jennings. I'm a little concerned that the sportsbook projections are lower with the Lions now than they had been. But yeah, let's still go ahead and let's still take Jameson. Now, Flock username here. Quarterback, we're going to go Dak over May. For the flex, full PPR format, I'm going to take Travis Hunter over Jerome Ford. If you're looking at Ford, it's a really good matchup for him, which I'd completely understand if you want to go about it for that reason. But at the end of the day, you're in the Browns offense and you could be the backup running back to Dylan Sampson. We don't know. I'd imagine Jerome Ford is the starter, but it is by no means a guarantee. Now, Shaw says, any moves to make here? Thank you, brother. You're the man. Okay, let's see. Right now, if we were to get anybody in the starting lineup, it would be either Dobbins or Igbukah. I'm going to play Dobbins over Montgomery week 1. The Broncos project to be a much better offense in terms of total points scored. And at the same time, I would assume that Dobbins is the starter over Harvey early, to be honest. But great team. Bengals fan since 05, Alex says, picked 9 and 10, swap any from the bench, and should we go with the new QB from free agency? I would potentially consider picking up and streaming a different quarterback if you have like Caleb out there. And then for the flex spot, you're for sure going to go James Conner. Like, this is going to be the best week ever for Conner. You get to go up against the New Orleans Saints as a massive, massive favorite. And what, at the end of the day, like, if the concern with James Conner is the health, is longevity, that's not going to be a concern week 1 when we're starting him. It would be a concern when you're drafting him. So we for sure want to go Conner. Now, Vertigod coming through. Here we need a flex. We have Igbukah, David Montgomery as the two guys that I would see standing out to me. I'm going to take Igbukah with this being a full PPR format, though. Now, Louis Del Piero. This is James Conner, Marvin Harrison, Jaden Reed, Hunter Henry. I got Hunter Renfrow on the mind. Versus Josh Jacobs, Travis Hunter, JSN. JSN versus Marv, give me JSN. Josh Jacobs versus James Conner, Jaden Reed, and Hunter Henry, give me Josh Jacobs. This is the Josh Jacobs side easily. This would be the Josh Jacobs side, even if you remove Travis Hunter and JSN. You get Travis Hunter and JSN here for free. Now, Jared coming through with our next question. Here we need a potential swap in the flex. Our best option that's currently on our bench is maybe Chris Olave. Is there a world in which I play Olave over Pearsall, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, or Isaiah Pacheco? Probably not. So honestly, I think we leave this as is. Let me refresh this. See if we got any more questions that came in. We got Bear 74. This is Marv or Jalen Hurts. I have them ranked back to back in my rankings, as you can see. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I think I go Hurts. If it is a league where you either have to start 3 receivers or you have multiple flex spots, then at that point, I think we pivot over to Marvin Harrison. But it is going to depend on your league settings ultimately there. Now, Big Head Raider coming through. Running back, I'm going to take Kyron over Brees and Harvey. And then for the flex spot, we're for sure going to take Brees. I really don't like the game environment, however, that you have set up with the Jets and Steelers for this week. Okay. And then let's go ahead and probably go back over to some team reviews. I know we have some team reviews waiting for us at the top, but again, we are saving a lot of these reviews for Dynasty specifically. I think this is Dynasty 1, that's the Dynasty 1, that's the Dynasty 1. So let's get this going for Phil. Phil is always out here. This is the second team that we have looked at. If not, seems like this is the third question at least. But it says, let me know what you think of the team and where you think we can improve. Use the draft sheet you suggested, and I think it worked out well. Shout out to the hard work. You killed it this year with the site. Thank you so much, my friend. And yeah, hopefully we have some pretty big improvements coming in the next day or two as well for y'all. But I really appreciate you and super happy to check this out. So let me obviously hook you up with some additional free stuff here, my guy. I know you got multiple teams, so let me send you over a bunch of vouchers for a bunch of different things. But this is a 12 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. And Phil said this is the second team. Perfect. So Phil's out here. My guy, please, if you have anything else that you want me to talk about as we go through this, just drop the question in the chat. But we got Josh Allen at quarterback. So we have the elite QB and we have the elite tight end here in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Chef's kiss. Literally perfect. Wide receiver depth's not going to be that important in this league. Going over and looking at what we have with our running back options on the waiver wire, we have both Quinshon Judkins and Braylon Allen there. So I personally would drop Ollie Gordon, especially with Achane back at practice today. I would drop Ollie Gordon for Quinshon Judkins relatively easily. And then if Judkins is picked up for whatever reason, or you really hate Judkins and you go, no, man, there's no way I roster Judkins on my team, then I would pick up Braylon Allen. But I would drop Ollie Gordon for one of those guys. And I think it would honestly maybe move you even a little higher in the league analyzer. Going over to wide receiver, I know Jalen Coker's on your IR. Brandon Ayuk's a better IR hold. I would drop. Here's what we're going to do, because I know you're going to have to drop a player and then you're going to have to then move Coker off the IR, then drop Coker. So first thing is we drop Ollie Gordon, we pick up Quinshon Judkins. Second thing is you drop Marvin Mims. That allows you to drop Jalen Coker and you have an empty IR slot. Then you pick up Brandon Ayuk, you move Ayuk to your IR, and then you pick up Luther Burden where Marvin Mims previously was. So essentially we have a 3-player swap when it comes to the waiver wire. Ollie Gordon to Judkins, Marvin Mims and Jalen Coker to Brandon Ayuk and Luther Burden. And honestly, that's going to push us even higher in this league analyzer. And we're going to be the top spot by far. And you said, I made a trade recently where they sent JT for Aaron Jones and Garrett Wilson. Was that okay to do? I would have rather had Jonathan Taylor. When you said where they sent JT for Aaron Jones and Wilson, I mean, we have Aaron Jones and Garrett Wilson on this team now. I understand why you did it. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, if we were looking at our squad, I mean, yes, we were a little bit shaky at wide receiver where we had Marv, wide receiver 1, Devonta Smith, wide receiver 2, Jawan Jennings, wide receiver 3. Oh, you're saying you got JT. Oh, okay. Has the trade not processed or something? Why am I not seeing it on my end? So you traded Garrett Wilson and Aaron Jones for Jonathan Taylor. Love it. Now we have Gibbs, Brees, Taylor in our running back spots and our flex spots. Wide receiver, we have Marv, Devonta Smith. We have Caleb, Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins. Here's what I'm going to look to do, my guy. I think you have by far and away the best team, especially after we make those waiver wire pivots. I think we need to go and approach some of the rosters that maybe are going to be struggling at running back early. And we need to see if we can send them J.K. Dobbins. Because realistically, Dobbins would be a starting running back for a lot of people, just maybe not necessarily us, because we are so damn strong at RB. So I would do what we could to possibly sell Dobbins, maybe with Jawan Jennings to go get a wide receiver upgrade. But again, if we have Allen at quarterback, Gibbs at running back, Taylor at running back, Bowers at tight end, and Brees in the flex, I don't know how anybody contends with that. I think you have the best team in this league, and I don't know if it's close, my guy. But let me know if you have any other questions other than like the waiver wire moves and like a potential J.K. Dobbins, Jawan Jennings swap. Like, let's go through and let's see if we can find another team that maybe needs a running back early on. Like, This team is Barkley, Dylan Sampson, Tyler Algier. Can we send them J.K. Dobbins and Jawan Jennings for, I'm going to offer it for Mike Evans. They're going to reject, and we'll follow it up with George Pickens or Travis Hunter. I think this is a team that we need to target with the J.K. Dobbins trade. This is another team we need to target with the J.K. Dobbins trade. They have R.J. Harvey. The deal I'm offering them would be like, hey, I'll give you Marvin Harrison and J.K. Dobbins. Give me back A.J. Brown. Give me back Drake London. See if there's another team that we could try to make. This team has just Bijan and Ramondre Stevenson. Yeah, they have nothing that we would like. That team is garbage. Yeah, the issue is it looks like some people in your league just are completely lost. But yeah, this is an incredible team. Congrats, my guy. I think it's only going to get better from here. But I really appreciate you. And again, if you have any more questions in the chat, please just let me know. And I had sent you like 4 free vouchers over there. So I'd be happy to, either for that league or any other league you got, I'd be happy to help you out all year. Now let's move this over for JB. Says, let me know what you think of the team and how to improve. Trying to work on a trade to upgrade a quarterback. Thanks, my guy. Thank you. Looks like this is a shallower format as well. So here we don't need to be too concerned about wide receiver depth. And for that reason, 100%, I would like to upgrade quarterback if we can. So looking at the team, we went Gibbs round 1, Brian Thomas round 2, incredible. Round 3, Chase Brown. Round 4, Henderson. Round 5, Worthy. Like I'm assuming round 6, Igbuka. This is a great team. We're number 1 in the league analyzer for a reason. Looking at moves we could potentially make off waivers. If you wanted to swap Christian Kirk and Bateman, you could. But outside of that, I don't know if there's anything that would potentially make sense for us. Looking at the quarterback options that we have on waivers right now, you got like Michael Penix. You have Tua. You have Cam Ward. So we're not really wanting to stream the quarterback position. So again, going out there and making a trade would be advantageous if we can find one. It just comes down to like, what is the price tag and what does the trade look like? So, gosh dang, Trevion's kind of an expendable piece for us here. It depends how excited your league mates are about Trevion Henderson. Like, are they excited about are they as excited as we all are in the live stream? Because if so, if you could go through and if you could take Trevion Henderson and Justin Fields, and you could go out and get Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, then at that point, we have the elite level quarterback. You still have Gibbs, Chase Brown at running back. We have an open roster spot. You're able to go pick up like Rashad Bateman for free. I mean, it's a deal that you could definitely get away with. We have the depth to do it. Going over and looking at receiver, we have Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Igbuka, Darnell Mooney, Christian Kirk. So we have the production at the very top at receiver. Here's my thing. I agree. Like, trading for the elite level quarterback would be plan A. But I don't think you need to stop there. I think that a plan B of trading for an elite level tight end is just as good. Where we are currently sitting with Loveland. So if we have Loveland at tight ends, well, I really like the upside case. And in a league where you have to start like 2 wide receivers and multiple flex spots, maybe you're just okay with saying like, Mason, I'm going to build out the skill positional depth. But here, if you could sell like Henderson and Loveland and go get McBride, go get Kittle, that could also put you in a significant, it would put you in a significant advantage over your league mates, given the value over replacement at the position. And again, our flex play is going to be completely fine, given the fact that we have Igbuka to go through with no Godwin and with no Jalen McMillan. Now, if your league mates do not like Trevion Henderson, the other option that we would have to go with here is if we were to decide to trade away like Chase Brown, which Chase Brown, I'm assuming your league mates are going to love. They should love Chase Brown. We all do. But again, the issue there is you're just going to have a much higher asking price. Like if we were to trade Chase Brown and Justin Fields, I don't even know if I would do that for Lamar. I don't even know if I would do that for Josh Allen. I think the only onesie I would trade Chase Brown for would be like Chase Brown and Colson Loveland for Brock Bowers. And that'd be like the last resort if we can't get anything done when it comes to what we have with the other options that we talked about with Trevion Henderson. But I don't think anybody's going to like buy the receivers from you. I think wide receivers not as deep as what we have here at running back. We have the number one running back in the league analyzer, at least the number one running back room. And again, with this in mind as well, we have the number one team overall in the league analyzer. So I think we can afford to go out there and we can afford to get that elite onesie. So yeah, I really hope this was able to help you out in some way, my guy. Again, it would be Henderson in Fields for one of the big four quarterbacks, whether that's Hurts, Allen, Lamar, Daniels. Henderson and Loveland for one of the big three tight ends, whether that's Bowers, McBride, Kittle. Those are 7 different offers we're going to send. I'd imagine the majority of them get rejected. We only need one to get accepted. If all those get rejected, then we're pivoting from Chase Brown and Loveland to go get an elite tight end with Brock Bowers. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, I think you have a great team, and I'm completely in alignment with you that I think you need to trade for the elite onesie. But let me hook you up with some free questions. That way, if you have anything else that you want to send my way at any point this year, I'd be super happy to check it out for you. Now, let's move this over to Swamp Donkeys. Now, this team review says it was rejected. So I'm going to skip by this, and I'm going to see if I'm going to reach out to the devs and ask why that happened. There's a chance that person bought a team review, decided they didn't want it anymore, and then got a refund. Oh, Chris, was that your team previously that we just looked at? Were you JB? Or I'm assuming no, but I could be wrong. Okay. Chris says, Mason, is there any way to specifically see your rankings and not average without paying, or would I need the season pass or Mother Flocker? Yeah, the season pass gets you my rankings. The Mother Flocker gets you my rankings. You can see all the free expert average stuff on the site, but if you wanted to see any individual creator stuff, that would require the membership to the site. Chris says, no, Giants may as well. I'm happy to see that you're back out here with us, my guy. And again, thank you so much for coming by the stream. But let's move this over to Slush Monkey, another person that's always out in the live stream with us, another person that's always out in the chat. Here says, I think I'm good, but slight concern with running backs and T. Higgins. What are your thoughts? So we are sleep and weep. So to be honest with you, we are the 6th team in the league analyzer. So I'm not going to have the biggest hopes for this team out the gate, but it is a league where we can very easily exploit the league settings, and there are very easy moves for us to make, for us to jump the league analyzer. And honestly, I think you can get a top 3 team here very easily. So the first thing to acknowledge is the fact that this is going to be a league where the wide receiver depth is not going to be that important. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10 team format. On the waiver wire, there is currently Josh Downs, Jordan Addison, Jawan Jennings, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, Darnell Mooney, and Shaheed. Great options on waivers. So here is my play. How do we get to sell a wide receiver? How can we get rid of T. Higgins? How can we get Devonta Smith and get a significant upgrade at either running back or tight end? The first thing that I am doing is I am going to the Brock Bowers team and going, I'll give you T. Higgins and TJ Hawkinson, give me Brock Bowers. Then I'm going to the McBride team. I'll give you T. Higgins and Hawkinson, give me McBride. I'm going to the Kittle team. Actually, I don't even know if we'll do that. I'll go to the Kittle team and go, I'll give you Devonta Smith and TJ Hawkinson. Give me George Kittle. You can afford to go out there and overpay for the elite level tight end, because you know what you can then do is you can just turn around and go, cool, let me drop Mason Taylor. And with the 2 open roster spots I have at that point, let me pick up Josh Downs and Jordan Addison for completely free and go into the season with Malik Neighbors, Devonta Smith, Ricky Pearsall, Matthew Golden, Josh Downs, Jordan Addison. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to find a couple of guys here that can be exciting options for us. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the elite quarterback, Drake May being your backup QB here with Josh Allen, you don't need him. Realistically, Caleb, Purdy, Fields, Love, they're all the same as Drake May. So I cut Drake May here easily. We go and we pick up, I would pick up Josh Downs. Like the issue is like wide receiver depth doesn't matter, but Josh Downs and Jordan Addison are too good to be on the waiver wire. So today I drop Drake May and I drop Mason Taylor. You pick up Josh Downs, you pick up Jordan Addison. Then from there, we try to sell T. Higgins and or Devonta Smith in 2-for-1 deals to upgrade either tight end or running back. Then also let's reverse it back to the waiver wire, because there's one other clear move that we need to make. We've actually had Devon Achane at practice today. Achane's trending towards being good to go week 1. So with that in mind, we're also going to be dropping Ollie Gordon, and we're going to be picking up Trey Benson off waivers. Because if I was looking at the true ceiling, I think you have a higher ceiling for Trey Benson than you Ollie Gordon at this point. And Achane is good to go. So cut Drake May, cut Ollie Gordon, cut Mason Taylor, pick up Josh Downs, Jordan Addison, Trey Benson, try to trade away T. Higgins and or Devonta Smith with a running back or with the tight end and get an upgrade significantly at that position. But Chris says, should we drop Brian Robinson too? Technically, you can drop Brian Robinson as well for Ramondre Stevenson, which honestly I would, but I don't want to tell you to just change your entire bench. I wanted you to keep some of your players. So yeah, I mean, I would also drop Brian Robinson for Ramondre. So drop Drake May, Brian Robinson, Ollie Gordon, Mason Taylor, drop those 4 names, pick up Trey Benson, Ramondre Stevenson, Josh Downs, Jordan Addison, and I can almost guarantee you that you will go to being a top 3 team in the league analyzer for sure. But appreciate you. Hope I was able to help you out, and hope we get to see you out in the stream again soon. Now, let me back out of this, sign in, sign out again, so we can make sure this is going. So the site, if you're on the website long enough, you will get signed out, and which doesn't really matter for y'all because I don't think y'all sit here on flockfantasy.com for 4 hours at a time. But it matters for me if I'm in stream mode here. So we need to go through and we need to do that. And we're about 3.5 hours in. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas without a day off. That's my guarantee to you. And I'm going to be trying my absolute best to help your fantasy football team. But again, my best is not that good at the end of the day, so don't get too upset with me. But let's move this back over. And we're going to get this going for Game Boy 36. Is what are my strengths and weaknesses? And if you can see the other teams, what team is the best player selection? How should my structure be moving forward? The team that's number 1 in the league analyzer for us is this squad right here. They have Lamar, Barkley, JSN, Tyreek, Adams, Loveland. This team is Kyler, Gibbs, AJ Brown, Xavier Worthy, Terry, and Bowers. Now, to be honest with you, and I hate to say this, but it needs to be said, you have the worst team in the league. Again, I get no joy in saying this, but I tried my absolute best, to be honest, and I think we have a lot of work to do. So first things first, at quarterback, we have Joe Burrow and Jordan Love. Quarterback's completely fine. League Analyzer has us at the 6th spot. We're dead average in the middle. We don't have the elite quarterbacks at the top like Allen or Lamar, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Now, if you wanted to make a pivot, you don't need to roster 2 quarterbacks on this team because you're probably never going to start Jordan Love over Joe Burrow outside of an instance that Joe Burrow gets injured or for the single year bye week. And then you have options on the waiver wire that you can very easily go out there and pick up. Now, the good news for your team is there is a clear path for you to have a much better roster than you do now. And I don't think you need to mess around with trades. I think you just simply need to look at the waiver wire, trim some of the fat, and pick up some guys with upside. So if Tajay Spears is in your IR slot, obviously we're not going to be able to drop him and pick up a player on the waiver wire because he's not actually taking up a roster spot. Now, if Spears actually isn't on your roster, then at that point, you cut Tajay Spears. And also, while Jerome Ford looks like he's going to have a role, In a league that's as shallow as yours, where you do have a really strong running back room of Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, David Montgomery, like running back's completely fine for your team. Don't get me wrong here. You're in a good spot at running back. I think what we would probably look to do is we would probably look to shoot for the ceiling with these running backs at the bottom end of our team. So if Spears is actually taking up a roster spot, cut Tajee Spears, cut Jerome Ford, and pick up both Javonte Williams and Quinshon Judkins. Going over to receiver, this is why your team is bad. And honestly, hell, you're cutting Tajee Spears regardless. Even if Spears is on your IR, cut Tajee Spears. Actually, I don't even know if you can put Godwin in your IR. It depends on your league rules. Godwin's technically just labeled as out. He's not IR. But you got to pick him up regardless. So actually, we don't even look at the running back position. Cut Ford, cut Spears, pick up Downs and Godwin. And if you can't pick up Godwin because Spears is in your IR and you're not allowed to put Godwin in your IR, cut Ford, cut Scatterbo, pick up Downs and Godwin. Then we're going to go ahead. We're going to cut Kyle Pitts, and you're going to pick up Javonte Williams. Because again, you're never going to be starting Kyle Pitts over Sam Laporta. And if Laporta gets injured or during Laporta's bye week, you can just go to the waiver wire. You can pick up a tight end at that point. But if you were to rearrange your team where essentially we're removing Ford, Spears, Kyle Pitts, and we're getting Chris Godwin, Josh Downs, Javonte Williams, your team will be much better than it is today. You are still going to be very weak at wide receiver. I wouldn't mind the idea of packaging together like a running back and a receiver like David Montgomery and Zay Flowers for an upgrade. But the starting point is going to be those waiver wire moves for us. But I really appreciate you. Again, I'm sorry to come through with the bad news. Again, I don't want to sound like an ass, but I do want to be honest to the best of my ability and try to make sure that we can get a better team here. Now, let's move this over to our next team. This is Synamics. And I probably just completely butchered that and I can't read and I just embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Really appreciate you, my guy. Really excited to dive into this. And let me go ahead and just hook you up with a crazy amount of vouchers. Thank you so much for the wild dono. And let me make sure that you are hooked up for the season to send in a bunch of questions. So you should have like 6 free vouchers at the very minimum with your account to send questions my way throughout the year. And I'd be happy to answer them whenever you got them. Now, 2 keepers were Jalen Hurts and Chase Brown. I feel like I maybe went too hard on the wide receiver value and messed up with my running back depth. Other than Harvey, I'm worried about the other running backs I have being pretty much just handcuffs. So, Synamics, if you are in the chat, it would be great to know because I have a couple of questions that I want to bounce off you. First thing is with Jalen Hurts, love to see it. Don't need to waste any time by going through and rostering Justin Fields. We're going to be just fine here. We only need to roster 1 QB. Going over to running back, very simple pivot, especially when we got the report today saying that Judkins could potentially sign with the team soon. I would go ahead and I would cut Kyle Monangai, who does look like he's the backup running back to DeAndre Swift at this point, but I don't know what the true ceiling is there. And I would pick up Quinshon Judkins. If you really don't want Judkins, I would still cut Kyle Monangai and I'd pick up Trey Benson. But I'm probably going to cut Monangai and pick up Judkins. And then at that point, you have Chase Brown, you have RJ Harvey, you have Ja'Cory Cross-Gameret, you have Cam Scatterbo, and you have Quinshon. So you're going to start RJ Harvey at the beginning of the season. You're going to be absolutely screwed at running back 2 at the beginning of the year. But with those 4 rookies, more likely than not, one of them will turn into something as time goes on. One of them will turn into an every week starter for us. So it will be just about surviving the very beginning of the season. Which wide receiver, we're pretty damn strong, right? I really like having Puka as a wide receiver 1. I really like having T. Higgins as a wide receiver 2. I really like having Devonta Smith as a wide receiver 3. I really like having Jalen Waddle as a wide receiver 4. I really like having Rome Odunze as a wide receiver 5. The thing that I'm going to have with this team, though, and this is why I wish you were in the chat, because I just wish I knew the exact starting lineup requirements here. The league analyzer is pulling in that this is a start 6 format. I think the league analyzer is wrong there. I don't think that this is actually a start 6 league. if this is a league in which you can only start 4 wide receivers, if this is a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, honestly, my guy, you're chilling as is, and I'm not going to tell you that you need to do many things. I think you just kind of keep it how you have it. However, if this is a league instead that maybe you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, then at that point, very much, yes, you do need to go through and you need to sell a wide receiver here to get a running back upgrade. You need to do anything you can to sell T. Higgins and RJ Harvey to go get to Amari Hampton, to go get to Kyron Williams. If somehow you can bamboozle a league mate into giving you Jonathan Taylor, Bucky Irving, Josh Jacobs, we would do it. But I think it's more realistic that you are going to be able to get the Amari Hampton, the Kyron Williams level running back. But we're going to ask for the upper guys first. But that's if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. If it's a league where you start like 3 receivers and a flex, or you start 2 wide receivers and 2 flex spots where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, then in that case, I love our wide receiver room and I don't think you need to sell someone. Going over to tight end, we have Loveland and Evan Ingram. So looking at the potential tight end swaps here, nothing on the waiver wire, no trades. I think you start Evan Ingram early. I would rather have Loveland in the long term, but obviously we can afford to wait here with the tight ends that are in a similar tier and wait to just see who ends up as we just wait for the Colson Loveland breakout at the beginning of the season, right? You don't need to jam in the rookie tight end day 1. So I think once you drop Kyle Monangai, you pick up Quinshon Judkins, you're going to move up the league analyzer a bit. I think if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, you need to be selling T. Higgins and RJ Harvey to go get to a running back that goes up typically at like the 2-3 turn in drafts. And if it's a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, you kind of sit on your hands and you're going to be golden and you don't have to do much. But I sent over like 6 free vouchers for you to just hammer us with questions throughout the entire year. So if you have any additional questions, I'd be super happy to answer it for you, my friend, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move this over to what we have with some of the quick hitting questions, such as the start sit questions, the trade questions, and the super chats real quick. Now, Scary Terry coming through. Here, we need 2 flex spots. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take DJ Moore and Austin Eckler. I would play Eckler over Shakir. Now, Pyro's return coming through with a trade. This is Travis Hunter versus Drake London. We actually answered this earlier, I believe. This is, I think maybe we didn't have the league settings or something, which is why I was a little hesitant. Now that we're looking at this, you have Pickens and Rome left over if you do this. So our starting lineup would be London, Pickens at wide receiver. Running back, we would go Gibbs and Bucky. And then in the 2 flex spots, you'd have like Rome and I guess Nick Chubb. So the value is the Drake London side, and I don't think it's that close either. But for your league in particular, it's a little tough to say that because with your league in particular, I mean, you don't have that much depth behind this. Now, Mr. Cronsley coming through. Here, we're going to play Devontae Adams for sure over these other receivers. And I'll go with Sutton over Pearsall and Igbuka, and we can wait for the breakouts to actually break out before we play him over Sutton. Zelda, this is Jonathan Taylor, Braylon Allen, Ladd McConkey, Terry McLaurin versus Brian Thomas, JSN, and Pacheco. So Taylor to Brian Thomas, upgrade. Ladd McConkey to JSN, slight downgrade. Terry to Pacheco, slight downgrade, and we're paying Braylon Allen to get it done. It's a little bit of a deeper format as well. I'd probably go with the Brian Thomas side, but I don't think it's that far off. And honestly, I'd be completely fine if anybody wanted to make an argument for the other end of this. Now, Eric 2 with the trade. This is Jonathan Taylor, Dallas Goedert versus Jalen Warren, Trey McBride. Jonathan Taylor, Trey McBride, I ranked back-to-back in my rankings. I would clearly rather have Jalen Warren over Dallas Goedert, though. So we're going to go with the Trey McBride and Jalen Warren side of this. Now, Ryan Van with our next question here. This is Achane, Jalen Warren, Tyreek Hill, David Njoku versus CMC, Judkins, Dylan Sampson, Javonte, and Trey McBride. Achane to Trey McBride, give me Achane. Well, let's go Achane to CMC, give me CMC. Tyreek to McBride, give me Tyreek. And I don't think Warren and David Njoku are going to bridge the gap for us. So yeah, we're going to easily take the CMC and Trey McBride side of this. Don't let like the David Njoku, Quinshon Judkins, Dylan Sampson, Javonte, like small little pieces, like take you away from the meat and the potatoes of the real deal. Now, Kingston NYC with our next question. Here it's a start set. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Garrett Wilson over Pickens and Devonta Smith. And I will go with Smith over Pickens. You have like a 7.5 point spread in that Eagles-Cowboys game. The Eagles are supposed to just score significantly more points. So Kings Tony sent another trade question in just with Pickens. I didn't fill out the other end of the trade, my friend. So I'm just going to get you set up with a free trade voucher and please send that in with the other side filled out. Now, Boston Cream Donut with our next question. This is starting lineup question. We have Tracy down there on the bench right now. I'm not playing Tracy over Hampton, Henderson, or Brian Thomas. So you kind of leave this as is, to be honest. And yeah, wide receivers are just insane. You could afford to trade for an elite quarterback with your team there. Let me refresh and see if we have any of the quick questions that we can still get to. Yonder, longtime member of the Flocks, has noticed Kyron is ranked 27 overall on the site, but 62 in the ESPN 10-team PPR draft sheet. Is that accurate? That would definitely not be accurate. You're saying on the draft sheets that Kyron Williams is ranked 62? Let me see if I need to fix that. I mean, we made 50 draft sheets, so it's a possibility that one of them, there was something that went wrong. So you said 10-team PPR. So 10-team PPR would be pages 1 and 2. That is incorrect, my friend. Thank you for letting me know that. You know what it is he was supposed to be 26 and I accidentally fat fingered it. Gosh dang. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. We are going to fix that right now. Yeah, because Kyron should be right up there with like... Okay. Yeah, and there was that. It was just one of the 50 draft sheets that he was wrong on. But it's page 1. It's arguably the most important sheet. But thank you so much for letting me know that, my guy. And let me hook you up with some free vouchers. Feel bad that you had to send in a super message to ask me that. But yeah, thank you for letting me know that. And yeah, we just moved Kyron up. He was supposed to be at 26 there in that specific draft sheet. That was the ESPN 10-team PPR start 7 sheet that he was wrong on. Okay. And let me refresh this. Let's get back to some of these team reviews. So here's the thing. We keep on hammering in these reviews and we keep falling behind. Like, it's going to be a 5-hour live stream, and I don't know if we'll have made a dent in the team review queue of people waiting for them. I'm trying my absolute best. I promise you all that. Let me see how many reviews I still got. But anyway, Andrew, super happy to check this out for you, my guy. Massive dono. Maybe the biggest donation that we've ever gotten on the site. Let me just spam you with enough vouchers where you have enough free questions to get sorted out all year. So let's make sure we send all these over to you. So you should have like 8 free vouchers on the site, and assuming you've never bought anything else. But it says, hey Mason, here it is, drafted from the 108. Never took Laporta or Bo in my mocks, but they slipped to 7 for Sam and 10 for, yeah, you had to take him there. Where wide receivers were completely dry. We took Rashee Rice in the 6th, and Ayuk in round 11 with 8 out of the 12 teams making the playoffs. I love that thought process. If 8 out of the 12 teams make the playoffs, I'm going to take it one step further where I'm going to assume that there's no bye week for getting the first or second seed. I'm assuming you just kind of run with the seeding right out the gate, right? So, everybody's playing round 1. So the regular season, weeks 1 through 14, they don't matter nearly as much as the final 3 weeks here. So I love that we went out there and we made those pickups. And yeah, let's go ahead. Let's check this out. So this is a deep league as well. So the wide receiver depth is actually really going to matter in this league specifically. This is a 12-team start 9 format. So that means you can get 5 wide receivers into your starting lineup here weekly. Now, looking at quarterback and tight end, they're not going to make that big of a difference in this league. Like if it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, you look at the math behind it. Quarterback and tight end, they're going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. Here, not so much. Again, here, it's all kind of centered around the wide receiver position. So us having Bo Nix, Sam Laporta, it's definitely going to keep us afloat. Looking at the available options on the waiver wire, I do think that McCarthy's like the best quarterback here on waivers by a decent bit. While at the same time, you're not necessarily in a spot that's we have a quarterback that we can just start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Like there is an outside chance that you would consider starting JJ McCarthy over Bo Nix at some point, given matchup, right? So for me, Jarquez Hunter, a running back that could very easily have like a 3rd down role there in Los Angeles and take some of the receiving work away from Kyron. Like I understand the thesis with Hunter. I don't think I would ever roster Jarquez Hunter over like JJ McCarthy here. I think I would go ahead and I'd pick up McCarthy even in the deeper league like yours. Then going over to what we have with the other running backs, we have we have Bucky Irving, Tyrone Tracy as 2 very solid starters that we can have right out the gate. Then we have Travis Etienne as hopefully the upside depth piece. And then we have Ollie Gordon, Chris Rodriguez, Miles Sanders. So the biggest concern that we have with this team by a decent margin is going to be the running back depth. So again, I understand us rostering somebody like Jarquez Hunter, where if you believe like, hey man, if Kyron Williams goes down, Jarquez Hunter could be an every week starter for me. Like I kind of get it with this kind of running back room. My issue with Jarquez Hunter, maybe specifically here, is if Kyron Williams were to go down, I think Jarquez Hunter splits the backfield with Blake Corum. So again, I'm still fine. Like even though running back depth is going to be our biggest weakness here, I still think we drop Jarquez for McCarthy. And then nobody's interesting on the waiver wire at running back. Going over to receiver, we have Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, Zay Flowers, Brandon Ayuk, Rashad Bateman, Kyle Williams. If your league was one where you only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, this would suck. Like, man, we don't have nearly enough running back production here. Why the hell do we have all these wide receiver points on the bench? We got to do something about this. However, that's not your case. However, because you are in a league where instead you can start 5 receivers weekly and it's a full PPR format, we're starting Nico, Evans, Worthy, Flowers, and now we even have to put in Bateman week 1. Like we don't even have enough wide receiver depth here despite us having the number 1 wide receiver room in this entire league. So I absolutely love with what we have at wide receiver. I don't think you do anything here. The only thing that we would do is wait until halfway through the season when we get Rice and Ayuk back around week 7. Then at that point, you know what? We can probably approach a team and go, hey man, can I give you Xavier Worthy and Tyrone Tracy for a good running back? I really need some running back help. Eventually that will be a move that we want to make. Eventually that will be something that's interesting to us. But for today, where you start 5 running backs, we're just going to start Bucky. We're going to start Tracy. We're going to admit that we'll probably be a little bit weak here and we'll probably just have to eat it for a bit. But I think it's probably going to be ideal for us given the league settings. I wish I had more for you, my guy, but the waiver wire is bone dry here. I actually think that crazy thing is Dalton Kincaid could be good enough potentially to flex. I would drop Kyle Williams for Dalton Kincaid as well. I would drop Kyle Williams. I'd pick up Kincaid. I would drop Jarquez Hunter. I'd pick up McCarthy. I know that you were kind of like in an awkward situation with the quarterback tight end where we have exciting options, but we don't have the true elite options. But so I think Kyle Williams and Jarquez Hunter are bad enough where we don't need to justify having them over the backup quarterback, backup tight end. But I really appreciate you. Like I said, you should have like 8 free questions sitting in your account right now. So don't hesitate to ask me whatever you want, whenever you want. I'd be super happy to get back to you, my guy. But really appreciate you. Now, Chris says we hit 900 likes on the stream. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to give away some free vouchers for Start Set Trade questions. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll give away some free vouchers. And also hit the like button if you haven't already. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with y'all too. On the other screen, I just counted. I have 100 team reviews I still have to do, and I've already been live streaming for about 4 hours. So I'm going to turn the why I don't want to do this is I know I'm going to turn this off, and people are going to lose their minds, and they're going to spaz and think that something's wrong with the site. But I'm going to turn off the ability for people to buy team reviews right now. For me, you can still buy team reviews for other people on the website, but you can't buy them from me anymore. I will let you know when you can buy them again, but it's not going to be during this live stream. It's not going to be at any point today. I'm going to have to play catch up here and before we can turn these back on. But if you have a team review, I'm going to get to it. Don't worry. If you already got yours in, you're good to go. I'm going to turn these back on at some point, whether that's tomorrow, the next day, or the day after. I can't guarantee you right now, but I'm streaming for 4 or 5 hours a day answering questions, and I am falling further and further and further behind. And I would feel bad if I spent any less time answering, like spending. Obviously, I could just like spend less time on each team, but I would feel very bad doing that. So I'm just going to turn off team reviews where you can't buy team reviews anymore. I'm going to turn them back on eventually. But right now I can't. I'm sorry. But we will give out some free vouchers real quick for Start Set and Trade questions. We got Saints fan in a van right here. Saints fan in van. All right, I got you. Found you on the site. Looks like you got the season pass, so you should already have some free trade and Start Set vouchers in your account, but we'll get you set up with a couple more, my guy. Okay. Those both should have just been sent to you now. Okay. We're going to keep on grinding. We'll make sure that we can keep going through as many of these team reviews as I possibly can. Okay. Now, Quack Attack. Black and gold, 10-team standard Yahoo. We started this league in 2002. Old school group. That is incredible. I hope more than anything in the world that like the Flock League last 23 years. That is amazing, my friend. Everyone drafts 2 QBs. Drafts are crazy. Try to follow the sheets. Is there anything that you would change? So here, looking at this setup with the power rankings of this league, we do have about 5 teams in the league looking to be competitive. We have then a group of like 4 teams afterwards, and then 1 team at the bottom that's garbage. We are inside that top 5 competitive teams. Pulling this up, you're saying that everybody drafts 2 QBs. So we have Lamar and Caleb. Obviously, we don't need both these quarterbacks. You have Lamar, you're good to go. You don't need the backup, but Hell, if everybody's doing it, I mean, you can go ahead and do it as well. But if you really wanted to like go out there and pick up Jaden Higgins, for an example, you could. The thing is, since it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, the depth at wide receiver is not going to matter much. So we're fine with just Lamar and Caleb. Going over to running back, we have Kyron Williams, James Cook, Alvin Kamara, Trevion Henderson. Phenomenal running back group. Like, the depth of this is incredible. The concern would maybe be we don't have a Jahmyr Gibbs. We don't have a Christian McCaffrey. We don't have a Saquon Barkley. We don't have one of those true elite level options. But, I mean, we have 4 guys that we can be very excited about. Wide receiver, we do have an elite option. We have Jefferson, Worthy, Jameson, Pearsall, Jerry Jeudy. This is a team where it's so clear that you can afford an elite tight end. I love Coastal Loveland, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you trade away Alvin Kamara. It does not hurt your team that much. I'm going to go to our league mates right now. I'm going to say, hey, can I give you Kamara and Loveland for George Kittle? Can I give you Kamara and Loveland for Trey McBride? Can I give you Kyron Williams and Loveland for Brock Bowers? Go and trade for the elite level tight end. You could have the elite quarterback, the elite tight end, and still plenty of production at the skill positional group. So, great team. I'm very jealous that your league has been around that long. That's incredible. And I really hope that one day I can kind of say the same thing, my guy. But a ruthless Q-tip coming through with our next team says, hey, thank you for the time to look at my team's roster. I might have too many running backs. Should I drop one or more for more depth at other positions or hold on to them now? Appreciate the wisdom. Appreciate you, my friend. Excited to look into this. We got Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, I like this team. We got, Bucky here. I may not like the team name, and we're the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Quarterback, we are currently sitting with Kyler Murray. It is a little bit of an awkward spot. Like, Kyler's never been lower than a top 12 QB in points per game. But at the same time, realistically speaking, I don't know if we can. Come on, get in here. Dog's a little scaredy cat. I know. I missed you. You know, let everybody see how cute you are. Come on. Come here. You want to show everybody how cute you are? Hey, guys, there was a noise outside. It was really scary. I got to come in here and hide under the desk. Okay. But anyway, I'm sorry. But yeah, with Kyler, like, I don't think he's Lamar. I don't think he's Allen. I think you could realistically roster another quarterback if you wanted, but we go to the waiver wires like Michael Penix, Bryce Young, and that's about it. And if we were to look to drop one of the running backs, it's like, hell, we got to drop Braylon Allen. Like, your running back bench is incredible. So I think you do just roll with Kyler Murray here at QB. We don't pick up a backup. Going over to running back, this is like one of the best running back rooms I've seen all year. Not that like we have the elite names at the top. I just love what we are doing on the bench. Jordan Mason, Zach Charbonnet, Quinshon Judkins, Tank Bigsby, Braylon Allen. We have 5 running backs on the bench that are going to be nothing week 1. But if things were to break right for them, they could be league winners. And then we even have guys we can start at the very top with Bucky and Amari and Hampton. So running back room is incredible. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Neighbors, Harrison, Rome, Ricky Pearsall. This is a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. Incredible. Tight end, we have Tyler Warren. Love the upside. We do nothing different with this team other than we sit on our hands, because your team's going to get better as time goes on. Like, we go through and look at this. Neighbors, year 2 player. Marv, year 2 player. Rome, year 2 player. Ricky Pearsall, year 2 player. Bucky, year 2 player. Hampton, rookie. Harvey, rookie. Judkins, rookie. Braylon Allen, year 2 player. Tyler Warren, rookie. Your team's just good week 1. Going to be great in the long term. And the main thing is, once you get leverage where one of these running backs breaks out in a big time way, and then all of a sudden, say Aaron Jones goes down, Jordan Mason's a running back 1 in fantasy. Or if Kenneth Walker goes down and Charbonnet is a running back 1 in fantasy. Or Tank Bigsby takes over the starting role in Jacksonville. He's every week fantasy starter. Then at that point, we can afford to go and try to sell Hampton and Kyler for Allen. Hampton and Kyler for Lamar. Because we'll have the running back depth then. But we just don't want to be making that move right now before we have one of those breakouts from the bench. But I'm pretty confident we're going to get it. And then at that point, I think you can afford the elite quarterback. But for now, phenomenal team. And you're just sitting on your hands. Love it. But we got... Chase says, how do I submit my roster? We've had too many people submit roster reviews over the past few days. So I just turned them off on the site where you cannot submit a roster review to me. You can submit one to somebody else on the side if you would like. I will let y'all know at some point when we turn them back on. Ethan says 12 team PPR double flex. Love the videos. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, my friend. Here looking at our squad, I think we're probably Ethan Pie, right? I'm going to assume that we are. Let me go ahead and let me just pull up the reviews page on the side. I know we'll be able to see your team name from there. But this is a 12-team double flex format, or at least it's a 12-team start 8, so it could be a 3 wide receiver single flex. But regardless, it's a league in which we are going to start 4 wide receivers weekly, or we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. And based off us having the number 1 wide receiver room in this league, the number 9 running back room, the number 8 tight end room, and the number 2 quarterback room, we're definitely built around wide receivers. So I would assume that we are going to go through and we are going to be playing wide receivers in those flex spots, right? So looking at what we have a quarterback, we have Daniels and Caleb. If there were exciting options on the waiver wire elsewhere, I would say you probably don't need to roster Caleb Williams behind Jaden Daniels. But if I were to look at what we could potentially do when it comes to pickups, like Chris Rodriguez is the best pickup. Am I going to tell you that you need to drop Caleb Williams to pick up Chris Rodriguez? No. So I think we're going to kind of leave this as is at QB. Going over to running back, we have Kamara, Tony Pollard, JCM, Cam Scadaboo. So this is definitely the weakest position on this team. Like Kamara's my running back 2, I'd be very happy with. Pollard, RB3, I'd be very happy with. But to have them as our running back 1, running back 2, I think we can get away with it at the beginning of the season. The issue is over the past 2 years, we have seen Kamara trail off as the year went on, which maybe is just a concern given his age. And with Pollard, I think once we get Spears back in, the workload's going to dip a bit. You hope that one of the rookies down there on the bench can make up for it. Going over to receiver, we have St. Brown, Puka, Waddle, Golden, Jaden Higgins. So we also have the rookies down here on the bench. We have the locked and loaded studs at the very top, which I like considering the fact that this is going to be a league in which we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. Going over to tight end, we have Loveland and Ferg. I don't know what move you could possibly make with this team. I mean, I'd like to upgrade running back. I think you're going to need to wait till you get a Golden or Jaden Higgins breakout before you have any leverage, because this is a league where depth matters, and simply without like Matthew Golden, Jaden Higgins breaking out, or Corey Cross-Merritt showing us that he's legit, or Cam Scadaboo taking over, you don't have the leverage to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade over Kamara or Pollard. I hope we do 3-4 weeks into this, because again, I would expect those veteran running backs to potentially trail off as the season goes on. So I think we sit on our hands now, and then hopefully a month into the year, we can sell Golden or we can sell Jaden Higgins and Pollard and go get a solid high-end RB2 the rest of the way. But you're just not going to be able to make that trade today. I wish I had more for you, though. Now, Rainmaker says, thoughts on the team? I like the upside, but I'm scared that my stars are prone to injuries. Let's go ahead and let's check this. David's daring team. We are the number 2 team in the league analyzer currently. We have Daniels at quarterback. We have Andrews, Kincaid at tight end. We have CMC, Achane, Etienne, Sharp, Javonte, Trey Benson at running back. Love the running back room. Wide receiver, we have Nico, Evans, Wilson, Rice, Ridley, Tillman. Love the wide receiver room. I would say this is a league, since we can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, that the wide receiver depth does matter a bit, especially knowing that we have the Rashee Rice suspension at the beginning of the year. I would cut Cedric Tillman for Rashad Bateman as the first move we're going to look to do with this team. And the second move that we're going to look to do with this team is going to be trying to sell one of the wide receiver depth pieces with Mark Andrews to get to an elite level tight end. We're just not going to be able to do that until we either get Rashee Rice. I mean, it's really going to take we get Rashee Rice back from the suspension realistically. Because like before then, you need Ridley. He's going to hit your flex spots. We don't know if we have like Travis Etienne, Charbonnet, Javonte as usable pieces. So once you get Rice back, we're going to try to sell Wilson and Mark Andrews to get the best tight end we can. See if we can get Kittle, see if we can get McBride. Or if you wanted to go a tier up, see if we can sell like Evans and Andrews, see if we can go get Bowers. I'm expecting that Andrews is a really hot stretch of games at the beginning of the season with no Isaiah Likely, but you will eventually get Isaiah Likely back in. But yeah, we are going to be waiting until we get Rashee Rice back because since it's a league in which you start 8 players instead of a league in which you start 7, I don't necessarily think that you can afford to sell the wide receiver depth piece without Rashee Rice as a viable option for you. You need Rice. Now, Desas Fault says, what can be done to strengthen the squad? Feel like I'm lacking in the running back department and heavy in wide receiver. Thought of packaging Hall and Judy for a solid running back like Chaser. Bucky, what are your thoughts? Okay. Let me go ahead and let me set you up with some of the free vouchers real quick. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. There are 2 of us that are kind of far ahead of the rest of the field. Going Holland Judy for a running back upgrade is going to make a ridiculous amount of sense here. However, I don't think you're going to be able to do it. Like, I'm really sorry to like be the bearer of bad news here. But realistically, if we are looking at this, nobody in your 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex is going to be looking to trade for Jerry Jeudy. If you were to trade a wide receiver, realistically, what I think you're probably going to have to do is I think you're going to have to look up and instead trade away like Garrett Wilson. I think you're going to have to get to a wide receiver that people would actually be excited about. And then I agree. I really like the idea of packaging together like Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall in a 2-for-1 deal. If you were able to go get a running back that typically goes in round 2 of drafts, if you were able to get Jonathan Taylor, if you were able to get Josh Jacobs, if you were able to get Chase Brown, if you were able to get Bucky Irving, that would be an absolute no-brainer. Now, of course, if you wanted to go into the deal and initially, if you wanted to offer them Jerry Jeudy, see what they say, they're probably all going to reject. And I mean, hell, I do this sometimes too. I mean, you've seen it in the Flock League. You go and you lowball your very first offer, something that you know 99% chance there's no way that they accept. And then if they hit you back with a counter, cool. And if not, then worst case scenario, you can kind of go back to what you were initially going to offer anyway, which that initial offer anyway would probably end up looking like Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall for a running back of that ilk. And if it's very hard to trade for a running back in your league, since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, and you're this strong at receiver, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to pivot over and if you wanted to say, okay, well, worst case scenario instead, I can go ahead and I can look at upgrading to an elite level quarterback. Where if you try to sell like Garrett Wilson and Bo Nix to go get Josh Allen, to go get Lamar Jackson, to go get Jaden Daniels, I think those would all be viable plays as well. But like the fact of the matter is I agree, like Jerry Jeudy's like quality depth. Hell, I have Jerry Jeudy as my wide receiver 4 in the Flock League. And in my league, it's a league where you have 2 flex spots, 12-team format. There, I think Jerry Jeudy is going to be actually somebody that I'm excited to have as a depth piece because I think I need him. But here in a 2 wide receiver single flex format, nobody's going to pay you for Jerry Jeudy. Like hell, even in the flock league, I don't even know if I could get anybody to pay me for him. So I think really the only thing that you're going to be able to do here is the Wilson trade or the Tet McMillan trade. Either one of those in a 2-for-1 deal with Brees. You go get the running back upgrade that way, or with Bo Nix, and you go get the elite level quarterback that way. But I don't think I have anything else for you. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much, my guy. I believe I sent you over. Yeah, I sent you over those free questions as well. So if you have anything else, don't hesitate to shoot it my way. Now let's go ahead. Let's answer this for Third Don says, hey Mason, there was an early run on quarterbacks in my draft. What trade should I be looking to strengthen my quarterback and my starters? Thanks. Thank you. So we are currently the number 1 team in the league analyzer. We do not have a strong quarterback room, and the issue with your team is you did not optimize it well for your league settings. This is a 10-team league with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So when we look at how we are submitting your lineup, I am so excited to get CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans, and Tet McMillan into our lineup every single week. Like phenomenal wide receivers. But then, what the hell are we doing with Devonta Smith, Jamison Williams, Igbuka, and Chris Olave? Olave is the 4th wide receiver on our bench. So if I were to look at this, you have to sell wide receivers here. And obviously the first thing that people are going to do when they try to sell wide receivers, they're going to go to the very bottom of their wide receiver and they're going to sell Chris Olave. And definitely I want to try, right? I'm going to offer Chris Olave and Drake May and see what quarterback we can get. The fact of the matter is you're not going to get to an elite level quarterback with that deal. For us to get to an elite level quarterback, we are going to have to look to sell Mike Evans. You're going to have to try to sell Mike Evans and Drake May. I'm going to send that offer for Lamar. I'm going to send that offer for Allen. I'm going to send that offer for Daniels. I'm going to send that offer for Hurts. I don't need a wide receiver back because then you're still going to have Lamb wide receiver 1, Tet wide receiver 2, Smith wide receiver 3. And with the open roster spot, you can go and pick up Rashee Rice. Because again, like we look at the bottom end of your roster, there's no way in hell that like Jamison Igbuka, Chris Olave ever hit your lineup. So like the plan A is let's go and make that 2-for-1 deal, go get that elite level quarterback if we can. And then the plan B is if we can't, I mean, you got to trade for an elite QB any way that we can. Like your team just has too much value for us not to make that pivot. If your league mates go, F you, man, you have the best team, I'm not making a trade with you. The alternative is you say, okay, let me only think about the ceiling here because again, somebody like Chris Olave doesn't have the ceiling to hit my lineup with how good my team is, with how shallow the format is. So you would drop like Olave for Rashee Rice. Because like, it doesn't really matter. You don't need to start Olave or Rice anyway in the first 6 weeks. And if we look at the second half of the season, I think you realistically actually would get Rice in your lineup the way that you want it with Olave. So try to trade for an elite quarterback any way you can. And if you can't, it sucks. But you got to drop Olave because he'll never hit your lineup, and you got to pick up Rashee Rice. But I think that's all I got for you. I really wish I was able to help you out a little more than that, but you have a great team. You just need to transition some of the wide receiver points over to quarterback. Now, Chris says 10 likes away from 1,000 if you haven't liked yet. Yes, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. Once we hit 1,000, we are going to be giving away some free questions on the site. And also, we've been live for about a little over 4 hours. Undertaker says, hey Mason, I think I'm the weakest at running back. Can't wait to see your review. Big fan, been following for years since you had the jersey in the background. Really appreciate you, my guy. Here we are the number one team in the league analyzer. And if you're saying you're weakest at running back, just looking at the bar charts real quick. I mean, it seems like we have plenty of running back value here. Like if anything, we have the fourth best running back room in this league. Now, it's using my values here, and I have Saquon Barkley as RB1. So maybe if you weren't as high on Barkley, then maybe people wouldn't agree with that as much. But this is a league in which depth does matter a bit. It's 12 teams, start 8. We have Josh Allen at quarterback. We have Brock Bowers at tight end. So we have the elite QB. We have the elite tight end. The waiver wire options are nothing. Our league mates know what they're doing, right? I mean, the player on our waiver wire right now is arguably Jonnu Smith. So I'm not going to sit here and say like, hey man, you really need to drop Kyle Pitts. We're never going to start Kyle Pitts because we have Brock Bowers. Realistically speaking, like you can kind of say that about a lot of the players that you have on your team, right? I mean, you can say that about a lot of the players that'd be on the waiver wire. At running back, we have the anchor with Barkley. RB2, we have Tyrone Tracy. So we have somebody to start early in the year. We have upside of Braylon, Ramondre, and Brian Robinson as pure handcuffs. Going over to receiver, we have to start 4 wide receivers weekly because we don't want to start a running back like Braylon Allen. We have Adams, Terry, Ridley, and then hopefully one of Juwan Jennings or Jaden Reed's going to go week 1. Juwan Jennings was at practice today, and Juwan Jennings in that second flex spot. And then we have the elite quarterback with Allen. We have the elite quarterback with Bowers. There's only one thing that we could potentially do with this team, and it would be sell one of the elite onesies to bring in some additional depth at running back. And the only scenario in which we would want to do that is if Tracy turns to dust and we don't have a running back breakout. Like if Scatterbo takes over as the starting running back with the Giants, we haven't been able to hit on a running back off the waiver wire by like week 3. And Braylon Allen, Ramondre, and Brian Robinson also aren't startable. You would have to sell Kyle Pitts or Josh Allen to go get that second running back in. But for now, we are just going to try to survive with the skill positions. And we're going to bank on Allen, Barkley, and Bowers to carry us through the first 3 weeks. And then obviously we're going to hope that we hit on a running back off waivers. But I agree, running back depth is going to be the weakest part of this team. But like, say Jonathan Taylor were to go down and we were able to pick up DJ Giddens, then hell, all of a sudden we have an elite quarterback and elite tight ends and plenty of production at running back. But I think that's all I got for you, my guy. I really do appreciate you. I wish I had more for you here. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Now let's move this over. And it looks like we had 1,000 likes on the stream. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to give away some free vouchers on flockfantasy.com. So if you haven't already, drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat right now and we'll give away some of these free questions. Let me pull up the site on another window so I can get that users page pulled up. And then we're going to get to JP's team here right after. This is the Scammon team where we are the number 1 in the league analyzer. It's a 12-team start 8 half PPR format, 1 quarterback league. And it looks like our league mates know what they're doing because we don't have many waiver wire options out there. Okay. But we got 8 crazy nights here as the winner. Let me hook you up with some free vouchers, my friend. So 8 crazy nights. We got you set up with the free trade and with a free start sit, so you should be able to send in some questions. But anyway, here from JP, we have Caleb and Brock Purdy at quarterback. So realistically, we're just streaming the quarterback position. I'm sorry, we're not streaming. We're just playing the matchups here. The streaming options are very weak. Like Lawrence would be the best option off the waiver wire, which obviously we're not that excited about Lawrence outside of maybe like week 1 against the Carolina Panthers, right? Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have Saquon Barkley, Bucky Irving, Kenneth Walker. So we have 3 viable running back starts every single week. We have the number 1 running back room according to the league analyzer with this team. And for that reason, I mean, we do have a lot of flexibility with what we can do at the other positions, but this is a league in which the skill positional depth is going to matter. Again, it's a start 8 and it's a half PPR format actually. So it does look like for the flex spots, running backs would maybe even be a little more viable than receivers. So I love having the 3 hammers here at RB. Obviously, we're going to start them every week. And then we have Jordan Mason, Ollie Gordon as the high upside shots. And looking at the waiver wire, we definitely want Jordan Mason and Ollie Gordon over any of those players. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have Ladd McConkey, Sutton, Igbuka, Rome Odunze, Michael Pittman Jr. Again, very similar to what we were talking about previously. Start 8, 12-team league, so we actually want to build around the skill positional depth, and having every single one of these wide receivers puts us in a very comfortable position. And then going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. With the Jaden Reed injury, Kraft looks like he's going to crush at the beginning portion of the year. So, top to bottom, this is a good team. It's constructed well for the roster you're playing. The settings you're playing in. The only thing that I could potentially say is, obviously, we know we're going to get the baseline floor from Ladd McConkey and Courtland Sutton. Igbuka and Rome Odunze are both quality breakout candidates where we can't particularly be guaranteed that they are going to break out, right? But we can be excited about the possibility. So, if we were to look at what we could potentially do with this team from here, I would say we probably wouldn't want to do anything in the absence of the information that Rome and Igbuka both officially broke out. Where if they both officially break out, then maybe at that point, we do have more flexibility where you can go ahead and you can try to sell Courtland Sutton and Caleb Williams to go get yourself a true elite level QB. But if you were to make that move now, like say you sell Rome and Caleb now, you go get yourself a quarterback that we really like Joe Burrow. And then all of a sudden, like Igbuka falls flat, Rome's the guy that breaks out, and then we just have like Michael Pittman Jr. as a wide receiver 3 that we have to rely upon in a start 8 format, you would kind of be screwed. So I don't think you want to be doing anything now. I think if you get a breakout from both those wide receivers, you have the luxury at that point to trade for an elite quarterback. But for now, you have the number 1 team in the league. I think it's structured well for your format, so I don't think you're going to be doing much beyond this, but I really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And let me go ahead and see if we can get to some of the quicker questions. These are going to be the trade, start sit, and super messages. And I do want to reiterate, I turned off the roster reviews on the site, so you cannot send in any more roster reviews. I am too far behind on them. I need to catch up before we can turn them back on. I will let you know when the roster reviews are back on for you to be able to send in. We're going to go Loveland over Jonnu Smith. I mean, we want to be a little bit hesitant with the tight ends, but this is a start set for Ravioli. Like, you don't need to be that hesitant. You don't need to play Jonnu over Loveland. And then going over to what we have for the potential flex, it's like Downs or I guess Bateman. So Ollie Gordon, it looks like you actually have Devon Achane good to go week 1. So if Achane's good to go, you play Downs. You're going to have to monitor the hamstring for Downs. If he doesn't play, I think you pivot over to Bateman. I'd play Bateman over Jaden Higgins this week. Join Avenue coming through with the start set. I would play Tet McMillan over Ricky Pearsall and Trevion Henderson, and those would be the only players I'd even consider. Now, who do you think you are? I am. Love the name. Trevion, Calvin Ridley versus Marvin Harrison. This is Marvin Harrison. I don't think it's that close either. This is going to be a 10. Actually, team's not linked, so I can't guarantee those league settings are correct. Unless it's a super deep format. You want to get the best player here with Marv. I think he has a significantly higher ceiling than the other side. Now, Seth Keegan, this is RJ Harvey, Josh Downs versus Tet McMillan and Evan Ingram. Tet McMillan, definitely the best piece in this. Leftover at running back, we'd have Genty, Hubbard, and not much, but honestly, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I'm fine with you making a play to get the best name. Now, C. Lewis coming through here for the flex. We have 2 spots we need to look at. I think we're going to have to play Travis Hunter for one of these. And then the other call is sadly going to be Nick Chubb, but I don't think you can trust Jaden Reed coming off the broken foot. Now, not Verse with our next start set. So Rome Odunze would be the probably best option on the bench here to get in. I don't know if we're going to play Rome over like Ricky Pearsall, DJ Moore, Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, and I don't think we can get Jalen Warren in here. It's going to be too low of a scoring game between the Steelers and the Jets. And then M. Lawson, very interesting trade, sending Braylon for Nick Chubb. So I have both of these guys in the Flock League. And if I were to sell one of them, I would rather sell Nick Chubb myself because neither of them are my starting lineup and I don't really need their production. So if I'm looking at the highest ceiling possible between these two guys, I think you actually do have Braylon Allen with the higher ceiling. However, I would say that you actually have Nick Chubb with the higher floor. So in that scenario, it's going to be very dependent on your overall team. If you need somebody to start early on, it's Nick Chubb over Braylon Allen. But if you're just chasing the ceiling, it's Braylon. Let's move this over. And it looks like we hit 1,100 likes on the stream. So we're going to be giving away some more free vouchers. So go to the live chat right now and drop your flockfantasy.com username. And we will get one of y'all set up with some free vouchers. Okay. Okay. And let's pick somebody. We got Coin Man. Let's see if I can find you. Again, I can only find you on my user's page if you had used code FLOCK. Coin Man. Coin Man, I got you. Looks like you got the season pass. So you've already had some free vouchers, but we are going to send you over some additional ones. Thank you for hanging out in the live stream with us, my guy. And this starting lineup question that we have from quarterback, we need a flex between Pollard, Ridley, and then that's about it. You're definitely going to go Pollard with no Spears. And again, I'm very concerned with Ridley considering the matchup. I'm concerned with both players considering the matchup. Okay. Now, and do we need to log out, log back in? God dang, how long have we been live? 4.5 hours. I told y'all we were going at least 5 hours today. And it looks like we're staying mentally tough. We're staying in it, staying in the fight. At some point, I'm going to have to take a little break to go eat dinner, and then we'll do some drafts. But for now, we're hanging in there. So we got this back up. And yeah, for quarterback here, like I said, we're going to go Pollard over Calvin Ridley for the flex. Now, Vic 10 here, we got 2 flex calls. We're going to go Xavier Worthy as an auto start with no Rashee Rice. Then I'd go Travis Hunter. Oh, actually, I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall. Sorry. I was just looking at Downs and Juwan Jennings, but I'd go Pearsall over Hunter. Tommy here, Coker, Thielen. I don't even know why they're on your roster. I'll take, dear God, I'm going to take Chris Olave for wide receiver. And please tell me we have running backs for the flex. We don't. We're going to have to take Calvin Ridley and Travis Hunter. I mean, with Jerome Ford, it's a fine matchup that you have going up against Cincinnati. But, well, I would say he's probably the starting running back. It's not a guarantee. Like, realistically, you could end up seeing Dylan Sampson be the guy. Honey Must says, I'm trying to do Henderson and Loveland first. Yeah, either deal I'd trade for Bowers. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Let's go get Bowers there. Either one. See if we have any more quick questions. If not, we'll go back over to the roster reviews. Let's go back over to the roster reviews. And again, if you're just now coming in, I've gotten too many roster reviews over the past few days. We are too far behind on them. So we have them currently turned off on this site where you can't send any more in. We're going to catch up on the ones that have been submitted to us. I will probably turn back roster reviews on in like a day. Vader says, hey Mason, I'm back for another year of fantasy and wanted to get your thoughts on the team and if I should make any moves. Feel like I might have drafted a little bit too heavy on a receiver and was not able to get the elite level quarterback. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. So here we have the number one team in the league analyzer. It is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, happy BR format. So wide receiver depth doesn't matter. So you went way too heavy on wide receiver. That's it. You have the number one team when it comes to pure value. Absolutely love to see it. And running back, we're fine, right? We have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. We're fine at running back. We have Genty, Chase Brown. Obviously, the depth maybe is a little bit questionable. Going through and looking at the actual running backs that we have available to us on the waiver wire, you have like Brian Robinson, Chris Rodriguez. So it's not like they're super exciting names. So we don't need to be optimizing to try to figure out how to pick up running backs off waivers. So we don't need to just be spamming any 2-for-1 deals we can get. But just simply looking at our team where we have St. Brown, Marv, Devontae Adams, George Pickens, Travis Hunter, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs. We can only start 3 receivers. Even though we have the Rashee Rice suspension at the beginning of the season, you still very easily need to be going out there and you still need to be packaging together a wide receiver with Caleb Williams to get to the best quarterback we can. Realistically, I'd love to tell you let's sell George Pickens and Caleb, but nobody's going to trade for Pickens. You have to trade away one of the best receivers you have. Obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to be worth more than any quarterback in fantasy, but what you potentially could look at would be either Marvin Harrison, Devontae Adams. I'm going to go and spam the teams with the top 4 quarterbacks. I'm going to go to the Jalen Hurts owner, go, hey, I'll give you Marvin Harrison and Caleb. I'm going to go to the Lamar Jackson owner, hey, I'll give you Marvin Harrison and Caleb. Do it with the Josh Allen owner. Do it with the Jaden Daniels owner. And then I'd also do the same thing with Devontae Adams. If they don't want Marvin Harrison, just give them their choice. And if you can go and get the elite level quarterback, then at that point, we'll have the best quarterback room in the league. Still an extremely strong wide receiver room, an elite tight end, fine running backs at the very top. It's just, can we get some value from either Marvin Harrison or Devontae Adams for an elite QB? But that's really the only thing that you could do with this team. Obviously, feel free to throw in another depth receiver. Go hey, I'll give you Marv and Stephon Diggs for Jalen Hurts. Because you can still afford to do that. You would be starting St. Brown, Devontae Adams, and then you'd still be considering George Pickens, Travis Hunter in your flex spot early, and you'd have Rashee Rice to come in the long term. And then you could still go out there and just pick up Brandon Ayuk off waivers for free in the long term. So overall, team with a ton of value is just way too many wide receivers and got to try to find a way to transition that over to some QB value. Okay, let's move this over to Kirch with our next question. This is going to be another team review. This is tier-based trading company. And we are currently 7th in the league analyzer. This is a league in which you start. Who was our round 3 pick? I'm not a big fan of this team, to be honest with you. Because we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Very similar to what we saw with the last team. I think you are very much incentivized to hopefully get yourself an elite quarterback, hopefully get yourself an elite tight end. And in this league specifically, we have neither. We are currently sitting with Drake May at quarterback. Alongside Drake May, we have Tucker Kraft, Britton Strange at tight end. Going over and looking at what we have with the waiver wire, right now you have Lawrence out there on waivers. And honestly, if Drake May was my quarterback, I personally would probably opt to roster 2 QBs. I would probably prefer to roster 2 quarterbacks. That way we can play the matchups between both of them. And I think the best quarterback that you could possibly pick up off the waiver wire would be Trevor Lawrence. So if you wanted to drop Ollie Gordon, if Devon Achane is going to go week 1, you can wait to do this until we get very close to the start of the year, right? You can wait to do this until Saturday. But if you wanted to drop Ollie Gordon and go pick up Trevor Lawrence, not going to fault you at all for it. Going over and looking at what we have with potential other running back pickups, you have Ray Davis here that I think would be the best RB on the waivers currently. But we have the top end running back production. We have the number one running back room in this league with Bijan, Hampton, Kenneth Walker. So we're flexing a running back every week. Wide receiver, we have Xavier Worthy at wide receiver 1, Jalen Waddle wide receiver 2, fighting for that spot with Travis Hunter. I'd assume we start Waddle early, Travis Hunter later. And then we have Stephon Diggs, Khalil Shakir. The issue is just like the wide receiver position is so weak for how weak we are at quarterback and tight end. Like I feel like for us to be in the bottom 3 of value at QB and tight end, I would have assumed that we would have had a much better wide receiver room. I would have assumed that we would have just had a much better wide receiver 1. Because if you told me Xavier Worthy was our wide receiver 2, I would love this team. If you told me Travis Hunter was our wide receiver 3, Jalen Waddle was our wide receiver 4, I think you would be in a phenomenal spot. But that's just simply not the case here. Now, in terms of moves that we can make right now, I don't really see any. I think you just have to hope that Travis Hunter hits in a big time way. We have to continue to turn the waiver wire for those running backs at the very bottom. But for now, in terms of waiver pivots, like I would possibly roster Jonnu Smith over Brenton Strange myself. But I know a lot of other smart people would rather have Brenton Strange. Like I know Brenton Strange goes ahead of Jonnu Smith in underdog draft. So if you wanted to go Strange, I'm not going to fault you. So I think structurally your team is set up correctly. I wish we had additional wide receiver value. I wish we had like a true wide receiver 1, but like we're not strong enough anywhere to make a trade to go get that wide receiver 1. Like we're not wanting to sacrifice our running back production. I like the fact that we built around running back in this league. I like the structure of your team. I like your team. I just think we don't have the most value. Like it seemed like we maybe reached on a couple of our picks, but I wish I had like actionable things for you to do right now, but realistically, I don't, my guy. But I really appreciate you. Hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, Big Verg coming through with our next team. Always happy to see you. Says, did my draft yesterday. I don't know how I feel about the team. Y'all gave me a D+, but whatever. Where are you in our league analyzer? You're the second best team in the league, according to our league analyzer. And what waiver wire moves or trades should we look to make or propose? So this is a 10-team start 8 format. So waiver wire is going to be a little bit better here since it's a 10-team league, but it's a start 8 format. So it's not like depth's going to be completely meaningless. It's not like you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So looking at quarterback, we have the elite QB with Jalen Hurts. Obviously, very excited to see that. Don't need to roster another, even if you have like Caleb Williams out there on the waiver wire. Going over to running back, this is an interesting spot. I am sure that you already know that if you have Joe Mixon, if you have an IR spot, you would pick up Joe Mixon in a heartbeat and you'd immediately run out there and you'd immediately throw Joe Mixon in the IR. Now, the question is, if you don't have an IR spot, would it be worth rostering Joe Mixon over Jerome Ford? And in a 10-team league, I think it may. While Ford obviously is way more likely to make a difference this year. And by make a difference, I mean he's way more likely to see touches at the NFL level. Joe Mixon could effectively be a 0. Here in a 10-team league where your team's this strong, am I ever starting Jerome Ford over Ashton Jeanty or Amari and Hampton? Am I ever starting him over like Rome or Olave? Probably not. So I wouldn't mind at all if we wanted to cut Jerome Ford and go pick up Joe Mixon. Going over to wide receiver, we have Nico, Metcalf, Rome, Olave, Downs. And then we have Rice here in the long term. So we have 5 startable receivers in the short term. We have Rashee Rice in the long term. And then going over to tight end, we have the elite level tight end. So super well-balanced team. Like you can even see this in the league analyzer. We're ranked 4th at quarterback, 5th at running back, 3rd at wide receiver, 3rd at tight end. Super well-balanced team, constructed well for the format that is in, has a tremendous amount of value on the roster as well. In terms of trades that we could potentially make, I think it would be very advantageous for us to try to maybe trade for an elite flex play with like Rome Odunze and RJ Harvey in a 2-for-1 deal. However, you can't do that right now. The reason you can't do that right now is this team may just like need a little bit of time to get going. Because just looking at the construction of it, Genty's a rookie, Hampton's a rookie, Harvey's a rookie, Judkins is a rookie. Rashee Rice is suspended for the beginning of the season. Josh Downs is dealing with the hamstring. So when we have this many rookies, while at the same time we have Rashee Rice with a suspension, it may take you just a little bit of time for our team to actually like have the depth where we can afford to make that 2-for-1 deal and go out there and quote unquote overpay for the elite RB. But yeah, I mean, we had people in the chat saying that's a pretty roster. I think you go into it with the season, you let value accrue as it goes on with the young players and with Rashee Rice with the suspension. And once Rice is back, maybe we try to sell DK Metcalf and RJ Harvey and get the best running back we possibly can once we have the Rashee Rice edition and hopefully like a Rome Odunze breakout. But I really appreciate you. I really wish I had more for you, but I think you just had a really good team. And let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. And I'd be happy to try to help you out any way that I can. If y'all don't know, Big Verg was at the Flock meetup both this year and last year. Always happy to see him. Now let's move this over to Rusty. If y'all don't know, Rusty is also always out in the live stream. It says punted tight end until the last pick. League mates all started picking tight ends after round 6 and 7. Originally drafted Jonnu, but dropped for Ertz to stack with Daniel. So that stack's not particularly going to matter. So if all our league mates were taking tight ends around 6 and 7, I'm really happy we didn't just like grab Evan Ingram in round 7 because whatever wide receiver we took there is probably going to be a lot better. That's the first thing to say. Second thing to say is really strong team when it comes to the value that we have on the roster. We are currently sitting second in the league analyzer. Third thing to say is let me make sure I send you over some free questions before I forget. Fourth thing here is looking at the league settings. In my opinion, this is a league where the elite level quarterback, the elite level tight end will make a difference. It is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the wide receiver depth is going to be very easy to come by. We go ahead and we look at this. You have Jordan Addison, Chris Godwin out there on the waiver wire. So with Jordan Addison, Chris Godwin out there on the waiver wire, it tells me we don't need to be overly optimistic or we don't need to just be slamming wide receivers, especially those depth pieces. Now, I think you're actually going to be able to very easily move to the very top spot in the league analyzer here, to be completely honest. And all you have to do, stupid simple, is make a few waiver wire pivots. And this is why it is so nice now that I can actually see y'all's teams linked on the site and see who you actually have on your waiver wire that I would have maybe initially thought there's no way in hell that he's out there for you. But here your team has Zach Ertz on waivers. I'm sorry, it has Zach Ertz on the roster. However, we go over to tight end. You have Tyler Warren on the waiver wire. Right this second, drop Zach Ertz and pick up Tyler Warren. You do that, you can laugh. I would piss myself laughing that your league mates were taking like Evan Ingram in round 6 and we got Tyler Warren for free. So cut Zach Ertz, pick up Tyler Warren. The second thing that we are going to do that I would also piss myself laughing if I was able to is cut Ollie Gordon. HN was at practice today. He's probably going to go week 1. I think Ollie Gordon's definitely a solid pickup in deeper leagues, but this one you don't need to worry about it. Pick up Travis Etienne. The third thing you're going to do is you're going to cut Brian Robinson. You're going to pick up Javonte Williams. And then you will have a team with McCaffrey, HN at running back, plus Trevion, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams. You will have the number 1 running back team, according to the league analyzer. Wide receiver will still have Nico, Metcalf, Sutton, Igbuka, Ricky Pearsall. Tight end will have Zach Ertz. Another thing that I would look to do is because your league, the only thing that matters is ceiling and not depth, is a couple weeks into the season, if like Ricky Pearsall isn't producing, I would cut him and I'd pick up Chris Godwin. Because Godwin obviously is less likely to actually like be out there catching balls, but if he is, he's going to have a much higher ceiling than Ricky Pearsall. But we don't need to do that right now. We can wait a couple weeks into the year. But overall, you have a great team, great draft. Just a simple 3 waiver wire moves is going to make it where you have the best team in the league, and I don't think it's going to be close either. And you'll see it reflected in the league analyzer the second that you make those moves. But I really appreciate it. See, Pat says that was 2 days ago. Warren's probably gone. No, whenever I see your team reviews on the site, flockfantasy.com pulls in the most recent. Like this is his league right now. So like maybe when he submitted this review, Tyler Warren wasn't on the waiver wire, and now Tyler Warren is. But yeah, Rusty, go and make those moves. Super easy. Now, El Gato Grande coming through with our next team. Excited to check this out. This is an ESPN league, so you should be able to link this with the site, my friend. Just for future reference, just go link it with the site, and that way I can go ahead and I can see like everything, including the waiver wire and other teams in your league. Okay. Now, let's see this. Elgato says 12-team full PPR, 3 wide receiver, 3 flex. My first time ever starting back-to-back running backs in this league, and first time taking one of the elite QBs. I'm confident. Is my confidence justified? Let's pull. Oh my gosh. Okay, so a couple different things. Here, 3 wide receiver, 3 flex. Wide receiver is king in your format. This is a league where my plan A in drafts is I get in, and if this is my league settings, I'm going wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. I mean, you can start 6 wide receivers weekly. And wide receivers, in leagues like this, it's not that deep. If it's like a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the depth is infinite. But in a league like this, it's not that deep. However, if you get the opportunity to take Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry, and Josh Allen all on the same roster, frankly, it doesn't matter what plan A is. You just have to simply go ahead and do it. But now, down on the bench, we need to do everything that we can to try to play catch up at wide receiver. So I do not want to roster a backup quarterback here, and which we're not doing. Perfect. Love to see it. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Gibbs, we have Derrick Henry. Love to see the very top. We have Trey Benson as our running back 3. We have Justice Hill and Rachaad White. So running back, if you threw this in the league analyzer, I'm very confident it'll probably tell you have the best running back room in the league. Here's what we sacrificed, and here's what is ugly about this team now. Ooh, we got Rusty out in the chat. Rusty, let me know if you need any help with, let me know if you saw what I said about your team. We just said it. But this is what we sacrificed. Wide receiver, we have Terry Waddle Diggs. We have Keenan and Olave. I like that at least we hammered in the wide receiver depth. Then going down to the bench, we have Ayuk in the long term. We have Ephraim Chisholm, and we have Isaiah Likely. And then tight end, we have David Njoku. So for me, I typically don't want to spaz, and I don't want to be just rostering a ton of wide receivers down there on the bench that will have a very difficult time hitting our starting lineup. They won't have a difficult time hitting our starting lineup in this league. We can start 6 wide receivers weekly. So with that in mind, we cut Isaiah Likely here. Cut Isaiah Likely, go pick up the highest ranked wide receiver that we have once you link your My Teams page with this league with the My Teams page on the site. Far right column will rank the wide receivers for you. Cut Isaiah Likely, go pick up receiver. And also, I would cut Ephraim Chisholm. Like, I know he's fun. I know it's a meme and stuff, but the depth on your... The depth is too important in your league specifically for you to have Chisholm on your bench. The third thing is, it looks like you have an IR slot. So you should be able to move Brandon Ayuk down to your IR. And then from that point, you should get another open spot. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to be looking at the waiver wire and picking up a running back or picking up a receiver. So cut Likely, cut Chisholm. I know everybody in the chat's mad at me for that. Move Ayuk to the IR, pick up 3 additional plays. Link your team with the site, figure out what the best waiver wire options are, running back, wide receiver. I can't see those here for you. And then honestly, again, this wouldn't have been my plan A for your league settings. But I think based off you just playing catch up, drafting Waddle, Terry, Diggs, Olave, like you did a good enough job filling out the depth at wide receiver that of course you just had to go Allen, Gibbs, Derrick Henry. I think if your league mates give you that kind of opportunity, you just have to take it. But let me make sure that we send you over some free questions. That way, if you have anything else, I'd be super happy to follow up with this for you, my friend. But again, thank you so much for sending this over. I'm super happy to look at it. Now let's move this over to Mick Squiggle. This is a really funny name. It says, overall, I like my team, but would like it better RB2 if I was to look for a trade. Who should we target and offer up? Okay. So this is Stranger Neighbors. And oh, dear God, we're down the analyzer. This is scaring me. And I don't think we have a clear path to actually improve. Your running back 2 is garbage. It's garbage. We are 10th in the league analyzer at quarterback. We are 9th in the league analyzer at running back. We are 9th in the league analyzer at wide receiver. And we are 2nd in the league analyzer at tight end. This is a 12-team start 8 format. So this is a league in which the wide receiver and running back depth actually matters. And we go over and we look at the waiver wire 12-team format. So the depth isn't going to be incredible. Like if we have an open IR slot that we're not taking, obviously right now, cut Cedric Tillman, pick up Tajay Spears, move Tajay Spears into the IR, and then we can go ahead and we can pick up Tillman again from the waiver wire. But if I were to map this out, like I'm assuming we went Neighbors round 1, Chase round 2, McBride round 3, Terry round 4, Jameson round 5, Rome round 6. Who did we take round 7? Like it feels like round 7, 8, 9, we're kind of missing picks here. But the issue with this is you can start up to 4 wide receivers in this format. And if you were to sell a wide receiver for a running back here, you're just like taking a whole lot, to fill your running back hole, you're creating a hole at the flex spot. So I hate to say this, and this is never my plan A. I really like the majority of these team reviews I look at, like y'all can probably see there's a trend at this point. It's like, oh, this is a 10-team league. You only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. You have so many wide receivers. Do whatever you can to go out there and pay up for the elite tight end. Go get Trey McBride. I really like Trey McBride, but Trey McBride's a luxury here that you can't afford. Like, I think what you're going to have to do here is I think you're going to have to sell Trey McBride to a team that really needs some help at tight ends. And you're going to have to get a worse tight end in return and get a running back as well. Like this team has David Njoku, but their running back room's kind of garbage. This team is Kelsey as their only tight ends. Their running back room's garbage. This team is Kincaid and Hunter Henry. This team needs a tight end. I'm offering a Trey McBride for Bucky Irving and Dalton Kincaid. The issue is they're probably going to reject it. They're probably going to counter offering you Kenneth Walker instead. So what I would probably look to do is I would go, well, how about this? I give you J.K. Dobbins and Trey McBride. You give me Bucky Irving and Dalton Kincaid. But that's what I'll be. Hybrid says, help Jinxie with this fantasy football draft. I would love to help Jinxie with this fantasy football draft more than anything on this planet. But I don't know how to, my friend. I don't know how to get a hold of him. So if you got an in, I would love to. But if we could offer McBride and Dobbins and go get Bucky and Kincaid, let's do it. If we could offer McBride and Dobbins and go get Devon Achane and Evan Ingram, let's do it. This team doesn't have a viable RB2. If we can offer Trey McBride and Jordan Mason or J.K. Dobbins for Josh Jacobs and Tyler Warren, let's do it. We're doing anything we can to try to sell Trey McBride and a depth running back for a running back that we can consistently start every single week. I hate to be rude. I hate to say yeah, you have to make moves with this team. This team is not good with how it currently stands. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, we'd be a little more understanding and I think you'd be okay. But especially since your league mates know what they're doing here with the waiver wire options. They're not giving you any freebies off running back. They're not giving you any freebies with the wide receivers here. But I think that's all I got for you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And like I said, I sent you over some of those free questions. So if all those offers get rejected and we get a counter, I'd be happy to see what the counter looks like. But thank you again. And let me just triple check. Yeah, I sent you those free vouchers. Cool. Okay. And let's move this over to our next question. This is a Dynasty question. So we're going to be moving past this one. This is also, are these both Dynasty? So we're going to be moving past both of those. Now, RJ, I think we answered a couple regular questions from him already. Says, hey, Mason, second league, appreciate any help, thanks. Or maybe we already looked at another league from you. I definitely recognize the name. Let me go ahead and make sure we can set you up with some of these free vouchers, my friend. So here it's 2 girls, 1 cup. We are currently second in the league analyzer, but looking at it, the top 2 teams are by far and away the best in this league, right? So I think you're in a very comfortable spot when it comes to what we have with our roster. We have the elite quarterback, which is going to be very important because it's a league with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it's a league with only 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Ultimately, quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output, and the depth's not going to matter that much. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Ginty, Brees as 2 guys we can start. Like if Brees is my RB1, I'd be scared, but that Brees is my RB2. I like it. Tracy RB3, I think's great. Sorry, Tracy has RB3 is great. Scadabu RB4, Braylon, Brian Robinson. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, we have Smith, we have Hunter, we have Waddle, we have Downs, we have Addison. Tight end, we have an elite option with Trey McBride. You have a great team. This is an incredible team. The only thing that we could possibly do with this roster is trade one of the depth receivers like Waddle with Breece Hall to go get an elite running back. Like, is there a world in which we can say sell Waddle and Breece and go get Taylor, Bucky, Chase Brown, Devon Achane, Josh Jacobs? If all of those get rejected, honestly, I would be fine. And I would offer Devonta Smith the same thing. Offer Devonta Smith and Breece Hall and see if we can get to Jonathan Taylor, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown, Josh Jacobs, Devon Achane. Any of those running backs that go there at the end of the second round to the beginning of this, the middle of the second round. If all those get rejected, I think the down tier that we go to would be the Kyron and Amari and Hampton tier, where you'd be offering like Jalen Waddle and Breece for Kyron or Jalen Waddle and Breece for Amari and Hampton. But then you'd be able to go to the waiver wire and you could realistically just pick up Luther Burden for free. But we already have the elite tight end. We already have the elite quarterback. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So I absolutely love that structure. And I just think that Downs and Addison are going to be viable depth plays for us. So you can afford to sell Smith. You can afford to sell Waddle. And then there's no reason to upgrade quarterback. There's no reason to upgrade tight end. I think we just send those 12 offers out, send up a prayer that one gets accepted. Let me make sure, you got those free vouchers sent over to you. So I wish I had more for you, my guy, but I think you absolutely crushed this draft. CeeDee Lamb and Ashton Ginty both should be round 1 picks. Trey McBride's like a second. So you have like 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick. Jalen Hurts is a third-round pick. Like, you just absolutely killed this. But Trey says, this team is great. Just spam 2 for 1 for an upgrade at RB2 or wide receiver 2, which I'd 100% agree with. I think this seems great. It's just you can abuse the settings a bit by going through and making that kind of 2 for 1 deal. But let me mark that as complete. And let me see. Did we actually hit 1,200 likes in the stream, or is Spog trolling? So if we hit 1,200 likes in the stream, we will do a giveaway real quick. But no, we didn't even hit 1,100 likes on the stream. Y'all lied to me earlier. Are y'all really going to make me double check y'all from now on? We did an 1,100 like giveaway. And we're sitting here at 1,000. Dear God, y'all are really going to make me start checking. Okay, so I said we were going to stream for 5 hours. I got to record the video for tomorrow, and I got to do a draft stream tonight. So we just streamed for 5 hours, answered as many teams as we possibly could. Actually, let me see if we have any of the quick questions to get to real quick. But I turned off the team reviews on the site. We are too far behind on team reviews. I obviously appreciate y'all all sending them in, but I'm doing the absolute best I can. Like I said, I've streamed for 5 hours at this point, and I got to do the other draft streams. I got to still make videos. There's only so much time of the day. So I turned off the team reviews. You can't buy them on the site from me. Maybe you can with the other, you can still do it with the other creators, just not me. And once I catch back up on the team reviews, I will turn them back on. But for now, they're off. Rogers Galaxy says, as league commissioner, should I block this trade? No, I would way rather have the Gibbs side, but this isn't bad enough to block. No, don't block that. It's a bad trade. Don't get me wrong, but don't block it. M. Lawson says, which players should I use for my 2 flex spots? I list them as considering any other positions lock. Okay, so for our 2 flex spots, I'm assuming that we are looking between Jacoby Myers, Nick Chubb, Rome Odunze, Jordan Mason. I would go with Nick Chubb and Rome Odunze. However, and then definitely not switching anything else around. But I'm not that excited about starting Nick Chubb here in a full PPR format. Like, very easily, it could go sideways. It could go poorly. I just don't think you can be excited to start Jacoby Myers with the trade request. Now, James Bond coming through with a start sit. I do not want to start any of these backs. Did I put Dylan Sampson or Caleb Johnson higher in my week 1 ranks? I'm sure I put Dylan Sampson, right? Hopefully I did. Yeah, I have Dylan Sampson RB38, Caleb Johnson RB40. I think we probably stand by that. So we're going to go with Dylan Sampson here. And then, yeah, that's all we had for that starting lineup. Now, D-Chains here with the flex spots, Trevion or Olave. I'm going to go Trevion. Bird, happy to see you. This is Marvin Njoku versus Bowers. I would take the Bowers side on this. Another start sit here. We have DJ Moore, and I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall over Calvin Ridley, given Ridley's matchup against Denver. Slane with the start set here for the flex. I'm going to take Chris Olave relatively easily. Now, Lakey Dots is Jacobs, DJ Moore versus CMC and JSN. I would way rather have CMC over Jacobs. I'd way rather have JSN over DJ Moore. So it's the CMC side, not close. Slump here for the flex. It's between Sutton and Rome Odunze. I'm going to take Cortland Sutton. And also Jerome Ford, but I'm not playing Ford over Sutton. 12-12 Andrew. This is Puka, Hunter Henry versus HN, Ridley, and Loveland. Yeah, you're going to not talk me off the Puka side. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Give me the best player in the deal, which is going to be Puka. Not a bad price point at all if you really needed a running back, but I think pure value-wise, it's Puka Nacua for me. I appreciate hanging out with us. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell next to the subscribe button if you want to be able to get notified whenever we are live. I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. Promise you that. I'm going to be answering as many fantasy football questions as I can. Hopefully helping as many people as I can. And I will be ending this, recording a video, then turning around and live streaming a draft for y'all. So it's going to be a busy night. I will hopefully get done with that video and can get it into the editor within an hour. And then hopefully in about an hour, we're live streaming Underdog drafts, which I'd love to draft with you. And again, I know I've said this 1,000 times, and honestly, most of the time here, I'm not going to annoy you, especially when we've been live for this long. I don't have the energy to go through and do this, but it's important enough because it is the biggest week of the year, and it's not even remotely close when it comes to the promos that Underdog is pushing out there. Right now, if you look for week 1, you have a Saquon Barkley gimme pick, free higher lower half a total yard on Underdog, 50% profit boost on Thursday, 50% profit boost on Friday, 100% profit boost token drops on Saturday, and additional pick'ems. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, after you play your first $5, you get $50 added into your account. And that's where we're going to be drafting tonight as well. So I'm going to send that link here in the live chat. It's the Draft With Us Here link. I hope I can draft with you on Underdog tonight, but more importantly, you need to make sure you're taking advantage of those promos because week 1 is always the biggest week in terms of them putting them out there. So take advantage of them, and I will hopefully see you in an hour, and I can draft with you on Underdog. But again, use code FLOCK if you want to get the $50 added in your account after you play the $5, and if you want to get the Flock boosted pick'em packs. But thank you again. Appreciate y'all, and hope we get to see you out with that live stream in about an hour.